Engaging Heidegger. New Studies in Phenomenology and Hermeneutics. In these engaging essays, Richard Capobianco engages the whole of Heidegger, if, indeed, not wholly. The whole of Heidegger begins, of course, with the RSD posing of the being question. This dates, not from the opening chapters of Being and Time, but is recalled in a letter from the question that troubled the 20-year-old gymnasium student Circa, who, after reading Franz Brentano's doctoral dissertation, The Manifold Meaning of Being de Sinden in Aristotle, asked here in paraphrase what is the meaning of being sein and its difference from being seen that it lets be manifest in so many different ways. This was the being question in its most rudimentary form, and it determined the way of Heidegger's thinking die Sache selbst up to the very end. To the extent that the following essays are polarized by this central core, they indeed engage the whole of Heidegger's enterprise. To say that they do not engage it wholly means more than the obvious fact that they do not propose to exhaust the issues involved but rather that they take only certain ones among them as far as scholarship can go in order to set them free for further questioning. The author presumes from the start the reader's familiarity with Heidegger's elaboration of his own question in the text of a text that confirmed earlier hearsay about his Aristotelian beginnings. The method for pursuing the question as posed would be phenomenology, and the phenomenon of choice would be the being who posed the question, inasmuch as he must have had some intimation of an answer in order to ask it at all. Two additional elements mark the context in which the question matured: the hint from Aristotle, for example, Nicomachean Ethics, Book 5, that aletheia, the Greek word for truth, literally means unconcealment, and the recognition that being in the sense of presencing anwesen in whatever comesto presence clearly implies the dimension of time. With this much as baseline, the essays gathered here follow two different directions. The RSD focuses on the initially vague understanding of being itself. Did it change over the years? The second focuses on the conception of human being as its necessary correlate throughout the process. Both elements remain close to the core of Heidegger's thinking, but the former is the more comprehensive of the two and, perhaps, more revelatory of the author's own preference. Only a brief sketch of the results is possible here. For most scholars, Heidegger's conception of being remained fairly stable up through the so-called turn die Kehre in his way of thought, which most associate with the earliest, that is, with the RSD public presentation in lecture form of On the Essence of Truth. The earliest published expression of the effects of the turn seems to have been an introduction to metaphysics. In that text, being was considered under the guise of physis, logos, and aletheia, but these presented no great problem to the original formulation. Between and, however, in an explosion of creative energy, Heidegger prepared a set of notes in secret Beiträge zur Philosophie vom Ereignis, the existence of which was known only to a chosen few and the text of which remained unpublished until those notes introduced a new signi, which he named Ereignis, an old word to which he now gave a uniquely new meaning. Flashes of the new term began to appear publicly around, but it was not given center stage until in the dramatically titled lecture Time and Being. How dramatic! The cognoscendi all knew that this was the proposed title of Being and Time, Part 3, which had been projected and but had never appeared. How would the lecture relate to the long, turbulent hiatus in between? For many, Time and Being hereafter TB, because of the central place given to the still strange terminology, was enigmatic and would remain so. The scholarly world would have to wait for the publication of Beiträge contributions to have a good look at what Heidegger was getting at. Ereignis was to be thought of as the name for some kind of primordial event out of which being, beings, and human being all sprang, each unto its own eigen. Heidegger conceived of this aboriginal moment as the coming to pass of appropriate ion, or as the English translators put it, ennownment. The consequent problem became immediately clear: was this a new formulation implying that being is somehow subsequent to, and hence subordinate to, a more original event Ereignis from which it had sprung? Or did this term simply add further nuance, and if so, of what precise kind? To the understanding of being that had been in question all along? When all was said and done, what was die Sache selbst of Heidegger's thought at this point of time? After an exhaustive search through relevant texts, Capobianco embraces this position: being and Ereignis are indeed the same. If it can be said that being Ereignis appropriates being unto its own, the sense must be that the being thus appropriated is being as metaphysics understands it, and its appropriation but another name for the epochal destining Geschick of being in the sense of beingness that characterizes the metaphysical tradition as such. But does this interpretation stand up to scrutiny? The author's textual analyses are cogent and force the reader back to a re-examination of the original text of Time and Being itself. What does Heidegger propose to do there? To think being without its normal grounding in beings, that is, being, so to speak, for itself alone. But it is impossible to do so without including a relation to time, and reciprocally, it is impossible to think time without including some reference to being. This much had been clear from the very beginning of Heidegger's way. Being, to be sure, is not a being, no more than is time a being. At most we can say that there is a skipped being and there is a skipped time. But what is it that does the giving of each to its own and their complementarity to each other? Heidegger's answer: Ereignis, the event of appropriation. What lets being and time belong together, what brings the two into their own eigen and, even more, maintains and holds them in their belonging together is appropriation. And human being? Because being and time are there only in appropriating ereignon, appropriating has the peculiar property of bringing man into his own as he who perceives being by standing within true time. Thus appropriated geeignet, man belongs to appropriation ereignis. In effect, these passages bring the entire action of time and being to its conclusion. What more, indeed, needs to be said? Heidegger responds. Only this appropriation appropriates. Saying this, we say the same, in terms of the same, about the same. But what if we take what was said and adopt it unceasingly as the guide for our thinking, and consider that this same is not even anything new, but the oldest of the old in Western thought, that ancient something which conceals itself in aletheia? That which is said before all else by this RST source of all the leitmotifs of thinking gives voice to a bond that binds all thinking, providing that thinking submits to the call of what must be thought. T.B. Surely these closing words reformulate in the most radical terms the being question as it had been understood from the beginning, adding explicitly, however, the two themes that had been part of the context of Heidegger's thinking all along: the insistence on the role of unconcealment aletheia as revelatory of being, and the role of time, through its determination of being, as constitutive of the epochal historicity of which the metaphysical tradition would be the prime analogate. But is this way of speaking of ereignis as the it that gives being and time to themselves and to each other not dissonant from the earlier interpretation of ereignis as source of those dispensations Geschick of being that constitute being as epochal history, of which the metaphysical tradition would be, perhaps, the prime analogate? Is it really possible to think of two such dissonant interpretations as somehow one and the same? Capobianco in fact leads the reader one step further as he pursues Heidegger's action through to the 4 seminars of his career. Especially in the seminar at Lethore, France, September, Heidegger returns to the issue of ereignis. In meditating on the formula the being of beings, Heidegger insists on the difference between being in the metaphysical sense of beingness and the letting be loss and quality of being itself as a letting come to presence. In this context, Capobianco twice cites Heidegger. It is a matter here of understanding that the deepest meaning of being is letting das, lossen. Letting beings be, this is the non-causal meaning of letting in time and being. This letting is something fundamentally different from doing. The text Time and Being attempted to think this letting still more originally as giving. The giving meant here speaks in the expression as skipped. If the emphasis is to let presence in come to pass, there is no longer room even for the name of being sein. Letting is then pure giving, which itself refers to the it of skipped that gives, which is understood as ereignis. Accordingly, we are left to conclude that the two interpretations of ereignis considered here are not as dissonant as it seems at RST. If we take ereignis to mean the ultimate dispensation of beings in such a way as to constitute a specie, see epoch of history, it is easy to think of any one dispensation as constituting the specie city, that is, the beingness of the beings that come to presence in that epoch, metaphysically. If, however, we accept the conceit with which Heidegger begins Time and Being, that is, his attempt to think being without its being grounded in beings, then the focus of the question shifts from the mode of dispensation to its sheer givenness, the skipped as such. But we soon recognize here the absolute aporia of aletheic thinking in its ultimate consequence, or better, perhaps, in its primordial antecedents as the spontaneous givenness of pure phanosthai. Beyond this, aletheic thinking cannot go. This is indeed the ancient something which conceals itself as aletheia. For those who would follow his lead, Heidegger's only counsel is to submit to the call of what in this way may be thought db. In a very valid sense, then, Capobianco's readings add up to what may legitimately be called an engaging of the whole Heidegger. The remaining essays in this collection stay close to this essential core, and some move in another direction. They focus rather on Dasein as it passes through the high altitude of Heidegger's more challenging moments. The result is a much more humane conception of Dasein than the dark pages of Being and Time suggest. With special sensitivity to the affective disposition Lichkeit of Dasein, Capobianco traces, for example, the ning mood of Dasein's authentic existence from anxiety bt to awe and astonishment. Heidegger's translation of the Greek Thomazein, and even with Hölderlin's help, to the spirit of a homecoming. Eventually, on the occasion of the 7th centenary of his hometown of Meßkirch, Heidegger will talk of the serenity of releasement, of gladness and even joy. Taken in sum, these essays shine by reason of the thoroughness of their textual foundation, the clarity of their presentation, and the simplicity of their relatively jargon-free style. For those who, indeed the author's engagement with the whole Heidegger not wholly Heidegger enough, the essays nonetheless offer the enormous advantage of leading readers back to the texts of Heidegger himself, where, perhaps, they may indeed the freedom to take a truly personal step along the way. I dedicate these essays to my teacher and mentor William J. Richardson, who has also generously contributed the foreword to this volume. Professor Richardson cleared a path to an understanding of Heidegger's thinking that generations of students and scholars have traveled. His book, Heidegger Through Phenomenology to Thought, RST published in, is a work of sparkling clarity and immense learning that remains the surest guide to the essentials of Heidegger's thought. Special thanks to Thomas Sheehan, with whom I have had the good fortune to have carried on a lively correspondence for over 10 years. My Auseinandersetzung with his alternative paradigm has sharpened the focus of several of the studies that follow, but more than that, I also thank him for his extraordinary collegiality and personal kindness. And to Professor Gabor Ferga, editor of the beautifully crafted international journal Existentia originating out of Budapest, I extend my deepest appreciation for his thoughtful support across the many miles. I am grateful to my colleagues for their disponible light and inspiration, and most especially to Antonio Barbagallo, Dieter Schoenecker, Richard Velkley, Harold Brogan, Walter Brogan, Richard Polt, John Rose, Babette Babich, Tom Clark, Anna Landstrom, and Joe Velasquez, also to Marie Goebel for her beautiful gift of language and friendship, to Stonehill College Provost Katie Conboy and Dean Joe Favazza for their generous support of this project, and to all the students at Stonehill whom I have known over the years. Both your good-heartedness and your good questions have brought me great joy. And for my family, my wife Vivian, our sons Nicholas, Stefan, and Alex, and my brother Ken, my abiding thanks for their life-giving love, trust, and acceptance. I also happily acknowledge the graciousness of Ken Molly, the general editor of the series, and the gracious assistance of editor Len Husband and his colleagues at the University of Toronto Press. In his long lifetime of thinking, Heidegger safeguarded the originary word of Western philosophical thinking, being. Several of the essays in this volume are intended to bring our attention back to this defining feature of his thought. The contemporary analytic and postmodern resistance and even hostility to the very word being has no doubt contributed to the current tendency in Heidegger studies to shove the name of being to the background, if not erase it altogether. Nevertheless, a careful consideration of the text's a primary concern of the studies in this volume. RMS that Heidegger, right to the end of his life, continued to reserve and preserve in his thinking the ancient word being as the name for the fundamental matter for thought, die Sache selbst. The originary, fundamental, and unifying meaning of being, the Urfragt from the outset of his Denkweg, was properly named by Heidegger as being sein, being itself sein selbst, being as such sein als solches, and being as being sein als sein, in distinction from being as Seinheit, which he always maintained to be the proper concern of the metaphysical tradition of thinking. The important but often neglected task of carefully parsing Heidegger's language of being, beingness, and beings is taken up in a number of the essays. Being remained a privileged name in Heidegger's thinking, which is not to say, of course, that he did not also call forth other names, some ancient, some poetic, some new and novel, in order to bring forth in language the phenomenon itself. What is this primordial phenomenon that he indicated was made manifest by the name of being itself? It is the same phenomenon named aletheia, physis, logos, hen. It is the same that is named the clearing, the fourfold, the holy. It is the same that is named Erigness. And again, what is that? In the pages that follow, I gather Heidegger's multiple, varied, rich, and resonant indications, the lifetime of work of a truly original thinker, into a basic description the phenomenon that he always had in view, that he understood ancient Greek thinking to have originarily brought into view, albeit glancingly, with the word eon, being, is the temporal spatial, night and negatived, appearing of beings in their beingness, which calls forth and even compels from the human being Dasein a correspondence in language that allows both what appears and appearing itself to be made manifest meaningfully. This is the single, whole phenomenon, being itself, that he named and renamed again and again over the course of his lifetime of thinking, and the abundant variety of names that he put into play succeeded in bringing into view the varied features of this one, simple phenomenon. So it is that we may also speak of the unconcealing of beings aletheia, the emerging of beings physis, the laying out and gathering of beings logos, the unifying, unfolding of beings hen, the presencing of beings Anwesen, the lighting clearing of beings Lichtung, the freeing of beings das Freie, the letting of beings losen, the giving of beings es gibt, and the appropriating or announcing of beings Ereignis. All of these names, and still others, say Sagen and Schotzagen, in somewhat different ways, the primordial phenomenon. Or to put this in Heidegger's terms, all of these names are the same Das Selbe, but not simply identical Das Gleiche in an empty, purely formal, logical sense. Indeed, it is a principal aim of these essays to bring into sharper relief how all of these names say the same and, therefore, are the same. In particular, I focus on the terms Ereignis and Lichtung. To be sure, Ereignis has received considerable mention in contemporary scholarship, but the precise significance of this distinctive term in Heidegger's thinking has not received adequate consideration, especially with respect to how it relates to being itself. My effort is to attend closely to his own words on the matter, and I think that we and quite decisively, in fact that he always understood Ereignis as another name for being itself. Lichtung, though such an important word, especially for the later Heidegger, has received scant scholarly attention. Thus the two studies on this term included in this volume prove to be, I believe, a contribution not only towards understanding more clearly the place of this name in his thought but towards realizing the existential promise of this notion as well. In fact, let us keep in mind that all of his actions have an existential dimension that speaks to our human sojourn between birth and death, as we dwell upon the earth and beneath the sky, always in the company of others and of other beings. In several of the essays, I attempt to draw out thematically the deeply humane character of his meditative thinking. Considered together, these studies reflect my abiding appreciation for the originality, power, and beauty of Heidegger's thinking. Even so, in certain places, I discuss particular problems or inconsistencies in his work, but always with the intention of clarifying and edifying, never merely to refute, dismiss, or set aside. One must remain ever mindful that all great thinkers are deserving of ample leeway. Overall, I would characterize my approach in these essays as engaging the most engaging thinker of the 20th century in the species of his thinking, an effort that I am hopeful will yield for the reader fresh insights into his central ideas and terms along with the renewed appreciation for the astonishing richness and reach of his philosophical project. We must emphasize again and again that the only question that has ever moved Heidegger is the question of being. What does being mean? Seminar and Zaringen. In philosophical discussion, where little is certain, there is at least the certainty that Martin Heidegger was the philosopher whose wondering thought concerned being. Yet perhaps not? Some distinguished Heidegger scholars, such as Kenneth Mawley, have made the case that Heidegger ultimately withdrew the name being for Die Sache selbst, that is, the fundamental matter for thought. Thomas Sheehan has gone one step further. He has been arguing provocatively that Heidegger's focal topic never was being in any of its forms. On the face of it, such a claim seems outrageous, or at least outrageously overstated. Yet Sheehan, who reads Heidegger with admirable erudition, has marshaled a variety of texts to advance his argument that we should abandon the word being as a marker for Die Sache selbst. Nevertheless, though he and others may have shaken the certainty of scholars that the Seinsfrage was Heidegger's core concern, their readings are ultimately not convincing in one form or another. The Seinsfrage remains central to all of Heidegger's actions. To sharpen the focus, however, I propose that a close examination of his very late 4 seminars, which have not been considered systematically up to this point, reveals that the task of clarifying the meaning of being remained to the very end the fundamental concern of his thought. No matter how many alternative formulations and poetic names Heidegger put into play over his lifetime to name being from Das Ereignis to Die Lichtung, his core philosophical task was ned from beginning to end by the question of the originary, fundamental, unifying meaning of being. On one point, there is no disputing Sheehan. Too often the commentary on Heidegger's understanding of being has been so freighted with confusion and absurdity that it cannot serve as a marker for Heidegger's focal topic. Mystifying translations and commentaries aside, Heidegger scholarship has often been beset by a tendency to confuse his core concern with das Sein, being the night and negative presencing of beings and their beingness, with the traditional metaphysical core concern with die Seinheit, the beingness of beings. Sheehan longs for the time not long ago, when doing Heidegger scholarship did not mean Sacre King analytic precision, when terms had crisp edges as well as elegance. And he justly cites William J. Richardson's commentary as perhaps the exemplar of such exacting scholarship. So it is important to maintain some clarity and order in the universe of Heidegger's terms before proceeding to a discussion of the 4 seminars. The box text on the following pages is a helpful way of bringing into sharper relief the clearest thinking in a tradition of thinking what Sheehan calls the classical paradigm concerning Heidegger's understanding of being, beings and their beingness, and Dasein. The best commentary done within this so-called classical paradigm has distinguished between Heidegger's principal concern, being das Sein as the temporal spatial, night and negative, presencing itself das Anwesen selbst of beings in their beingness, on the one hand, and being traditionally understood either as what is present das Sind, das Anwesend, or as the beingness or essential presence die Sindheit, die Anwesenheit of what is present, on the other. This decisive distinction, what separates Heidegger's thinking from all metaphysical formulations, is what is just and I think continues to justify writing being, Heidegger's primary concern. With a capital B understood properly, this convention has nothing to do with the hypostasization or Cation of Sein Sein. Being with a capital B, or, alternatively, written as being, simply conveys in English Heidegger's distinctive understanding of the meaning of being Sein Sein in contrast to the meaning of being presupposed in the ontic sciences das Sind and articulated in the long history of metaphysical thinking, the being of beings, das Sein des Sinden, as the beingness of beings, die. Being das Sein das Sein, being itself das Sein selbst, being as such das Sein als solches, being as being das Sein als Sein, but also the nothing das Nichts is the same das Selb. Unconcealing of beings gr, aletheia, die Unverborgenheit, laying out and foregathering of beings gr, logos, die Versammlung, emerging, arising, appearing of beings gr, physis, das Aufgehen, appropriating of beings or letting beings come into their own das Ereignis, lighting, clearing of beings die Lichtung, originating of beings der Ursprung, die Anfängnis, die Quelle, der Grund, opening, freeing, and enabling of beings das Offene, das Freie, die Ermöglichung, granting and gracing of beings das Heilige, sending, dispensing, destining of beings das Geschick, regioning, opening, gathering, abiding of beings die Gegnit, unifying, joining, centering of beings gr, hen, das Einzige, das Einfache, die Fugitive of das Gewährt, the fourfold drawing out, separating out of beings der Austrag, der Unterschied, giving, letting of beings skipped, das Lassen, essencing of beings das Wesen, understood verbally as die Wesung, presencing itself of beings das Anwesen selbst, in which inheres a negative dimension of concealment, closure, opacity, inaccessibility gr, Lethe, characterized further as absencing gr, Steresis, das Unwesen, die Abwesung, also, withdrawal der Entzug, retreating das Ausbleiben, refusal die Verweigerung, withholding der Vorenthalt, mismeasurement die Vermesenheit, errancy die Irre. 2. Beings das Sind in their two beingness die Sindheit equals Sindheit des Sinden. Sein Sein, being. And note that throughout this volume I reserve the capital B in English for this usage only, is Heidegger's word that marks or manifests the night and negative, emerging, unfolding, coming to presence of beings in their beingness. It is his word that unites the multiple senses of being discussed by Aristotle. It is, for Heidegger, the word that names the most important glancing insight of the ancient Greek thinkers Parmenides and Heraclitus at the very dawn of Western thinking. That which is, particular entities gr, an, anta, ins, entia, also das Anwesend, das Sind. 2. The principal concern of metaphysics, the being, realness, isness, or sheer presence or presentness of entities, the beingness of beings die Sindheit, also die Anwesenheit, das Sindsinn. Die presents construed in the history of metaphysics in various ways. Gr, eidos, idea, morphessence, idea, form, gr, visa, substance, essence, gr, energia, actuality, actus, actualitas, act, actuality, quidditas, quiddity or whatness, essentia, essence, existence, das Wasein, das Sein in Heidegger's rendering, gr, hypokeimen, non-subject, substrate. The objectiveness or objectness Heidegger uses both die Gegenständlichkeit and die Gegenständigkeit of objects present to a subject in the various forms of subjectness, die Subjektivität in modern philosophy, cogito Descartes, transcendental unity of apperception Kant, in Nicht ego ficta, absolute spirit Hegel, will Schopenhauer, will to power Nietzsche, transcendental ego Husserl. 3. Dasein equals the human being as the existing, ecstatic thereof being, the being that corresponds gr. Legena ein, homologue to being by letting beings be meaningfully in language die Sprache. Dasein and being are correlative and co-disclosive. In the last decade of his life, Heidegger led 4 seminars with a small group of French colleagues, including Jean Beaufret, to whom the letter on humanism had been addressed. 3 of the seminars were held in La Thor, France, in the home region of the poet René Char, Heidegger's friend, who occasionally joined the group in conversation. The Null seminar was held in Heidegger's home in Zähringen near Freiburg. The texts of these seminars are not in Heidegger's hand, rather, they are protocols written in French by one or more of the participants at the time of the conversations except for the summaries of the seminars, which were written sometime after. In almost every case, the protocols were read in Heidegger's presence and apparently approved by him. The French text of the protocols was translated into German by Kurt Ochwat, monitored in some fashion by Heidegger himself. Apparently, Heidegger wanted these seminars to be included in his Gesamtausgabe, and eventually they were published in the German version as Wir Seminar in Gesamtausgabe, Band, in. For the German edition, the editor Kurt Ochwat included a brief but important statement on Parmenides that Heidegger himself authored and read at the last seminar in. An English translation of the 4 seminars by Andrew Mitchell and François Raffoul appeared in. The 4 seminars are of special interest because they offer us an insight into what themes engaged Heidegger in the last years of his lifetime of thinking. I am not suggesting that these texts represent his most complete thoughts on any of the issues raised in the seminars or that his remarks are more significant than his published work. Nevertheless, the seminars are exceptionally helpful in illuminating his thinking in these latter years, and they are also of value in revealing Heidegger, the man and the thinker, at his very best: collegial, generous, and engaging, brilliant, compelling, and boldly original. For our purposes, what is most striking about these seminars is that Heidegger gives central place to the theme of the meaning of being. His thinking returns to where it began, with the task of clarifying the meaning of being. But admittedly, his elaborations on this theme are sometimes quite challenging and puzzling, and the issues need to be sorted out carefully. An examination of the relevant seminar sessions will bring these issues into sharp focus. Heidegger reprises his lifelong consideration of the fragments of Heraclitus and Parmenides in light of his lifelong consideration of the meaning of being. He translates the opening line from fragment of Heraclitus in the following way: now of logos, of beings and their being vom sind und in seinem Sein, human beings never have an understanding. In other words, it is constitutive for human beings to fall upon beings and away from being. He emphasizes the relatedness of logos and eon, the archaic form of the word on. Eon is the decisively important Greek word, which he translates here as being das Sein, and we need to make special note of his translation because he will return to this word eon in the last seminar in. He recalls in his own words Parmenides saying that thinking denken and being sein are the same, correlated. The seminar protocol notes that Heidegger had discussed this theme in his The Principle of Reason, in which he stated that a belonging to being sein speaks in all that is said in the Greek word logos. In other words, that logos names being, or that though it had other names in early Western thinking, being means logos. This is a familiar theme in Heidegger's work. Being means logos as the primordial laying out and gathering together of beings. Human thinking legend ein is the correlative or corresponding laying out and gathering together of beings meaningfully in language homolog ein. September. Being as logos is also to be understood as to diaphoramenon, that is, the differentiating and gathering together of beings as contraries. Yet, Heidegger warns, this unfolding of contraries is not to be understood in a rigidly dialectically determined manner as in Hegel's thinking. Referring to Heraclitus, he observes the house of being is that of day-night taken together. There is no day alone, nor night apart from itself, but rather the co-belonging of day and night, which is their very being sein. We recognize in such statements not only Heidegger's basic theme of the originary ontological difference between being and beings, but also his later understanding of being as the unifying drawing out der Austrag or separating out der Unterschied of beings as contraries. Understood in this light, being is the jointure diffuge or the middle dimeter that unfolds as the co-belonging of contraries. As he puts it in this seminar, what truly is neither the one day nor the other night, but the co-belonging of the two as the concealed middle between them. He also recalls and restates the theme that human thinking is most profoundly understood as a correspondence homolog ein with being logos. Thus human thinking itself, its no ein, belongs to the logos and determines itself from this logos as homolog ein fragment. The protocol concludes with Heidegger saying all thinking is for the sake of being, which is certainly not to say that this would be only an object of thought. 4. Seminar in Lethor. August. Heidegger takes up a close reading of a text by Hegel. In his commentary, he once again takes up the matter of opposites, and he brings Hegel's position closer to his own view that opposites are both separated out and held together in a unitary emerging. We then return to conjoining Vereinigung in order to show its difference from Cation. In the conjoining, insofar as it is the work of the absolute, the oppositions do not disappear. There is a unity of opposites that remain as opposites. What, then, is this conjoining? It is the power that holds the opposites together for one another. In this holding together, there is no longer room for the autonomy or separateness of the opposites each for itself which characterizes the Sich-und-Entzweiung. August. The discussion concerning Hegel continues, but in the midst of this, Heidegger makes a reference to Das Sein that is central to our discussion because it illuminates a frequent confusion about his understanding of being, a confusion that we must admit is generated in part by Heidegger's own way of articulating the fundamental matter for thought over the many years of his philosophical work. The essence of philosophy, he says, is thinking towards conjoining or unity, what both Heraclitus and Parmenides named hen. And he adds, listening to the tradition of philosophy, that is, to metaphysics, we learn that philosophy is concerned with the being of beings, das Sein des Seienden. What is then the relation between the hen and the being of beings? The relation between hen and Wese? The seminar members make note of the several ways in which being appears according to Aristotle, including as dynamis energy and as ousiasm babekos, and the question is asked and answered, what is the unity of being, that single realm? Aristotle does not say. This question, what is the unifying meaning of being in Aristotle? Is precisely Heidegger's original and fundamental question, and for him the meaning of being that Aristotle's multiple meanings of being is Sein Sein as the temporal emerging of beings and their beingness. But and here is the complication in his discourse that has given rise to confusion. He uses the key phrase Das Sein des Seienden in this passage and in other places in the seminar to refer speci Kali to the metaphysical beingness Seienheit of beings, and not to the being of beings and their beingness, that is, the presencing of Seienden in their Seienheit, which was his primary concern. Now, if Das Sein des Seienden refers only to the beingness of beings, then certainly Sein could never have been Die Sache selbst for Heidegger. However, he was not always helpful in his use of this particular phrase over the many years of his discourse. Often he used it to name the fundamental matter for thought, yet just as often and especially in the later work he used it as a shorthand way to refer to the core concern of metaphysics. Here is not the place to document in detail the history of this small but significant expression in Heidegger's thinking, but it is important to cite several texts that highlight his often inconsistent use of the phrase. In Being and Time, he opens his inquiry into the meaning of being by insisting that being cannot have the character of some possible being. In stating this, he uses this phrase Das Sein des Seienden to name his proper concern. The being of beings is not itself a being. In another important early text, On the Essence of Ground, he maintains the following: ontic and ontological truth always concern different aspects of the one phenomenon. Beings and their being Seins in seinem Sein and being of beings Sein von Seindem. In other words, he correlates ontic truth, including metaphysical truth, which is focused on beings as beings, with the phrase beings in their being, and he correlates ontological truth, his fundamental concern and the fundamental task for thought, with the phrase being of beings. In Introduction to Metaphysics, he states that the expression the being of beings Das Sein des Seienden has traditionally named the metaphysical concern with the beingness Seienheit of beings, but he nonetheless repeatedly uses this same phrase to pose his own question and concern. For example, we encounter beings everywhere. They surround us, carry and control us, enchant and fool, us, elevate and disappoint us. But in all of this, where is and wherein consists the being of beings? In his lecture course and commentary on Hölderlin's poem The Easter, he identifies the hearth named in Sophocles' Antigone as being Sein, in whose light and radiance, glow and warmth, all beings have in each case already gathered. Being hearth is his name for what is most thought-worthy, the emerging, unfolding, gathering of beings, and he refers several times to the knowledge of the hearth as the knowledge of the being of beings Das Sein des Seienden. Here, again, the phrase Das Sein des Seienden marks the fundamental matter for thought. Soon after the course on the Easter, he gave a lecture course on Parmenides. Throughout the course, he uses Das Sein or Das Sein selbst to name his own most concern, namely, the emerging of beings into unconcealedness, being as aletheia, but he also uses the phrase Das Sein des Seienden in this way. In section, he begins a reading of Plato's mythos of the essence of the polis in the Republic. He clarifies the fundamental insight into Plato's understanding of the polis in this way. In truth, it is the insight that the being of beings is really nowhere within beings and is not, as it were, on hand as one of their parts. The polis itself is only the pole of Pelein, the ancient Greek word for to be, the way the being of beings, in its disclosure and closure, disposes for itself a where in which the history of a human people is gathered. P. In this section, then, Heidegger uses the expression Das Sein des Seienden as a marker for the fundamental matter. Nevertheless, in a later place in this same lecture course, he gives this same phrase a different significance. In section B, he discusses how Plato narrowed the Greek experience of unconcealedness, Unverborgenheit, gr. Aletheia to the experience of the sight and the aspect that something offers Sicht, Anblick, Aussehen, gr, eidos, idea, and he states. Thought in Plato's sense, unconcealedness happens as idea and eidos. In these and through these, beings, that is, what is present and wasn't, come to presence. The idea is the countenance by which at any time self-disclosive beings look at human beings. The idea is the presence Anwesenheit of what is present anwesend in the being of beings das Sein des Sehenden. P. Here, he uses das Sein des Sehenden to mean Speki? Kelly and unequivocally the beingness of beings die Sehendheit des Sehenden, the fundamental concern of metaphysics. In one and the same text, therefore, he uses this key phrase in two different ways, and note that he does so without any helpful quali? Cation or clary? Cation. In the lecture course What is Called Thinking? Published in, he frequently uses the phrase das Sein des Sehenden to highlight the theme of the ontological difference. He maintains that this formulation has traditionally referred to the metaphysical difference between particular beings and their beingness. Yet he also uses the same phrase when framing his own concern, the originary difference or twofold which grounds any metaphysical difference. So, for example, he poses die Sache in this ambiguous manner: the being of beings is the most apparent, and yet, we normally do not see it, and if we do, only with difficulty. In the later work of the S and especially the S, Heidegger more often employed the formulation das Sein des Sehenden to refer exclusively to the proper concern of metaphysics. In the 4 seminars we are discussing, he repeatedly uses this phrase in the ontic, metaphysical sense, which is no doubt confusing to those readers who are familiar with the history of his using this same phrase to name his own concern, the being of beings. In any case, the point is that we should not be misled by his particular use of this phrase in the 4 seminars. The Signi? Kant's is not that he abandoned the word Sein Sein as the marker for die Sache selbst, rather, it suggests only that in much of the later work he apparently did abandon or at least subordinate this particular formulation, which included the word Sein, as a marker for die Sache. This little phrase, das Sein des Sehenden, certainly has a long and interesting history in Heidegger's thinking, as even this brief review reveals. But we may be ably dismayed that he did not make a greater effort to be more precise with the principal terms of the phrase, and that he did not call Sein attention to his change in the primary use of it in the work of the later years. Regrettably, the elusive and shifting meaning of this key phrase in his work has contributed to a good deal of the confusion that has plagued efforts to understand and state clearly the difference between his inquiry into the being of beings and the traditional metaphysical inquiry into the beingness of beings. September. Heidegger asks about the unity that human beings are in correlation with, which is neither day nor night nor any of the contraries, even if this unity is not expressly thematized. He rules out the answers world, light, space, and even time as all too general. He identifies the unity as hen as being Sein if we consider that, since Heraclitus, this unity is called hen, and that, since this origin, the one is the other name for being, then we are referred back to the understanding of being spoken of in being and time. Being Sein is the unity that calls forth thinking and that thinking is seeking. In Heidegger's view, this is also the meaning of being that uni's the multiple ways that being is spoken of by Aristotle. September. The issue is raised by Heidegger concerning whether the question of being Sein is the question of metaphysics. He maintains, as he had in earlier sessions, that metaphysics inquires into the beingness of beings, which, he adds, is equivalent to the question of what is a being das Sein des Sehens. But metaphysics does not inquire into being itself Sein selbst. Once again, then, he explicitly names the fundamental matter for thought being itself Sein selbst. He insists that the question of being that his own path of thinking is entirely other than the question asked in metaphysics. His own question does not inquire into being insofar as it determines beings as beings, it inquires into being as being Sein als Sein. Being as being is another way of naming die Sache. Furthermore, he warns that thinking about what he had named the ontological difference is most dangerous because there is always the tendency to think about the difference merely in metaphysical terms. In other words, metaphysical thinking always tends to represent the being of beings in terms of a being, namely, as eidos, actualitas, ego, nature, spirit, and the like. Metaphysics merely raises the being of beings to the second power, and by this he apparently means that the metaphysical version of the ontological difference is always in terms of die Sehendheit des Sehenden, the beingness of beings, which is no more than a difference. In the consideration of beings, metaphysics does not move beyond this kind of thinking to think the ontological difference in its primordiality being namely presencing itself and beings that which commence to presence in any form. September. Heidegger considers further the theme of the danger of the ontological difference. He restates the central point from the last seminar that all metaphysics indeed moves within the ontological difference. This is constantly stressed, in particular by Aquinas, but no metaphysics recognizes this difference in the dimension that it unfolds as difference. That is, all metaphysics, in one way or another, thinks the difference between beings in their beingness, but metaphysics does not think the originary difference between being nothing unfolding as beings in their beingness. V. Seminar and Lethor. September. In the opening seminar of a new year, Heidegger again poses the central question: what does the question of being mean? And again, he distinguishes his concern from the proper concern of metaphysics. One says being, and from the outset one understands the word metaphysically, i.e., from out of metaphysics. However, in metaphysics and its tradition, being means that which determines a being das Sein insofar as it is a being. As a result, metaphysically the question of being means the question concerning a being as a being seen in als seendom. He explains that the originary Greek experience of a being was as phenomenon, pure appearing or what shows itself from itself. In the most fundamental sense, a being is pure phenomenon that is named or made manifest in language by the human being. But when naming becomes making a proposition, a being becomes the about which something is said, a being becomes in the Greek hypokaimenon, the subject of predication or the subject of attributes. In modern philosophy, as in Kant's philosophy, phenomenon is narrowed further to mean a mental object for a subject. Heidegger sums up this difference simply. For the Greeks, things appear. For Kant, things appear to me. The Greeks experienced the overabundance die Übervoll and excess das Übermaß of the appearance or presence of beings. They resided generally in the midst of phenomena, and philosophy, what he calls a hyper-Greek way of existing, was born of the wonder about this overwhelming thrust of presencing. The Greek philosophers were compelled to ask the question concerning what is present as what is present anwesend als anwesendem. But even among the Greeks, this question soon devolved into the fundamental metaphysical question about the being of beings, which he again renders as das Sein des Seenden rather than more precisely as die Seinheit des Seenden. Even among the Greeks, the question concerning being as being his question, die Sache, was never posed as such. Yet, though the Greek thinkers did not come so far as to pose the question of aletheia as such, or the question of being as being, still, aletheia was visible to them as logos, and logos means, much more originarily than to speak to let presencing anwesen lassen. I translate anwesen as presencing here because Heidegger uses anwesen in this particular formulation not as the name for being as being itself, but rather, as the marker for what emerges into presence beings in their beingness. Thus, Heidegger's position is that being as being lets presencing, that is, lets beings. The Greek thinkers, who in their attentiveness were more Greek than the Greeks, had a glancing insight into being as aletheia, being as logos, and that also meant being as anwesen lassen. But with Plato this insight gave way to a metaphysical way of seeing. Plato names the being of beings eidos, and though this is a metaphysical answer to the metaphysical question, it remains nonetheless related to the originary Greek experience of a being as phenomenon in the sense of what shows itself from itself. In other words, eidos must be understood as the pure, never absencing presence anwesenheit of what becomes present. Plato's insight thus became crossed on the sheer appearance of what appears, and he named the being of beings, or more precisely said, the beingness of beings eidos, or pure appearance aussehen, Anwesenheit. Furthermore, Plato's understanding of the difference between eidos, the essential feature of something, and eidolon, the particular entity, is no more than a metaphysical difference in the consideration of beings and by no means the originary ontological difference. Eidos is seen as a being, Heidegger insists, but a being. Understood more in the verbal sense of das seemed retaining an aspect of dynamic appearing than in the later static, substantive metaphysical sense, which he refers to simply as das seemed. September. A lengthy discussion, but for our purposes 2 comments deserve highlighting. In the RST, Heidegger articulates clearly and explicitly that the phrase das Sein des Seenden means die Seinheit des Seenden. According to the philosophical tradition, the question of being means the question concerning the being of beings das Sein des Seenden, in other words the question concerning the beingness of beings die Seinheit des Seenden, in which a being is determined in regard to its being a being seen seens. This question is the question of metaphysics. We have, then, confirmation that for the Heidegger of these seminars the phrase das Sein des Seenden had become no more than a marker for the essential matter for thought in metaphysics, die Seinheit des Seenden. Nevertheless, as we noted earlier, this does not also mean that he had abandoned the word Sein for die Sache selbst, For in the very next passage he maintains that the question of being as being sein als sein has been his fundamental question going all the way back to being and time. With being and time, however, the question of being receives an entirely other meaning from the metaphysical tradition. Here it concerns the question of being as being. The question becomes thematic in being and time under the name of the question of the meaning of being. He may have abandoned the phrase das Sein des Seienden as a marker for Die Sache selbst in these seminars, but certainly not the name Sein. The second comment of special interest offers some confirmation of the classical reading of his much debated turn Die Kehre and thinking after being and time. Heidegger observes, according to the protocol, the thinking that proceeds after being and time, in that it gives up the word meaning of being in favor of truth of being, henceforth emphasizes the openness of being itself, rather than the openness of Dasein in regard to this openness of being. This signi s the turn Die Kehre, in which thinking always more decidedly turns to being as being. September. This session is especially important, and it challenges us with some puzzling statements that need clarification. The discussion opens with Heidegger restating a familiar theme: being and nothing are the same in the sense that being is not a being, nothing. He expresses this paratactically in the following way: being nothing the same. Being is entirely other than a being, but at the same time, being is that through which alone the particular being is. He adds that we can name being as origin, assuming that all ontic-causal overtones are excluded. Being is the appropriating event das Ereignis of being, that is, as belonging to being as condition for the arrival of beings. Being lets beings come to presence, das Sein lässt das Sein anwesen. This line of thinking is perfectly clear. Being as origin Ursprung as appropriating event Ereignis lets all beings appear or become present. He adds another layer to his understanding of being. It is a matter here of understanding that the deepest meaning of being is letting das Lassen. Letting beings be, this is the non-causal meaning of letting in time and being. This letting is something fundamentally different from doing. The text Time and Being attempted to think this letting still more originarily as giving. The giving meant here speaks in the expression es gibt. Let us take careful note of Heidegger's words, and he could not have been more explicit. The deepest meaning of being is as letting beings, and, thus, in turn, as giving beings. Being as es gibt. Being is letting beings, being is giving beings. Now he goes on to warn that the expression es gibt is not safe from an ontic conception. If it is construed with an emphasis on the sheer presence or presentness Anwesenheit of beings, then the expression is ontically understood as the giving of something. On the other hand, the emphasis may fall on the letting itself. The expression then has the precise meaning of letting, presencing, lassen das Anwesen. Again, I translate das Anwesen as presencing in this formulation because Heidegger once more uses this word in a particular way, that is, not as the name of being itself presencing itself but as a marker for what becomes present in presencing. He is highlighting the letting Lassen of presencing so that, in his words, it is no longer the presence Anwesenheit of a being which draws one's attention, but the ground which that being covers over, in order to make itself independent from it. Letting as such. And the letting of presencing letting as such is precisely being itself, being as being. Again, I must highlight what he has explicitly stated in this session some 6 years after his off-cited lecture Time and Being. The deepest meaning of being is letting. Thus, his unfolding of the meaning of being in this seminar, carefully and properly understood, is altogether consistent with the classical paradigm. Being, or being as Heidegger repeatedly names Die Sache in these seminars, is to be understood as letting das Lassen beings be. He summarizes 3 meanings of letting be. The RST meaning refers to that which is, the particular being that appears. The second meaning draws attention more to the appearance itself of what appears, and this concerns an interpretation of being of the sort given by metaphysics. In other words, in the second sense, one is more concerned with Die Seiendheit des Seienden, traditionally construed as the essence of things, which is the core concern of metaphysical thinking. The third meaning, the one that he apparently identifies as his own, maintains that the stress is now decisively placed upon the letting itself, that which lets presencing. Since it lets releases presencing, which means that it lets being es lässt das Sein, this third emphasis falls on the epoche of being itself. In this third meaning, one stands before being as being, and no longer before one of the forms of its dispensation Geschichts. Here is where another difficulty arises. Heidegger's sense is clear, but his language is not helpful. In effect, he is stating his position in a mind-aching way. Being as being allows being. In the German, it would be rendered Sein als Sein lässt das Sein. This is not just gibberish, of course. His meaning is apparent enough. Being as being also understood as the epoche of being itself allows all forms of beings, all beings das Sein in their beingness die Seinheit, to come to presence. Even so, We must admit that he certainly risks unintelligibility by letting the word sein in the formulation es lässt das Sein stand in for both sind and Sindheit likewise Anwesenheit and Anwesenheit. This confusion is brought to a head in an additional comment he makes, a comment that has received attention by Sheehan and other commentators. According to the protocol, Heidegger adds, if the emphasis is to let presencing, there is no longer room even for the name of being sein. Letting is then pure giving, which itself refers back to the idea of es gibt that gives, which is understood as ereigness. Does this comment reveal that Heidegger ultimately abandoned the name of being for die Sache selbst? No, not at all. We must consider the remark in the context of the whole discussion of this seminar. Insofar as he sometimes uses sein and Anwesen in the seminar to refer to the various forms of Sindheit and Anwesenheit that came to pass in the history of metaphysics, then indeed there can be no room for the name being in thinking the fundamental matter of the letting or giving of beings and their beingness. But insofar as he explicitly and precisely names his own most concerned being as being sein als sein as letting and as giving, which in turn is to be understood as appropriating event das Ereignis, then quite clearly he did not abandon the name being for die Sache selbst. What this seminar discussion reveals more than anything else is how Heidegger struggled but also persisted right to the very end of his life to set apart in language his understanding of the originary, fundamental, unifying meaning of being as being itself from the long-standing and deeply ingrained metaphysical understanding of beingness. The discussion continues with Heidegger further clarifying the meaning of das Ereignis, and the same considerations we have addressed come into play. To think das Ereignis is to step back from thinking about the various epochs of the history of being Geschichte des Seins. Here again, he means more precisely that the history of being is the history of the epochal renderings of the beingness Sindheit of beings, because he explicitly adds that these are the epochs of the various ways in which presence Anwesenheit dispenses itself to Western human beings from the Greek period to the contemporary period and continuing forward. As he sees it, then, thinking must go beyond this history in order to think being as being, which even the Greeks could not quite achieve. Thinking that goes beyond metaphysics thinks das Ereignis as the temporal giving, which also withdraws itself from view of beings including human beings and their beingness, as this comes to pass in language in all the different historical epochs. Thus, thinking das Ereignis is thinking being as being. And by virtue of this thinking, we become aware that the history of beingness has not so much reached its end, as that it now appears as the history of beingness. One important lesson we must take away from this seminar discussion is that Sheehan, Molly, and several other Heidegger commentators, especially more recently, have simply claimed too much for the notion of das Ereignis. Thinking das Ereignis is not more fundamental than thinking being as being, rather, fundamental thinking is mindful of being as being itself as das Ereignis. The seminar concludes with Heidegger acting on the special signi cants of the human being and restating an old theme. Thus, the human being necessarily belongs to, and has the place in, the openness and currently in the forgottenness of being. Being, however, for its opening, needs the human being as the der Dosta of its manifestation. Phi. Seminar in Zähringen. The group resumed the seminars for the last time in Heidegger's home in Zähringen, on the western slope of the Black Forest. They met on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and September. Heidegger was nearly 84 at the time, he died in May at the age of 86. September. What is striking is that yet again, the Grundfrage for Heidegger as well as for the seminar members is the question of being. Heidegger attempts to answer two questions posed by Jean Pauvret. The RST concerns the question of being in Husserl's thinking, the second asks Heidegger to assess the signi cants of his analysis of the world around Welt analyze in being and time. The group begins with the second question. According to the protocol, Heidegger makes the point that his analysis of the worldhood of the world in being and time was an essential advance because for the RST time in the history of philosophy, being in the world is discovered as the primary mode of encountering beings. Yet he restates his previous assessment from on the essence of ground that this analysis remains of subordinate signi cants in the context of the larger project of being and time, and he recalls that the guiding aim of being and time was to raise anew the question of the meaning of being. The protocol states, formally it is therefore necessary to return always to the core of this thinking in being and time, namely, the question of being. R. Heidegger explains that the question of being means the question concerning the meaning of being, and according to the protocol. Heidegger explains still more precisely after being and time, the expression meaning is replaced by truth so that the question of being, now understood as the question concerning the truth of being, can no longer be taken as a metaphysical question. He appears to make it perfectly clear that the Ning question of his lifetime of thought concerned being, and that his question about being was never the same as the metaphysical question about the beingness of beings, Seinheit, as he suggests some had persistently construed it over the years. The protocol clary? That metaphysics investigates the being of beings sein des Seenden, and we know from the previous seminars that by this expression is meant precisely the beingness of being Seendheit des Seenden. According to the protocol, what is proper to Heidegger's concern is the truth of being, where truth is to be understood from preserving, in which being as being sein als sein is safeguarded. In other words, his question was always concerned with thinking through the metaphysical question in order to ask about the meaning of being that encompasses or unfolds the metaphysical meaning of the beingness of beings. As Heidegger himself puts this in the discussion. In the question concerning the meaning of being, what one asks about das befragt is being, that is, the beingness of beings das sein des Seenden. That toward which one is inquiring das erfragt is the meaning of being, which later will be called the truth of being. Let us sharpen the point by way of summary. Heidegger's fundamental matter for thought, from the beginning to the end of his path of thinking, concerned the being sein sein of beings seen and their beingness Seendheit. His overriding concern was to clarify the unifying meaning of being that remained implicit and unquestioned in the meaning of the beingness of beings made manifest by Plato and Aristotle long ago, and thereby to arrive at the ground of the ancient and venerable tradition of metaphysical thinking. The seminar protocol, read aloud in Heidegger's presence, states the matter of his Ning question simply and emphatically. We must emphasize again and again that the only question that has ever moved Heidegger is the question of being. What does being mean? September. Heidegger engages the question, what is the relation between consciousness and Dasein, better yet between the being of consciousness and being that here of the open expanse? As in earlier seminars, he credits Husserl for opening new possibilities for thinking, but he concludes that in the end, Husserl could not break through the Cartesian model of subjectness. Thus, Heidegger observes, despite intentionally, Husserl remains trapped in immanence, and the consequence of this position is the méditation cartésienne. He takes a stronger stand against Marx and the Marxist understanding of the self-production of man and society. This is an understanding of the human being that is entirely shaped by the contemporary dispensation of inframing das Gestell, characterized by the totality of all the modes of positing that are imposed upon the human being to the extent that the human being exists today. The next day, September, he adds that it is from this perspective and from this vision that I can say that regarding Marx, the position of the most extreme nihilism is reached. And he emphasizes that this means only that being is nothing nihil anymore for human beings. According to Heidegger, the significance of his own understanding of Dasein in being and time is that immanence, here, is broken through and through. And he adds, Dasein is essentially ecstatic. One must understand this ecstatic character not only with respect to that which presences, in the sense of what holds its place over against us, but also as ecstasis in relation to the having been, to the present, and to the future. He believes that he has thought Husserl's notion of intentionally through to its ground by uncovering the ecstasis of Dasein. In a word, he observes, one needs to recognize that consciousness is grounded in Dasein. Yet he adds that he would no longer speak simply of ecstasis, but also of standing in the clearing and Standigkeit in der Lichtung. Dasein must be understood as both standing in the three ecstases and preserving and maintaining being through the entirety of Dasein. We hear once more of the special correlation of Dasein and being. September. According to the protocol, the Null session returned to the question concerning Accesszugang to being. To proceed, Heidegger read a short paper on Parmenides that he had composed. The protocol summarizes his remarks and the ensuing discussion. The text authored by Heidegger was included as an appendix in the German edition of the 4 seminars along with a brief preface provided by him. These formal written remarks were among his last before his death, so it is understandable that some commentators attempt to nd in them some can't break through. There is the temptation to read into his brief commentary one last dramatic revelation just as the Null curtain was coming down. But such a theatrical script is not supported by the manuscript itself, I think. Heidegger returns to the fragments of Parmenides that he had engaged so many times over the course of his life. In particular, this brief elucidation recalls his extended commentary on the fragments in one of his most important lecture courses, What is Called Thinking, published in Part 2 of this earlier discussion. He gave close attention to Parmenides' words in fragment Kurta legente noente eon emini, which speaks of eon being and emini to be, the archaic Greek forms of on and ani. Heidegger rewrites the line paratactically so that the null two words appear as eon emini. As he sees it, eon, being, the participle, is the key word. It is the participle which gathers all other participles into itself. Weight. As a participle, it is both a nominal meaning of being and a verbal meaning being. Parmenides' words, then, remind us to take to heart no way in both senses of the word eon, or as Heidegger puts it, the emini in eon, the being of being's weight. Eon emini means beings in their being. Properly understood, this Parmenidean fragment brings into view the originary twofold of being and beings, which grounds the twofold of the beingness of beings that has structured metaphysical thinking ever since Plato. But Heidegger takes another step. In order to get closer to the Greek experience of beings in their being, he further elucidates the meaning of the Greek words eon and emini and the later form ani. Heard. With Greek ears, eon means das anwesend, that which appears or is present, and emini means anwesen, presencing weight. That is, eon emini means what is present to Dasein in its presencing or in its rising from unconcealedness, and this is the primordial meaning of the being of beings or of beings in their being that was glimpsed and hinted at by Parmenides and Heraclitus at the dawn of Western thinking. Yet in subsequent European thinking, the focus shifted to a consideration of what is present in its sheer presence Anwesenheit or later in its Objectness Gegenständigkeit or in its realness Wirklichkeit. Weight. Precisely this consideration is at the core of the metaphysical tradition of thinking. Metaphysics considers, in one way or another, the beingness of beings and not the being of beings as das Anwesen des Anwesenden, the presencing of what is present. Metaphysics lost sight of the being of beings as unconcealedness, the rising from unconcealedness, the emergence into unconcealedness, the coming and going away, the lingering, the gathering, the radiance, the rest, the hidden suddenness of possible disappearance. Weight. We now move ahead 20 years to the Zaring and Seminarin and the text on Parmenides that Heidegger presented, and we ask, is there anything in his brief elucidation that is fundamentally different from the earlier one in what is called thinking? Not at all. There are only minor modi? Cations in his discourse. Let us focus our attention on Heidegger's text. He re-ex on Parmenides' words estigarini from fragment and observes that a translation such as it is namely being misses the Greek saying of the words. Thought in a Greek manner, he states, ani says presencing anwesen. Therefore, Parmenides' words estigarini mean presences, namely presencing anwest nämlich anwesen or presences, presencing itself anwest anwesen selbst, which is a profoundly meaningful tautology. That is, these words convey the most primordial Greek glancing insight into presencing emerging, unfolding itself. Not simply what emerges into presence, but presencing itself. According to Heidegger, Parmenides' fundamental word that expresses the fundamental matter for thinking is eon, the verbal participle that says simultaneously anwas and anwesen selbst, presencing itself. Eon names what is present anwesend, presencing in its very presencing anwesen selbst, presencing it. Self, and this phenomenon was also named by the Greeks aletheia. He adds that this same matter for thought is said again by Parmenides in fragment eon emini. Eon emini is an explicitation of the meaning of the participle eon. That is, eon emini means anwas and anwesen, presencing. Thinking is thus most profoundly and most originarily a glimpsing or blicken of what comesto presence anwas and in its very coming to presence anwesen. As he puts it further, pure glimpsing presencing itself or note glimpsing, that is here at the origin of Western thinking the question. But is not the glimpsing of presencing itself the glimpsing of beings in their being, of being itself, of being as being, the single ning thought of Heidegger's lifetime of thinking? Indeed, I think this is precisely how the text is to be read. Yet Kenneth Mali, for one, does not think so. He proposes that Heidegger's null position is that Sein is no longer the appropriate name for Die Sache selbst. Regarding this particular text, Mali concludes that for Heidegger, in fact, the word being no longer names the Sache. His position rests primarily on one passage in Heidegger's text. According to Parmenides, the name of the core issue of the matter for thinking is to eon. This fundamental word of his thinking names neither beings das Sein nor simply bloß being das Sein. To eon must be thought verbally as a participle. Then it says presencing itself. It seems, however, that Mali overrides this one statement to make the case that Heidegger ultimately withdrew the name being for Die Sache. Again, we must consider Heidegger's comment in the context of the seminar and of the series of seminars. As we have discussed, throughout the seminars he uses das Sein des Seienden and sometimes simply das Sein to refer to the beingness die Seiendheit of beings, the core concern of metaphysics. Yet when he speaks strictly about the fundamental matter for thinking, Die Sache selbst, he uses the expressions das Sein selbst being itself or especially das Sein als Sein being as being. His comment in question must be read, then, with these considerations in mind. He states that Parmenides' fundamental word eon, which names the fundamental matter for thought, names neither beings nor simply being. Note carefully Heidegger writes, and I emphasize, nor simply being. That one qualifying word below simply or merely is crucial and must not be overlooked. In the protocol, this same cation is made, but the word used is late English. These ers are the important clues that Heidegger's meaning here is more likely that die Sache cannot be named das Sein understood simply or merely or even purely as beingness die Seinheit as variously named in the long history of metaphysical thinking, what he calls elsewhere the history of beingness, die Geschichte des Seins. And therefore, his statement asks us to consider that Parmenides' word eon does not name simply beingness in any form from any epoch, but rather being itself, being as aletheia, being as presencing itself. In fact, significantly, Heidegger goes on to say, according to the protocol, that one NDS in the words of Parmenides' fragment, verse, a letting be seen Zeugnis that shows being das Sein. We realize, then, that Heidegger's text certainly does not renounce the name being, rather, it invites us to consider yet one more way of articulating the meaning of being, the truth of being, the place of being, namely, as presencing itself. Conclusion. The protocol states that after Heidegger finished reading and commenting on his text, he added a few remarks, including this observation. I name the thinking here in question tautological thinking. It is the primordial meaning of phenomenology. What is most reasonable to conclude is that this tautological thinking, this primordial phenomenological thinking that holds in view presencing itself, is none other than thinking about being itself, being as being the focal point of all four seminars and indeed, the focal point of Heidegger's lifetime of thought. The protocol tells us further that when Heidegger finished speaking there was silence among the members of the group. Jean Beaufort then posed to him a null question about Heraclitus in relation to Parmenides. We should not be surprised that Heidegger's concluding response as recorded in the seminar protocol was, tingly enough, a thought that names being. But if one is able to read Heraclitus on the basis of the Parmenidean tautology, then he himself appears very near to the same tautology. He himself appears on the path of a singular approach offering access to being. In the four seminars, Heidegger and the seminar participants repeatedly reaffirmed that the question of the originary, fundamental, unifying meaning of being was the central question of his lifetime of thinking and that being itself, being as such, being is the name for the fundamental matter for thought die Sache selbst. Furthermore, if we consider Heidegger's public correspondence over the last several years of his life, his statements are equally clear. So, for example, in an open letter to Professor Frings, who presided over the Heidegger Symposium in Chicago Heidegger maintained unequivocally, I would be very glad if it were possible to orient the discussion at once in the RST moments of the symposium purely and decisively toward the matter die Sache, for thought. In that way, there would develop, instead of a Heidegger Symposium, a colloquium on the question of being. For it is this question and it alone that determines the way of my thought and its boundaries. In November, he sent a greeting to the participants at a symposium held in Beirut, Lebanon, who had gathered to honor him in the year of his 80th birthday. In his letter, Heidegger wrote that our coming to understand the origin of the danger posed by modern technicity requires that we ask the question about the proper character of being as such. He repeated almost the entire text of this letter including this very same line in another greeting he sent to a Japanese publication, also in November. And in an open letter written just. Appendix. Last Actions on the Seinsfrage. Heidegger's letter, April. Before his death then, he once again put the matter decisively the question with which I greet you is the only question that, even up to the present hour, I seek to inquire into ever more inquiringly. One knows this question under the title of the question of being. Heidegger dated this letter, one of his very last written statements, April from Freiburg im Breisgau. 6 weeks later, on May, he died at the age of 86. Since, as we have noted, in recent years some Heidegger scholars have put into question the centrality of the name and theme of being in his thought, his actions on the Seinsfrage in this letter take on a special importance and significance today that they did not have 30 years ago and in subsequent years. Thus, the time is ripe for another look at this letter, a new translation of which follows below. I offer several brief observations on its content that are relevant to the current discussion about the place of the Seinsfrage in his thought. Heidegger clearly and emphatically identifies the question of being as the fundamental question of his lifetime of thinking, He distinguishes between the being of beings, the core concern of metaphysical questioning, and being itself, his own proper concern, which metaphysical thinking, from its origins, has not been capable of addressing as such. He makes the point that to think the question of being properly is also to think aletheia as such. He does not mention das Ereignis in this particular context of naming the fundamental matter for thought, and he does not suggest, in any manner, that there is a matter for thought more originary or fundamental than being itself aletheia as such. The letter was sent to the participants of the 10th Annual Heidegger Circle meeting held at DePaul University in Chicago. Greetings to the participants of the TH Colloquium May, in Chicago. Thinking people greet one another by posing to each other questions. The question with which I greet you is the only question that, even up to the present hour, I seek to inquire into ever more inquiringly. One knows this question under the title The Question of Being. For us, this question can be asked, RSTFL, only by way of a discussion of Western European metaphysics, and in particular with respect to the forgottenness of being that has held sway in metaphysics from the beginning. In the metaphysical question concerning the being of beings sein Dasein, being itself das Sein selbst conceals itself regarding its own proper character and locality. This self-concealing of being is different in the individual epochs cf. Halswege, Der Spruch und Axamander, p. ff. The forgottenness of being in the age of the world civilization imprinted by technology is especially pressing for the posing of the question of being. From the variety of questions that are necessary here, the following one may be stated. Is modern natural science as it is maintained the foundation of modern technology, or is it itself already the basic form of technological thinking, the determining foreconception of technological representing and its constant intrusiveness in the implementing and establishing machination of modern technicity? Whose increasingly accelerating Science drives the forgottenness of being in the extreme, and thus lets the question of being appear as insigne? Kant and super? Use. In the few days of the colloquium, you will not be able to answer, nor probably even be able to pose adequately, this question concerning the relation of the modern natural sciences to modern technicity. But it would be already Suf? Scient and Benny? Schliff. Each of the participants gave attention, each in his own way, to this question and took it up as a suggestion for his area of research. So, in this way, the question of being may become more pressing and experienceable as what it is in truth. To think in its own proper character aletheia as such, which in the legacy from the beginning of the history of being has remained necessarily still unthought in and for this beginning, and thereby by bringing aletheia into such thoughtfulness to prepare the possibility of a transformed sojourn in the world for human beings. Martin Heidegger. Freiburg I. Br. M. April. Since the publication of Heidegger's collection of Actions titled Beiträge zur Philosophie vom Ereignis in, there has been a trend in Heidegger studies towards overstating the significance of the notion of das Ereignis in his thought. To be sure, Heidegger considered that his arrival at the name Ereignis was an important event in his thinking, and that this particular word had a special power and nuance to make manifest die Sache selbst, the fundamental matter for thought. Even so, there is neither Scient nor convincing textual evidence to maintain that he ever considered Ereignis as a more fundamental matter for thought than das Sein, that is, being thought in an originary and fundamental way as the temporal-spatial, nicht and negatived, unconcealing of beings das Sein and their beingness die Seinheit is made manifest meaningfully by das Sein in language. Again, note that I retain the convention of writing being with a capital B for this usage only. In fact, to the contrary, he was clear and emphatic right to the end of his life that the single, ning concern of his path of thinking regarded the originary, fundamental, unifying meaning of being, named by him over the many years as being das Sein, being itself das Sein selbst, being as such das Sein als solches, and being as being das Sein als Sein. Certainly, there is no denying the importance of the notion of Ereignis in his thought, but its significance has been overworked and overstated by several Heidegger scholars in recent years. In other words, I think that Ereignis only another name for being itself. If we examine Heidegger's words carefully, we indeed that he understood Ereignis to be only another name for being itself. The word. How shall we translate this word das Ereignis, with all of its resonances, into English? The discussion has continued for decades now, and there is no end in sight. We have many options to choose from, along with the additional option of capitalization in each case: event, appropriation, event of appropriation, appropriating event, appropriative event, the disclosure of appropriation, and even the disclosive appropriating event. Of course, there is also the coinage announcing, which is preferred by the translators of Beiträge contributions and thus currently much in vogue. With so many translations in play, the reasonable solution moving forward, I suggest, is simply to leave Heidegger's word untranslated and allow it to resonate as it will, just as it has become acceptable in the scholarship to leave untranslated certain words such as Angst and Dasein. The difficulty with this solution, though, seems to be that though there is something like a consensus about what is suggested by Angst and Dasein, there does not appear to be a similar agreement about the word Ereignis. That is, I suspect that the continuing need to nd the right translation for Ereignis x our continuing need to try to circumscribe its meaning and signi? Kant's in Heidegger's thought. I will come back to this issue in the chapter's conclusion, but in what follows, I am concerned with presenting the textual evidence of how Heidegger related Ereignis to being. And for this purpose, it makes the most sense just to let the word, to, overview. To begin, a few general observations on the history of the term Ereignis in Heidegger's thinking are in order. Recent scholarship has taken into account the appearance of the word in his very early lecture course and in scattered places in his work of DS. Nevertheless, by Heidegger's own testimony, he worked out the notion especially during the years in the series of unpublished meditations we know as Beiträge. In the following years, from roughly 2, he continued to feature the term Ereignis in a number of reactions, none of which he saw to publish in his lifetime. In recent years, most of these writings have been published in the Gesamtausgabe, and as I see it, their appearance has tended to skew the scholarly discussion about the development of his thought. That is, the intense focus on these sometimes brilliant, sometimes inscrutable musings featuring the notion of Ereignis has relegated to the background his other writings and commentaries of this same period that address the meaning of being indeed, with barely a mention of Ereignis. These texts include the important commentaries on Aristotle and Plato, on the essence and concept of physis in Aristotle's Physics B, published and Plato's Doctrine of Truth, published, and the lecture courses and commentaries on Parmenides and on Hölderlin's poetry in particular, the poem De Esther. Therefore, we must be careful to keep the picture broad enough to see that in these years too, during which Heidegger was privately working out the set of themes related to Ereignis, he was also composing major statements that primarily posed and pursued the question of the originary, fundamental, and unifying meaning of being. In addition, Heidegger did not marginalize the Seinsfrage in favor of the thematization of Ereignis in the years following his burst of private Uranus writings. Quite to the contrary, between and he made only occasional formal references to Ereignis while he focused more intensely on the originary meaning of being in an array of reactions, including the essays The Determination of Nihilism in Terms of the History of Being, Anaximander saying, Letter on Humanism, The Way Back into the Ground of Metaphysics, Logos Heraclitus, Fragment B, and on the question of being, his important lecture courses What is Called Thinking and the Principle of Reason, and the public lecture What is That Philosophy? Now, it is true that in a period of a few years from roughly to he brought the term Ereignis into full public view and thematized the notion more frequently while speaking less about being. This is the case in such major statements as the principle of identity and the way to language, culminating with the lecture and seminars on time and being in. Yet even in these years, he did not neglect the question of being altogether as, for example, in his lecture Kant's thesis about being. Some commentators, focusing especially on the lecture Time and Being, have suggested that from the early S until his death in Heidegger subordinated the theme of being to the notion of Ereignis, but again, I do not think that the textual evidence supports such a claim. In particular, he made the question of the meaning of being the central topic of his series of seminars with French colleagues during the years too. As I highlighted in these seminars known as the 4 seminars we nd him returning again and again to the task of clarifying the meaning of being, and the protocol text for one of the last sessions in Zaringen sums up the matter clearly and firmly. We must emphasize again and again that the only question that has ever moved Heidegger is the question of being. What does being mean? In the 4 seminars, Heidegger made few references to Ereignis, and this is also true in his public correspondence over the last decade of his life, in which he continued to insist that the Seinsfrage was the single, defining question of his path of thinking. Indeed, in a public letter, one of his very last written statements before his death in May, he stated in no uncertain terms, the question with which I greet you is the only question that, even up to the present hour, I seek to inquire into ever more inquiringly. One knows this question under the title The Question of Being. From my perspective, all of this suggests that Heidegger always considered Das Ereignis to be only another name, a refreshed name, a metaphysically untainted name for being eon as it was glimpsed and named by Parmenides and Heraclitus at the dawn of Western thinking. From the beginning to the end of his lifetime of thinking, he was concerned with illuminating being in an originary and fundamental sense, which along the way he properly named being itself, being as such, being as being, but he also arrived at other names, resonant names like Ereignis and Lichtung, that brought the same matter for thought into view. So, to adapt one of Heidegger's favorite rhetorical turns, I put it this way: being and Ereignis the same das Selbe, but not necessarily identical das Gleiche in all respects in a formal logical sense. However, it is not enough simply to state this, the textual evidence is both compelling and convincing. 3. The early Ereignis writings. This manuscript, which has received so much attention in recent years, reads as a private work in progress, and one can certainly understand why Heidegger did not think of it as a nicht publishable text. His series of meditations rework and develop earlier themes in a boldly new and experimental and strange philosophical language that prominently features the word Ereignis. There are ashes of brilliance and clarity in the text, but also many dense and cryptic passages, not to mention a number of metaphors gone terribly awry, such as Mood is the Sprengversprühung of the trembling Erzitterung of den Gesamtausgabe hereafter ga. Given the difficulty of the manuscript's language and syntax, one must consider Ahmad and Mali's English translation a splendid achievement. On the other hand, their translation strategy often compounds the difficulties of the text. Their penchant for choosing the most idiosyncratic English equivalents makes the oddity of Heidegger's German read even more oddly in English. But this reservation aside, there is also the more important matter of their translating the oft-repeated Wesen and Wesung, especially in the phrase Wesen Wesung des Seins, as essential sway and essential swaying. The chief difficulty, it seems to me, is that these translations depart too fundamentally from the meaning of this keyword Wesen, essence, as Heidegger took it up into his own thinking. As he often noted, his effort was to draw out and emphasize the originary verbal sense of the word Wesen, and for this reason the English word essencing may well be the most satisfactory translation. But if we keep in mind that over the course of his thinking he consistently understood essencing in the fundamental phenomenological sense of presencing and Wesen to Dasein, then I think that the best case can be made for translating Wesen Wesung as presencing, understood properly as Heidegger often maintained in the full sense of positive and negative appearing. Presencing also has the advantage of staying close to his own words about the matter, such as in his statement in Das Wesen der Sprache that es West meint es Westen, während geht es Unsen, bewegt und belangt uns. It essences means it presences, and abiding, it concerns us, moves us along the way, and summons us. In addition, presencing seems to me less problematical than other translations that have been adopted in recent years. Emerging, a frequent choice, more properly translates Aufgehen. Unfolding is better reserved to translate Entfaltung. Also, the word poses the difficulty of hinting at a making explicit of what is implicit, which might confuse Heidegger's meaning with something like a Neoplatonic philosophical position. Similarly, happening and prevailing translate other important words in Heidegger's discourse Das Geschehen and Das Walten and are better employed for this purpose. Finally, all phrases that turn the key word into an adjective such as essential happening, essential unfolding, essential swaying, and so forth, not only take too much liberty with the text, but also introduce the unwanted implication that there is in contrast something like an inessential happening, unfolding, swaying of being, which is certainly not Heidegger's meaning. For all these reasons, then, I think that presencing is the preferable translation, but I admit that there is ample room for further discussion. In any case, our present concern is Kelly with how Heidegger related Ereignis to being das Sein. Throughout his manuscript, he uses the word das Sein, the older spelling of the German word das Sein, to name the fundamental matter for thought that is, being understood not metaphysically but rather in an originary and fundamental way as the temporal granting of the various historical epochs in which being, or more precisely beingness, has been given to be thought. What we nd throughout the text is that whenever Heidegger speaks of being and Ereignis together, he invariably elucidates one in terms of the other and, even more significantly, he also simply links the two with the copula is. The citations are numerous, highlighting several key lines will say. Translations are my own, but I also include the page references to the Ahmad and Mali translation. The manuscript Über den Anfang on the beginning dates to and has been published recently in the Gesamtausgabe. We will have to wait for the publication of the remaining Ereignis writings composed by Heidegger in the years to. According to the plan of the Gesamtausgabe, 2 additional volumes are forthcoming: volume, Das Ereignis, and volume, Die Stege des Anfangs. I think that we can expect no major surprises in these volumes, simply further elaborations on the same set of themes. In Beiträge and in related reactions, he had proposed the notion of the RSD beginning der erste Anfang and the other beginning der andere Anfang. As with other ideas and terms put into play by Heidegger in these Uranus writings, his account of the question mark RST and other beginning is not altogether clear or fully worked out. Yet as we can gather, he names the earliest Greek thinking of being as physis and aletheia as the question mark RST beginning, and the thinking of being as Ereignis, that is, thinking that is emerging for Dasein in the present day, as the other beginning. But he emphasizes that to think the RST beginning in the proper way is also to think the other beginning, and that conversely, to think the other beginning is also to recall and meditate on the RST. Therefore, there is really only one beginning to be thought, that is, only one fundamental matter for thought. In Beiträge, he had put it this way: the beginning is being itself as Ereignis, the hidden reign of the origin of the truth of beings as such. Cp. In the manuscript Über den Anfang, he uses an obscure, antiquated German word to name this unifying beginning being itself as Ereignis that holds sway over both historical beginnings, die Anfänge. The unusual word he uses, which can be traced back to early New High German roughly, is die Anfängnis, which I translate as the originating. According to Heidegger, then, die Anfängnis bestimmt und ist die Wissung des Anfangs, the originating determines and is the presencing of the beginning. Furthermore, he proceeds to identify the originating with Ereignis and, in turn, to identify Ereignis with being. For Heidegger, then, das Ereignis is the originating, die Anfängnis is being. But I would like to make one further observation regarding the significance of Heidegger's choice of the word die Anfängnis. Some commentators have rightly noted that Heidegger is sometimes explicit in the early Uranus writings that he understands der Anfang to be a more fundamental word than der Beginn. What has been overlooked, though, is that he also appears to have considered die Anfängnis to be the most fundamental word insofar as it makes manifest what is most primordial, that is, the unitary and unifying temporal emerging or originating from out of which we must think even in Anfang. There is perhaps another clue to this in the very structure of the word Anfängnis, which bears the same ending as Ereignis. In German, the niche ending may convey neutrality or impersonality. Therefore, in the case of the word Anfängnis, the ending emphasizes the sheer impersonality of the temporal originating, thereby more decidedly stripping away any ontological sense of a divine agency or a subjective or subjectist divine origin or beginning, which the word Anfang might still convey. In my view, it seems altogether reasonable to suggest that Heidegger retrieved the antiquated word die Anfängnis with his signature word Ereignis fully in mind. In other words, this originating die Anfängnis that he describes is quite simply the primordial temporal emerging arising of beings and epochs, that is das Ereignis, which, in turn, is precisely being itself. 4. The later Uranus writings. My concern is not to give a complete account of Heidegger's use of the term Ereignis in his work of these later years, but rather to focus on how in certain major statements he related Ereignis to being. As noted here. Later, in the late S and early S, he brought his notion of Ereignis into fuller public view. Though he often remarked in these years that he had been employing the term Ereignis in his thinking for over 20 years, it remains that he began to feature and thematize the notion before a wider audience beginning only in the late S. Generally speaking, his discussion of Ereignis and his later thought is calmer, more mature, and more genial than in the earlier writings. Gone is the extravagant rhetoric and almost apocalyptic tone that marked the Beatrice-related reactions. He no longer highlights Ereignis as the dramatic, even traumatic eventfulness of history, but rather now as the most gentle of laws that allows the gathering of each being into what it properly is and into a belonging with other beings, a characterization, we might note and emphasize, that is remarkably similar to his long-standing description of being as the primordial logos. Yet if Heidegger's understanding of Ereignis matures and comes into its own, so to speak, in the later reactions, it is in the earlier Uranus writings that he is more precise in distinguishing between the fundamental matter for thought, das Sein selbst being itself, and das Sein as die Seinheit, being as beingness, the proper concern of metaphysical thinking, ethos, essentia, essence, and all other forms of perjuring presence. Unfortunately, in the later work of the S&S, he is far less careful to make this critical distinction consistently explicit and clear. Often he simply refers to das Sein, and the reader is left with the task of gathering from the context whether he is referring to being, his proper concern, or to beingness, the core concern of metaphysics. As we shall document in a moment, this difficulty is precisely what so often complicates his later comments on the relation of Ereignis and being. Regrettably, at least from the reader's standpoint, in his later work Heidegger did not always maintain the kind of terminological discipline and clarity that he employed in his earlier Uranus writings in distinguishing between das Sein and das Sein as die Seinheit. Der Weg zur Sprache, the way to language. In the lecture The Principle of Identity delivered at the University of Freiburg on June, Heidegger spoke at length about arrivedness and noted that the word should now speak as a key term in the service of thinking. Though this lecture is an important statement on arrivedness, it does not pose the issue of the relation between arrivedness and being as sharply as does a somewhat later lecture, The Way to Language. He gave this lecture in January in both Munich and Berlin and revised and slightly expanded the original lecture text later the same year. I readily admit that every effort at the daunting task of translating a text by Heidegger deserves our admiration. Unfortunately, the widely read English translation of The Way to Language by Peter Hertz and the volume on the way to language hereafter OWL is so fundamentally inaccurate on the precise issue we are investigating that it has no doubt contributed to a serious misunderstanding of Heidegger's position. First, let us focus on Heidegger's words. In section 3, he introduces the notion of arrivedness and makes some clarifying remarks. He characterizes arrivedness as irreducible. It is the fundamental matter for thought. Es gibt nichts anderes, worauf das Ereignis noch zurückführt, woraus es gar erklärt werden könnte. Das Ereignis ist kein Ergebnis Resultat aus anderem, aber die Ergebnis, deren Reichensgeben erst dergleichen wie ein es gibt gewahrt, dessen auch noch das sein bedarf, als anwesen in sein eigenes zu gelangen. Ga. There is nothing else whereupon das Ereignis could be grounded or even whereby it could be explained. Das Ereignis is not the outcome result of something else, but rather the giving forth, whose reaching giving RST grants something like a there is, which also even being needs in order to come into its own as presence. My translation. At issue is the relation of arrivedness to being. A quick RST reading might lead us to think that Heidegger is saying that arrivedness gives or grants being, and therefore that being is subordinated in importance to arrivedness. But we must read more carefully. He encloses Dasein in quotation marks, and this tells us that he is not speaking about being itself, but rather about being as this has been generally understood over the long course of metaphysical thought. In other words, Dasein in this passage is tantamount to being as beingness, Die Seinheit. Here is a perfect example of how in his later work Heidegger often leaves the reader unsure about the precise meaning of Dasein. Nevertheless, he does provide a crucial clue. He encloses the word in quotation marks to signal that the name being is here limited to the meaning of being as determined in metaphysics beingness, essence. Understood aright, then, his statement says only that arrivedness grants metaphysical beingness. It says nothing at all about the relation of arrivedness to being itself, which is Heidegger's proper name for the originary and fundamental meaning of Dasein. However, this is precisely where Hertz's translation goes awry. His version of the last line reads which even being itself stands in need to come into its own as presence OWL. Not only does he leave out the telling quotation marks around the word being, but he also inexplicably translates Dasein as being itself, thereby significantly distorting the meaning of Heidegger's statement and thoroughly confounding readers. The problem with Hertz's translation does not end here, but again, let us RST attend to Heidegger's words. Shortly after this passage, he appends a significant and illuminating footnote that speaks directly to his understanding of the relation of arrivedness to being. He remarks that he has been using the word arrivedness in his manuscripts for over 20 years to name the fundamental matter die Sache under consideration in the essay. What follows is decisive. Diese Sache, obzwar in sich einfach, bleibt vorerst schwer zu denken, weil das Denken sich zuvor dessen entwohnen muss, in die Meinung zu verfallen, ihr werde Dasein als Ereignis gedeckt. Aber das Ereignis ist wesenhaft anderes, wahlreicher als jede mögliche metaphysische Bestimmung des Seins. Dagegen lässt sich Dasein hinsichtlich seiner Wesensherkunft aus dem Ereignis denken. Ga. This matter, although simple in itself, still remains difficult to think, because thinking must RST overcome the habit of falling back on the opinion that what is thought here as being is arrivedness. But das Ereignis is essentially different because it is richer than any possible metaphysical determination of being. Nevertheless, being, regarding its originating of presence, may be thought of in terms of arrivedness. My translation. Note that in his RST mention of Dasein, Heidegger again encloses the word in quotes. This detail is most important, and what I proposed earlier about its significance appears confirmed here. That is, he states that arrivedness cannot be understood as Dasein because Ereignis is richer than any possible metaphysical determination of being. Thus, the word Dasein enclosed in quotes equals the metaphysical determination of beingness. A careful reading reveals that Dasein is simply Heidegger's shorthand for beingness die Seinheit. But again, this is entirely lost in Hertz's translation because here he omits the word metaphysical in Heidegger's sentence. Readers in English are misled by Hertz's version, which states that Erignus is richer than any conceive. Abelda? Nischen of being OWL. This is not Heidegger's meaning at all, and one omitted word metaphysical makes all the difference. But to return to the footnote. In the very following sentence, Heidegger frees the word Dasein of its limiting quotation marks and thereby frees it up for its originary and fundamental meaning. So, to think being in a non-metaphysical way is to think being regarding its originating of presence Wesenherkunft, and this characterization echoes his earlier description of being as the originating, die Anfangnis, of particular signi. Kant's is that Heidegger's word Wesenherkunft says the originating of presence essence, that is, being, thought in a fundamental way, originates grants beings that is, what is present in their beingness that is, in their sheer presence or essence. Hertz misses and even reverses the meaning of this crucial word Wesenherkunft by translating it as essential origin, and unfortunately, Krell follows suit with his translation essential provenance. But the key point of this Kantian is this: Heidegger concludes that if being is thought regarding its originating of presence, then indeed being and Erignus may be thought together. In other words, being Erignus originates grants, lets, enables, allows beings in their beingness. Being and Erignus the same. Or to be more exact, being itself, being as such, being as being and Erignus the same. Heidegger delivered this much anticipated lecture on January at the University of Freiburg. In September of the same year in Todtnaberg he led 6 seminar sessions on the text of the lecture. Summaries or protocols of the seminars were written by one of the participants, Dr. Alfred Gazzoni, and these were checked and slightly supplemented by Heidegger for publication. Both the lecture and protocol texts were published in a small collection titled Zurzake des Denkens. This volume, with the same title, has recently appeared as volume of the Gesamtausgabe. The lecture attempts to gloss what might have been said in the proposed third section of the RST part of Being and Time, which, of course, Heidegger never wrote. He freely admits, though, that the lecture is really no more than a series of indications because written 3.5 decades later, the lecture text can no longer be a continuation of the text of Being and Time (TB). At the time, Heidegger and those in attendance thought the lecture to be an important statement of his later thinking. No doubt this is so, but from the perspective of the present, I do not think that it can be considered an altogether satisfying philosophical re-action. Principal terms are unclear. The language is especially cryptic, and the major themes are only loosely developed. It is arguable that he addressed the key ideas more carefully in other re-actions from these years. Nonetheless, we certainly cannot ignore this well-known and oft-mentioned lecture in investigating our concern. Again, the focus must be precise, so we cannot consider the text as a whole. Instead, let us target one key line for discussion. Near the end of the lecture, he states the sole purpose of this lecture is to bring into view being itself Dasein selbst as Erignus SD, TB. This one line certainly would be decisive and definitive for the purpose of this study were it not that Heidegger does not helpfully clarify this conclusion. He immediately shifts to a consideration of how this is not to be thought, that is, he warns that the as in this statement is especially treacherous because the metaphysical habit of thinking reflexively construes what follows the as to be only a mode of being. He observes that if his statement were considered in this metaphysical manner, Erignus would be no more than a subset of being and therefore subordinated to being as the main concept, and he emphasizes that this is certainly not his meaning. Metaphysical thinking simply misses the fundamental matter to be thought in saying being itself as Erignus. This may be so, but he offers no careful elucidation of how his conclusion is to be understood, though his meaning is perhaps apparent enough that being itself as Erignus names the same, namely, the giving of the epochal or historical renderings of being qua beingness. Yet more to the point, he does not directly address the apparent tension in the lecture between two claims. On the one hand, he states throughout that Erignus gives Dasein es gibt Sein, but on the other hand, he concludes with the indication that the whole point of the lecture is precisely to bring into view being itself as Erignus. The root of the problem lies with his uncertain use of the word Dasein. In those places where he speaks of Erignus giving or granting Dasein, he appears to be referring to being as beingness die sind Heid, but unlike in the Wade language, in this text he does not enclose Dasein in quotation marks to give the reader a telling clue that he is limiting the meaning of being in such formulations to the many forms of metaphysical beingness or presence Anwesenheit. As noted before, one of the chief difficulties in reading the later Heidegger is that he often leaves the reader uncertain about the precise meaning of Dasein. In certain contexts, and here is a particularly vexing instance of this. On the other hand, this is certainly not the case with his use of the name Dasein selbst, being itself, because he is always careful and precise in reserving this name for the fundamental matter for thought. So in Time and Being, indeed that he does not state that Erignus gives or grants being itself. In fact, as far as I can determine, there is no place in any of Heidegger's texts early, middle, or late where he allows that Erignus gives being itself nowhere, in other words, where he used the phrase es gibt sein selbst. Therefore, if we sort out the terminology of the lecture, we can make better sense of his fundamental position. Erignus as es gibt gives grants, allows, enables beingness, but Erignus and being itself the same. This reading is strengthened when we turn to the protocol of the fourth seminar on the lecture text that Heidegger led several months later in Todtnauburg. According to the protocol, the participants address the problem of the apparent contradiction that we have highlighted. The response, and I think we can presume that it was principally Heidegger's response, was that the name being itself always had a special signi? Kant's in his thinking. The participants cite the letter on humanism, and it is observed that though the word Erignus is not mentioned in this statement, nonetheless the term being itself already names Erignus SD, TB. In other words, for Heidegger, the name being itself also names Erignus. Consequently, as the protocol observes, this reminder should make it clear that there is no contradiction in time and being. Unfortunately, the protocol clarifies this crucial point in an all too cryptic way. It is precisely a matter of seeing that das Sein, in coming into view as Erignus, disappears as das Sein SD, TB. We can dispel the mystery and confusion by restating the line more carefully. It is precisely a matter of seeing that if we are able to bring into view being itself as Erignus, then there is no contradiction in also saying that being qua metaphysical beingness recedes in visibility and importance for thinking. In turn, this reading is supported by a brief response that Heidegger made to a question posed to him by Jones Stambind editors during the summer of, while they were preparing the volume The End of Philosophy. The third question made in writing to Heidegger asked, in part, whether being itself should be thought as the appropriation Erignus. Stambaugh provides only a translation of his written response, so regrettably, we cannot examine his own words. Nevertheless, even in translation, his answer clearly echoes the cryptic statement from the seminar and also clarifies the issue as I have suggested. Being itself means the appropriation Erignus can no longer be thought as being in terms of presence. Appropriation no longer names another manner and epoch of being. Being thought without regard to beings, i.e., always only in terms of, and with respect to, them means at the same time no longer thought as being presence. To put a narrow point on the matter, I gloss his response as follows. Being itself means Erignus. Being itself and Erignus cannot be thought in terms of beingness. Erignus does not name another historical form of beingness. Thinking being itself means that all metaphysical thinking about beingness must recede in importance. Carefully considered, then, Heidegger's lecture Time and Being does not reveal a radical departure in his thinking at all, but rather only a radical reformulation of the fundamental matter for thought in terms of Erignus as es gibt. The task for thinking abetted by this new and different language is to get into view what metaphysical thinking simply could not, the pure appropriating, giving, letting of what appears. Nonetheless, as he observes at the end of the lecture, this task is really no more than to think being without regard to metaphysics. Conclusion. Translating Erignus. Thus, as Heidegger was wont to do, we might state our ending paratactically. Das Sein selbst das Erignus das Selb being itself das Erignus the same. This formulation, I suggest, says succinctly and elegantly what Heidegger's words repeatedly bear out. Being itself characterizes Erignus and Erignus characterizes being itself. These names are the same insofar as they both name the fundamental matter for thought, that is, the temporal spatial, night and negative, appearing unconcealing, presencing, emerging, originating, giving, letting of beings in their beingness as made manifest meaningfully by Dasein in language. Yet in so far as each name may convey or emphasize a particular aspect of Die Sache des Denkens, we need not say that these names are identical in all respects. Das Gleiche. What, then, of the issue of translating Erignus? If we are to translate this word in the fundamental sense that Heidegger often discussed, then we must cross over Übersetzen in our thinking to what he essentially said by Erignus. To do so is to realize that the proper translation is being itself. Heidegger meditated a lifetime on what was RST named in the West by Parmenides and Heraclitus as eon being, and in attending to it so closely, he allowed it to come anew, renewed, in the name Erignus. If we gather and hold this in our thinking, then, if we must have an English word or phrase to translate Erignus, any of the thoughtful options that have been offered by commentators and translators over the years will do. In the midst of the unhomely we are making a turn back into the homely. Meskirch's 7th centennial. Is Dasein primordially, that is, at the very core of its being, at home or not at home in being? One of the more overlooked or understated issues in Heidegger's studies is how Heidegger, over the course of a lifetime of thinking, transformed his answer to such a question about Dasein's fundamental relation to being. This Signi Kant development in his thought is fascinating in itself, but it also helps us better understand why his thinking has been appropriated in such different ways, serving such different ends and purposes. The story of this development moves from the early Heidegger of the S, who insisted that from an existential ontological perspective, notathamness must be understood as the more primordial phenomenon, through the middle Heidegger of the early S, who elaborated the theme of becoming at home and being notatham, to the later Heidegger of the S and S, who claimed with conviction that a return home has the power of overtaking again and again everything that sweeps us up into the unhomely. In what follows, I examine several key texts from the period that offer a compelling if not comprehensive account of these developments in his thinking. The decisive text in illuminating his turn towards home is his commentary on Hölderlin's poem The Easter, which also offers, in my estimation, Heidegger's most satisfying phenomenological account of being human. The angst of being unsettled, the history of the concept of time and being in time. The prolegomena to the history of the concept of time hereafter HCT is the text of a lecture course Heidegger delivered at Marburg University in the summer semester of, and is a text that is clearly in transition toward being in time, as the translator Theodor Kisiel observes. Most of the lecture course text anticipates Division 1 of Being in Time, which lays out a phenomenological analysis of Dasein's being in the world. Of special interest to us is Heidegger's discussion of Angst and Unheimlichkeit. Kisiel translates these key terms as dread and uncanniness, and he is not alone, but I make the argument in the next chapter that we opt for the word anxiety over dread in translating Angst if we must translate the word at all. In any case, I will use the words Angst unitalicized and anxiety interchangeably in the discussion that follows. The German words Unheimlich and Die Unheimlichkeit mean more literally notathamness, and Heidegger often plays on this literal sense, so to convey this sense in English, I prefer to translate these key words as unsettled and unsettledness rather than as uncanny and uncanniness. In this lecture course, Heidegger already makes clear the fundamental distinction between the affective dispositions of fear and angst that he works out so famously in Being in Time. In fear, one feels threatened by something not in the environing world and its meaningfulness, yet in anxiety, what threatens is nothing not and worldly. Anxiety leaves us feeling profoundly unsettled, one no longer feels at home to house in his most familiar environment, the one closest to him. This unsettledness is not related to any modi, cation or change in the environment or world itself. Rather, Dasein is anxious about nothing in the world, it is anxious about being in the world as such. Dasein is anxious and unsettled in the face of its radically negative existence, the hallmark of which is death. Nitude. In anxiety, he states, being in the world is totally transformed into notathamness nicht zu Haus purely and simply. The Signi Kant's of this statement is that Heidegger understands Dasein's notathamness to be fundamental. Dasein is primordially not at home in its facticity, or radically negatived night existence, and is therefore anxious and unsettled at the core of its being. He expresses this again with even greater clarity: that of which anxiety is anxious is the in which of being in the world, and that about which one is anxious is this very same being in the world, speci Kali, in its primary uncoveredness as notathamness unzuwas. Dasein may be primordially not at home, but he observes that Dasein is for the most part in question markite from the stiff cult truth of its existence, and that it clings to familiar modes of being in order to evade or cover over the angst and unsettledness that nie its being. What is at stake in the ite from unsettledness is precisely a cultivation of Dasein itself as being in the world, so much so that it lets itself be determined for the most part from the world. In falling in ite from itself, Dasein cultivates ways of being Athemshausessains that Heidegger ultimately characterizes as Dasein's deceitful way of not wanting to see itself in its essentially anxious and unsettled existence. Thus, his position in the lecture course emerges clearly: Dasein is primordially at the core of its being, not at home as being in the world. In Being in Time hereafter BT, Heidegger repeats and reworks this entire thematic. In section, he draws the phenomenological distinction between the affective disposition of fear and the fundamental affective disposition Die Grundlichkeit of Angst. Fear always comes from beings within the world, but one is anxious about nothing, and this is so because that in the face of which one is anxious is being in the world as such. Or again, the world as such is that in the face of which one is anxious, and once more, being in the world itself is that in the face of which anxiety is anxious, all italicized by Heidegger. He privileges the mood of angst because it is the mood that, brings Dasein face to face with its radically negative night existence as such and, consequently, gives to Dasein the possibility of taking hold of itself resolutely and authentically. Anxiety thus takes away from Dasein the possibility of understanding itself, as it falls, in terms of the world and the way things have been publicly interpreted. Anxiety throws Dasein back upon that which it is anxious about, its authentic potentiality for being in the world. One minor difference with his discussion in HCT is that in Being and Time he more explicitly frames the analysis in terms of the distinction existentialistic existential ontological. He characterizes the mood of fear primarily as an existentialistic phenomenon that is derivative of the more primordial or existential ontological disposition of angst. Another notable difference is that he adds another layer to the analysis, emphasizing that Dasein's average everyday dealing with moods is for the most part inauthentic insofar as these moods disguise or cover over Dasein in its very being. So, for example, fear is anxiety, fallen into the world, inauthentic, and, as such, hidden from itself. Only by confronting the ontological mood of angst and taking it up resolutely can Dasein take hold of itself and live authentically. Anxiety brings Dasein face to face with its being free for, propensio in, the authenticity of its being, and for this authenticity as a possibility which it always is. Admittedly, there is a difficulty with his tendency in this phenomenological analysis to conflate the neutral structural distinction ontological with the qualitative existential distinction in authentic, but we must leave such a discussion for another time. In any case, the principal point is that Heidegger's discussion of angst and BT is essentially a continuation of his analysis in HCT, and this includes his discussion of Die Unheimlichkeit, which is of special importance for the present essay. In BT he again highlights that in anxiety one is unsettled unheimlich, and once more he plays on this German word to bring out the essential notathamness of Dasein's being in the world. But here, he states, unsettledness also means being notatham nicht zu Hause as sein. Constitutively, Dasein is not at home, and he derisively refers to the tranquilized, obvious, being at them zu Hause as sein modes of being of the they. Angst brings Dasein back from its absorption in the world of the they. Dasein is shaken to the core of its being, and assumes the existential mode of notathamness und zu Hause. Also, he restates that Dasein is for the most part in it from itself and seeks refuge in the tranquilized familiarity of ontic and inauthentic modes of being. When in falling, we into the athamness zu Hause of the public world, we from notathamness und zu Hause. In average, everydayness, unsettledness and notathamness get dimmed down, but make no mistake about it, Heidegger insists this is so only because Dasein is ontologically at the core of its being unsettled. He sums up his position in one emphatic, italicized sentence. From an existential ontological perspective, notathamness das Unzuas must be understood as the more primordial phenomenon. 2. Expelled from the hearth. The reading of Antigone and Introduction to Metaphysics. In turning our attention to Introduction to Metaphysics hereafter, arguably Heidegger's major work of the S. Our focus remains on the issue of his characterization of the essential correlation of Dasein and being. Thus far, we have determined that his position in the two related texts HCT and BT is that Dasein is primordially not at home as being in the world. In him his fundamental position does not change, though it is articulated in a new way, especially in the context of his remarkably original albeit debatable commentary on the RSD Choral Ode and Sophocles' Antigone. The Antigone commentary in him not only goes to the heart of our concern but also helps bring into sharper relief his striking change in thinking when he revisits the choral lines in his commentary on Hölderlin's The Ister. In him, Heidegger does not privilege the mood of angst as he had in his work of the S, yet he does reprise the theme of Dasein's notathamness. In his commentary on the RSD Choral Ode lines 2, he translates Sophocles' word die anon as unheimlich, and again, I think that the word unsettled better conveys Heidegger's wordplay. The human being is intrinsically unsettled, he tells us, by that which throws one out of the settled Heimlichen, that is, the homely Heimischen, the customary, the usual, the secure. The unhomely das Unheimische does not allow us to be at home. As he sees it, all at-home modes of being add up to nothing more than the customary and familiar, what he had called ontic and inauthentic modes of being in BT. The human being in its very being is unsettled unheimlich and not at home unheimisch in its relation to being as the overpowering and therefore must transgress überschreite at the limits of at-home modes of being in order to exist authentically in relation to being. So, he states, the most unsettled the human being is what it is because, most fundamentally, it cultivates and guards what is close to home das Einheimische only in order to break out of it and to let whatever powers it break in. Human beings are not true to their being in the world who seek refuge in at-home modes of being, who get bogged down in their routes, get stuck in ruts, and by getting stuck they draw in the circle of their world, get enmeshed in seeming, and thus shut themselves out of being. The human being is true and a true creator who, like Antigone, accepts that he or she is without a home in being, who stands out into the polemos, the strife with being is the overpowering, who violently wrestles being into beings, and who inchingly and heroically accepts the possibility that its venture into being may result in disaster. Heidegger's language in him is different from in HCT and BT, but the message remains fundamentally the same. Dasein is primordially not at home in being. As he puts it poetically, glossing the lines of the Corelode, the human being, the most unsettled, must embark on the groundless deep, forsaking the solid land. Dasein cannot sail upon bright, smooth waters, but only amid the storms of winter. More plainly, he states thus, Dasein is the happening of unsettledness itself. Italics. This is the difficult truth that human beings generally seek to avoid, finding false tranquility and security in the inessential unwesen, at-home modes of being that keep them out of their own essence wesen. And once more he states this for emphasis how far the human being is not at home in its own most essence. He concludes his commentary on the Corelode by addressing lines 2. This is especially Signy Kant, for he will come back to these lines in his commentary on Hölderlin and offer a strikingly different reading. According to the Loeb translation, the lines read in English. May he who does such things never sit by my hearth or share my thoughts. Heidegger renders them as let him not become a companion at my hearth, nor let my knowing share the delusions of the one who works such deeds. He NDS in these lines only the chorus's contempt for the daring, unsettled one who upsets the familiar and customary. The chorus, representing the average everydayness of an authentic Dasein, turns against the most unsettled one and banishes him or her from hearth and council. He declares there is nothing surprising about these concluding words. Indeed, we should have to be surprised if they were lacking. For Heidegger, the chorus cannot accept that the human being is primordially not at home in being, yet paradoxically, their rejection of one like Antigone is in fact a direct and complete confirmation of the unsettledness that is the essence of being human. Indeed. But when he revisits these very same lines he will work out a very different characterization of the essential correlation of Dasein and being. 3. Returning home. The rereading of Antigone in Hölderlin's Hymn der Esther. Heidegger's turn towards home is perhaps best illuminated in his lecture course on Hölderlin's poem De Esther. In this commentary, which features a rereading of the RSD Corelode of Sophocles' Antigone, he works out with great care and subtlety the position that Dasein is primordially at home in being, and it is this theme that we recognize as so prominent in his later work. Two other Hölderlin commentaries of the early S, one on the poem Remembrance and the other on the poem Homecoming to Kindred Ones, are close in spirit to the commentary on Esther and are also of special signi. Cats. Of course, Heidegger had engaged Hölderlin's poetry throughout the S. He had offered a lecture course on the poems Germania and the Rhine and had already begun to thematize the homeland Heimat. Even so, his preoccupation with the Power Macht and Violence Gewalt of poetic creation in relation to being sane links these earlier commentaries more closely to the fundamental themes of Introduction to Metaphysics. In any case, the commentary on the Esther deserves special recognition and attention because of the striking difference we in his rereading of Sophocles' words as he works out the theme of Dasein's return home. In the summer semester he gave a lecture course on an unfinished poem by Hölderlin that was given the title The Esther by the RSD editor, Norbert von Hellingreth. Ister was the ancient Greco-Roman name for the lower course of the Danube, and as he observes at the beginning of his commentary, Hölderlin names precisely the upper course of the Donau with the Greco-Roman name for the lower course of the river, just as if the lower Donau had returned to the upper, and thus turned back to its source. For this reason, Heidegger NDS the title of the poem appropriate, and he takes up the lengthy task of elucidating the hymn. A large part of this lecture course is given over to an Auseinandersetzung between Hölderlin and Sophocles. Specky? Cali, he is interested in illuminating the meaning of Hölderlin's poem by way of an elucidation of the RSD Corelode in Antigone because this singular poetic work of a singular poet resonates repeatedly in Hölderlin's poetic telling. Thus, Heidegger returns to the same choral lines in Antigone that he had addressed in hymn. But is this return no more than a repetition, as some have suggested? Certainly not. We discover in his renewed engagement with Sophocles' words a signi Kant departure from the earlier reading though unacknowledged by Heidegger and, along with it, evidence of the turn towards home in his thinking. As his commentary on Antigone unfolds, he returns to an explication of Sophocles' word Dianon, which had been central to his earlier reading in him. Again, he translates Dianon as unheimlich, and the translation of this word remains an issue. The case can be made for uncanny, strange, or awesome. Yet since he pointedly continues to link unheimlich with unheimisch, it makes sense to continue with unsettled to translate unheimlich in order to give resonance to his wordplay. Initially, Heidegger shifts his concern to being itself in discussing to Dienon. Sophocles' word may be understood in the RST place as das Unheimliche or das Unschure, the unsettling or extraordinary names for being itself, as his remarks suggest. In thinking about das Unheimliche, we must think three aspects in their unity: the fearful, the powerful, and the unusual. Now, with respect to human being, Dasein is unheimlich, unsettled, in the following ways: as frightened only in the sense of being in awe and in admiration before that which commands respect and awe, as powerful in the sense of standing out into the powerful itself, and as unusual in the sense of going beyond the habitual and accustomed to stand out into what is extraordinary. The human being is das Unheimlichste, the most unsettled, and, therefore, unheimisch, not at home or unhomely. And he underscores this by adding that we are hereby pointing to a connection that presumably extends beyond the merely extrinsic resonance of the words unheimisch and unheimlich. He thus restates an important theme from the Antigone commentary in an essential way: the human being is not at home in being. The human being is the being that in its essencing goes beyond the ordinary to the extraordinary, the being that is cast out from being at home among the homely. In a key passage, he observes, "We mean the unsettled in the sense of that which is not at home, not homely, and that which is homely. It is only for this reason that the unhomely das Unheimische can, as a consequence, also be unsettled unheimlich in the sense of something that has an alienating or frightening effect that gives rise to anxiety. In that case, Sophocles' word, which speaks of the human being as the most unsettled being, says that human beings are in a singular sense, not at home, we. And in these words everything that is consistent with his reading of the choral lines in him and with his fundamental position in that work that the human being is primordially not at home in being. Yet when we complete the last line of the above passage, we discover a striking departure from the earlier reading that he does not acknowledge as such. The complete last line reads italics mine. In that case, Sophocles' word, which speaks of the human being as the most unsettled being, says that human beings are, in a singular sense, not at home, and that their care is to become at home. Their care sorges to become at home heimisch written. Nowhere in the Antigone reading did Heidegger use such words or suggest any such idea, yet here, and in a most matter-of-fact way, he maintains this to be Sophocles' meaning. He does not give any clue whatsoever that he has made a signi, cant addition or moti, cati into his earlier reading of Sophocles' word. He simply adds that the task is now to show to what extent the choral ode itself justifies this interpretation. He moves on to a detailed reading of the choral ode with this unacknowledged new and very different aim in view to show how the human being, the unhomely one, is nonetheless primordially at home in being. His commentary that follows is lengthy and exceedingly dense, and we cannot do justice to all the particulars of his discussion. So let us focus on the points in his reading that go to the heart of our present concern. He comes back to a further elucidation of the Greek word dienon. Among beings, the human being is in a special way unsettled unheimlich and therefore unhomely unheimisch. Being unhomely is not the same as being a mere adventurer who romantically wanders in the wilderness of beings, venturing heroically, and who thus becomes acquainted with everything under the sun. Such being atatham among beings, no matter how exhilarating, still comes to nothing because no skillfulness, no acts of power, and no artfulness can stave off death. Human beings are night, and this kind of adventuring among beings is in fact only a kind of ite from this truth. The essential meaning of being unhomely is different from adventuring. Human beings alone among beings stand in the midst of beings in such a way as to comport themselves toward beings as such. Only the human being knows of beings themselves and knows of them as beings, addressing them and articulating them. For this reason, only the human being can forget the source of beings, the being sein of beings. Only the human being in its relation to beings can forget being. Consequently, the human being is intrinsically unhomely because it constitutively forgets being in the engagement with beings, what Heidegger had called falling in being and time. What is more, the human being, who ultimately founders upon death, can no home, no ultimate ground or meaning among beings. The human being is unsettled among beings and, therefore, not at home among beings. Of course, this is a hard truth, and for the most part, human beings evade this truth of their being as venturing forth in all directions. Human beings arrive everywhere and yet everywhere come to nothing, insofar as what they attain in venturing forth is never sufficient to fool, and sustain their essence. But this is precisely not the case with Antigone. She is resolute in taking up and taking upon herself the dienon, the unsettledness, that is constitutive of being human. She is the supreme unsettled and therefore also the utterly unhomely. According to Heidegger, the fundamental dramatic action of the play is precisely Antigone's noble pathane, her experiencing and enduring and suffering in an extreme way the unsettledness and unhomeliness of the human being among beings. Antigone represents an intensi cation of this truth about being human. But this is not the only truth or the most important truth about being human that Heidegger wants to articulate in this lecture course, which brings us back to the issue of the turning in his thinking about the meaning of Antigone. He introduces the new twist on the old reading again without acknowledging it as such with a rhetorical question. What if that which were most intrinsically unhomely like Antigone, thus most remote from all that is homely, were that which in itself simultaneously preserved the most intimate belonging to the homely? This leads him to a consideration of the concluding lines of the RSD choral ode, lines 2, which speak of expelling the daring one from the hearth. As we discussed, in him he read these lines to mean that the chorus, representing average everyday thinking, could not tolerate the likes of an Antigone, whose boldness and daring revealed the essential unsettledness of being human. Her expulsion from hearth and council by the chorus was inevitable, he had maintained, and a direct and complete confirmation of the unsettledness that is the essence of being human. And there his commentary ended. But not so in the Ister commentary. These lines speak differently to Heidegger in the hearth is no longer the site of inauthentic Dasein, now it is the site of being Adam in a primordial and authentic way. He states that Hestia is the hearth of the house, the locale at which there stand the gods of the hearth. It is where there is the in the manifoldness of its essence, which essentially prevails as lighting, illuminating, warming, nourishing, purifying, ning, glowing. In other words, the hearth is the warmth of home, it is being itself. The hearth is being, the source of all beings, and becoming at home in being is the aim, the destination of the journeying of the unsettled and unhomely one. The Theban elders expel the Dianoton, the most unsettled, from the hearth, and this rejection RMS that unsettledness and unhomeliness belong intrinsically to being human. But, in this reread, Heidegger adds that this insight brings us only to the place where understanding can genuinely begin. The chorus's words lead us to think beyond the Dienon. But in what direction? He asks rhetorically. His reply in the direction of the homely, the hearth. The Theban elders in their expulsion of Antigone from the hearth have an implicit understanding of the hearth. They have a phronane, a knowing, about the hearth itself and about human beings who are primordially at home at the hearth. For someone to be able to expel the most unsettled of all beings from the homely hearth, they must know of the hearth itself. And this implicit knowing of the hearth is an implicit knowing of being itself. This knowledge that expels from the hearth must know the being of all beings sein alles Seienden. Thereby, Heidegger completes a remarkable transformation of his earlier reading of these choral lines. In the reading, he understood the chorus's expulsion of the Dianoton to be the remist confirmation that Dasein is not at home at the core of its being. Yet in this reading, he understands the chorus to be pointing beyond the human being's unsettledness unto the hearth, unto being, the place where human beings primordially belong. Earlier, Sophocles' words testi add only to the noble estrangement of human beings, for Heidegger in these same words also point the way home. Home is the hearth and the hearth is being itself, the emerging appearing unfolding of all beings. Heidegger? And es confirmation for this understanding of the hearth in Plato's description of the life of the gods in the Phaedrus. Hestia alone, he translates Plato's words, always remains steadfastly behind in the homestead Heimstatt of the gods. Ancient Greek poetizing and thinking had the insight into the essential connection between Hestia and being. He expresses this insight in his own poetic words: the hearth, the homestead of the homely, is being itself, in whose light and radiance, glow and warmth, all beings already have gathered. And in another place the hearth is the word for being, it is that appearing that is named in Antigone's word and that determines everything, even beyond the gods. The ultimate destination of the human being is home, dwelling near the source, the origin, being as such. Heidegger repeatedly refers to this journey as becoming at home in being notatum das heimisch werden im unheimisch sein. This phrase sums up the lesson of Sophocles' poetic work, and Antigone herself is the poem of becoming at home in being notatum. Again, what is decisively different in his elucidation of Antigone is this theme of the return home. The human being is primordially at home in nearness to being, the source of all beings. Even so, it is also true that the human being is unsettled and unhomely. We might summarize Heidegger's nuanced position this way: the human being is primordially at home in being, but in the beginning is not aware of home as home. Because of this forgetting of being, human beings are lost among beings and founder among beings, the foreign land, and for this reason, they are intrinsically unsettled and unhomely among beings. Nonetheless, some, like Antigone, take up this unsettledness and unhomeliness resolutely. They choose a bold forgetting as they journey through the foreign land. Such passing through the foreign land is necessary for human beings if they are to come to recognize being as home and to dwell at the source in thoughtful remembrance Andenken. For Heidegger, the Ister, the river of Hölderlin's poem, is the river proper to the home of the poet. It is the river that owes away from its source but that also, according to the poem, appears to go backwards. And this tells us that the truth of the river is the truth of being human. The Ister whiles by the source and is reluctant to abandon its locale because it dwells near the origin. And it dwells near the origin because it has returned home to its locality from its journeying to foreign parts. The Ister satis? The law of becoming at home is the law of being notadum. To recap our analysis. What is so fascinating about this lecture course on Hölderlin's poem The Ister is that we N.D. Heidegger working out a reading of Sophocles' Antigone that is markedly different from the one he had offered in him. He brilliantly refashions without admitting so his reading of Sophocles' words in light of a Signy? Kant turning in his own thinking in the early a turning towards home, towards the theme of the human being's primordial existential at-homeness in relation to being. Indeed, in Heidegger makes the theme of the Joy-Freude of homecoming central in two additional actions on Hölderlin's poetry, the commentaries on the poems Homecoming to Kindred Ones and Remembrance. And after these essays, we end him returning to this motif again and again in the work of the S&S but with yet another important difference that we will discuss. Before moving on to a later text, we should also take note of what is so compelling about his account in this commentary that we have been discussing. He works out a subtle phenomenological understanding of the human being that describes the counterplay Gegenspiel or counterturning Gegenwärtigkeit between the existential truth of being unsettled unheimlich and that of returning home Heimkehr. To put this somewhat differently, Heidegger does not abandon his earlier insistence that the decentering unsettling of the day-self everyday Dasein is necessary to achieve an authentic existence. In a poetic way, he continues to maintain that such unsettling is structurally essential to being human. Nonetheless, in his revised view the decentering or unsettling of the day-self which had revealed the authentic self to be homeless is no longer the destination, it now represents a necessary passage, an existential precondition, to a recentering returning home of the self in relation to being a sheltering home. As he puts it, coming to be at home is thus a passage Durchgang through the foreign. The recentered self? NDS safe harbor in being but also harbors no illusions about mastery over beings or about fulfillment among beings. The recentered self? NDS astonishment, joy, and serenity and dwelling thoughtfully in relation to all that comes to be and ceases to be, what the Greeks called physis, and what Heidegger calls the being of beings. His poetic phenomenological description of being human is admirably complex in the commentary and it is precisely this complexity that arguably begins to slip away in the later work. 4. At home undisturbed by unsettledness Gelassenheit. On October, Heidegger gave a talk in Meßkirch to celebrate the birthday of the composer Konradin Kreutzer. This speech was later given the title Gelassenheit or Releasement, though it is better known as Memorial Address to English readers. This brief and elegant address is best known for the distinction he makes between calculative thinking das Rechnendenken and meditative thinking das Besinnliche Nachdenken. Our primary interest concerns how in this statement he employs the word unheimlich, a word that has a long history in his thinking. He opens the talk with thanks to his homeland Heimat for all that it has given me along the path of my life. But he warns that there is something deeply disturbing and even dangerous about the contemporary world. A thoughtlessness has taken hold of the times, he cautions. Thoughtlessness is an unsettling unheimlich or visitor who comes and goes everywhere in today's world. This is the RST time in the text that he uses the word unheimlich. Again, we may translate this as uncanny, but the contrast with Heimat is obvious enough for us to prefer the translation unsettling. In other words, the unwelcome visitor unsettles the home and those who are at home. We also must take careful note that he pointedly says that this thoughtlessness, this unsettling visitor, is everywhere to be found in today's world italics. This suggests that what is unsettling is Cali characteristic of the modern or contemporary world and not an essential feature of being in the world. If this is the case, then Heidegger's thinking has taken yet another turn since the early s. In the commentary, the unheimlich remains constitutive of being human, but in this statement, the unheimlich is apparently relegated to a principal feature of the present age, which is dominated by calculative thinking. This reading is certainly strengthened by what follows in the address. Heidegger evokes a time in the past when human beings dwelt calmly between heaven and earth. Calmly, not unsettled. And in this time, human beings were nourished by the life-giving roots of the homeland. They were grounded or rooted at home. Indeed, this rootedness bodenständigkeit ness the being of human beings, but then he declares that the rootedness of human beings today is threatened at its core. Rootedness in being itself has given way to a disturbing and dangerous uprootedness, an unsettledness, that specky Kali springs from the spirit of the age into which all of us were born. The sway of calculative thinking, which ness the essence of the technological age, has made us unsettled. The dangers of the proliferation of technological developments are obvious enough, he observes, yet even if the hydrogen bombs do not explode and human life on Earth is preserved, an unsettling and harmless a change in the world moves upon us. What is truly unsettling is not the vast array of technologies, but rather our being unaware of what is shaping and forming and dominating our times, and this is the sway of calculative thinking. Now, what precisely he understands to be the provenance of this sway of calculative thinking may be open to debate, but it seems quite clear that he understands Dasein's unsettledness in the world to be exclusively characteristic of the present age. It is not Dasein itself that is constitutively unsettled, it is only Dasein in the present age that is unheimlich. Heidegger proposes that the domination of calculative thinking can and must be challenged by a releasement toward things Gelassenheit zu den Dingen and a meditative thinking that lets beings be and that is open to the mystery of the coming to be and ceasing to be of all things. Meditative thinking is the fundamental manner of thinking, and it is also originary because in a former time, in the old rootedness alta bodenständigkeit, human beings dwelt meditatively and serenely on the earth and under the sky. The present age has brought with it a peculiar unsettledness, but this unsettledness is by no means constitutive of human dwelling, it does not touch our inner and real core, he says. In fact, he clearly suggests that it ultimately can be overcome so that we can dwell in the world in a completely different way. Releasement toward things and openness to mystery give us a vision of a new rootedness, which someday even might be to recover the old and now rapidly disappearing rootedness in a different form. Thus, he offers a vision of human beings once again dwelling at home in relation to being altogether undisturbed by the unsettledness of the present age. Apparently, the journey home for Dasein no longer essentially and necessarily passes through the unheimlich. At home everything is Gladden-Messkirch's 7th centennial. In the evening of July, Heidegger delivered a talk in Messkirch to celebrate the town's 700th anniversary. Once again, the topic for re-action is the homeland Heimat. He takes note of the many technological innovations that have transformed life for contemporary human beings. Nevertheless, these technological developments appear to offer no abiding, reliable, resting place, they change unceasingly from the new to the newest. Human beings have become captivated by all that is new, and he characterizes this as a movement from the homely into the unhomely aus dem Heimischen ins Unheimische. He returns, therefore, to another earlier theme, the theme of being not at home or unhomely, unheimisch, which also has a long history in his thinking. Yet again there is a difference. He speaks of the unhomely in this address in much the same way as he had spoken of the unsettling in the address on Gelassenheit, that is, he clearly appears to characterize the existential unhomeliness of human beings as a phenomenon specky Kali of the present technological age. Dasein's unhomeliness is not constitutive of being in the world as such, rather, it is the constitutive action of the present age dominated by modern technicity die moderne Technik. In the present age, human beings are into the unhomely, and this takes the form of the rush to of time with gadgets and activities that, in the end, leaves us profoundly bored and bewildered. A puzzling and unsettling unheimlich way of life has overtaken human beings in the technological age, and this has left us unhomely and suffering from homesickness Heimweh. Nonetheless, this very homesickness RMS the abiding presence of home. We are longing for home. We are seeking to restore our primordial relation to the homeland, to the origin, to being itself, though Heidegger does not explicitly mention being in this address. The origin seeks human beings, too. No matter how not at home human beings are in the present age, there yet comes towards us the homeland that we seek, even though it is wrapped in disguise. Because it touches us again and again in such a form, we must go out and meet it. Such cryptic pronouncements make it difficult to decipher precisely his meaning, yet it emerges clearly enough that the search for home is a search that will lead us beyond the unhomely and unsettling to what he calls rest and ingathering. Dasein's recovery of home will overcome the unhomely and the unsettling, which are the determinative features of the technological age. How else can we understand the following words? In the midst of the unhomely we are making a turn back into the homely. Such a return home has the power, if we abide carefully and without haste on its way, such a return home has the power of overtaking again and again everything that sweeps us up into the unhomely. Our return home in relation to being as the temporal unfolding of all beings has the power to overcome the existential unhomeliness that afflicts us. Indeed, he adds, by gathering ourselves once again into meditative thinking, everything is gladdened, everything becomes clear and transparent. Conclusion. In several important texts of the SNS, The History of the Concept of Time, Being, and Time, and Introduction to Metaphysics, Heidegger maintained the position that Dasein is primordially unheimlich, unsettled, and thus also unheimisch, not at home at the core of its being. However, we discover as Signy Kant turning in his thinking towards home, especially in the early S. The commentary on Hölderlin's poem The Easter stands out as a bridge text between the early and later Heidegger on this issue, in particular, we and a striking and Signy Kant difference in his reading of Sophocles' Antigone compared with the better-known reading in the Introduction to Metaphysics. In the Easter commentary, he engaged both Sophocles and Hölderlin to work out the motif so prominent in his later work that human beings are primordially at home in being, the sheltering source and origin of all beings. Even so, in this commentary he continued to maintain that confrontation with the foreign, with the unsettled, with the unhomely, belongs to the very essencing of human beings. The journey home for human beings must pass through the foreign land. Only those, like Antigone, who resolutely confront the unsettled and unhomely that we essentially are, only these can return home and authentically dwell at home in relation to being. We and yet another development in his thinking on this issue in his work of the S&S. In two representative texts, Gelassenheit Memorial Address, and Meßkirch's 7th Centennial, he no longer speaks about unsettledness and notathamness as belonging constitutively to Dasein's being, rather, he speaks of Das Unheimliche and Das Unheimische as Achtung Dasein in the modern technological age. In Heidegger's later view, Dasein must struggle against the prevailing unsettling and unhomely spirit of the present age in order to recover its primordially at-home relation to being and to dwell, and gladden, in nearness to being home, source and origin of all beings. From a phenomenological standpoint, each of Heidegger's descriptions early, middle, and late of Dasein's fundamental relation to being has compelling features that resonate powerfully, and this surely testifies to the richness of his thought. Even so, I would suggest that it is his account in the middle years, the period when he composed the commentary on the Easter, that is most compelling because of its depth and complexity. Once again, to recast Heidegger's language in somewhat different terms, we might say that the emphasis in his early work was on decentering the they-self that Dasein always is, and that the emphasis in the later work was on recentering Dasein in relation to being. Yet in the middle period, he worked out a more complex phenomenological description of Dasein that keeps fully in view both the decentering and the recentering of Dasein. This is one way of understanding his central motif in the commentary on the Easter of becoming at home and being notatham das Heimisch werden im Unheimisch sein. That is, Dasein is structurally decentered, not at home. For all of the existential reasons that he had laid out in the early work, Dasein's existence is contingent, unfounded, dispersed, and night-factical, thrown, fallen, and being towards death. In the face of its radically negative natude, Dasein is no longer able to maintain its identity in terms of the they-self. Nonetheless, such decentering makes possible a recentering of the self in relation to being as home. Dasein is recentered, becomes at home, and its joy, calm, and rest in meditatively wondering and marveling about its being in relation to being, the temporal giving and owing forth of all beings. Thus, as I hope has been made clear, Heidegger's early view of Dasein's gritty and resolute acceptance of its anxious, unsettled, and unhomely being in the world gave way, especially in the work of the earliest, to the much more sanguine and serene view of Dasein's return home to being. Nevertheless, his poetic phenomenological description of the human being in relation to being, such as we and in the commentary on the Easter, is nuanced and retains important insights of his earlier thinking. In the later thinking of the S&S, his account of Dasein's being at home in relation to being appears to attend and lose the complexity and depth of his perspective of the middle years. This impression, and I say impression because I do not want to overstate the case, is based on several later texts, but one observation will do for the present. In the commentary on the Easter, Heidegger speaks of the joy of Dasein's returning home joy as a safeguarding and guarding over the return home to one's own. But he also tempers that joy with the reminder that mourning pervades the Easter, it pervades the poet himself in his poetic essence. Sadness attends the knowing of the necessity of patient whiling near the origin. After all, we may say, our journey home that passes through the foreign land is a difficult and painful one that leaves us all wounded and mournful. Yet in the address this sobering truth is missing from his description of Dasein's return home. Meditation is not melancholy but gladsomeness die Heiterkeit, in which everything is gladden, everything becomes clear and transparent. Such statements from the later Heidegger certainly have their appeal, but they also leave us somewhat puzzled and wondering. How do we understand that Dasein's thoughtful dwelling at home in relation to being leaves all melancholy and mourning behind? How is it possible that everything is gladdened? What does it mean to say that everything becomes clear and transparent? These remain fair and important questions to put to Heidegger's later thought. Among all beings, only the human being, called upon by the voice of being, experiences the wonder of all wonders that beings are. Postscript to what is metaphysics? One dimension of our being in the world is affective, so over the years the question has been asked in existential philosophy and psychology: how shall we name and characterize the affective disposition that most ness our being in the world? Or to put this question another way, what is the ning mood of our authentically taking up our situation? In Being and Time, Heidegger identity? At Angst as the mood that brings the human being Dasein most squarely face to face with the sobering truth of its radically night existence. In Authenticity, Dasein? NDS multiple ways of ing Angst and the truth it reveals, yet in Authenticity, Dasein brings an end to the id and resolutely accepts its knitted in the accompanying mood of Angst. Thus, as he worked it out in Being and Time, the mood of Angst is more fundamentally constitutive of Dasein than any other mood, and confronting and resolutely taking up Angst is a ning feature of authentic existence. Heidegger's discussion of Angst in Being and Time has become a core component of existential thinking over the years. Even so, a closer examination of his account would help clarify several issues that are of importance not only to philosophers but also to those working theoretically or clinically in the general area of existential or phenomenological psychology. Moreover, we need to give an account of how after Being and Time he increasingly moved away from his early emphasis on Angst as he worked out more clearly his own most matter for thought. After, Heidegger became reluctant to identify one fundamental, ning mood. Even so, that in his later thinking he gave greater attention to Scheu and astonishment das Erstaunen in describing the prevailing affective disposition of Dasein's authentic existing, thereby recalling the importance of the mood of wonder spoken of long ago by the ancient Greek philosophers. I do not propose to offer a comprehensive analysis of the issue of affective disposition in Heidegger's work. I wish only to highlight certain notable points of development in his thinking with the overarching aim of illuminating how his actions continue to be of value in thinking about authentic modes of human existing. Being and Time. In section, Heidegger Identity? Affective disposition die Ndlichkeit is an existential, that is, it is a fundamental structural component of Dasein. The human being Dasein always already? NDS itself effectively disposed in a certain way because Dasein is always already open to the world, thrown and delivered over to it. Because Dasein is structurally this thrown openness, it is always already effectively disposed or attuned. According to his terminology, affective disposition Ndlichkeit names the ontological existential dimension of human affectedness that is distinguishable from Spezifische existentielle Moodstimmungen. Though this distinction between the ontic and the ontological dimensions is meaningful and useful as we shall discuss shortly, it remains that in either case, the human being is always already effectively disposed or mooded in a certain way. Consequently, I will use the terms affective disposition, mood, and attunement interchangeably. In section, he gives a phenomenological description of one particular mood, fear, with the end in view of contrasting fear and angst later in section and again in B. Fear is always fear of something night within the world. As he puts it, that in the face of which we fear, the fearsome, is in every case something that we encounter within the world and that may have either readiness to hand, presence at hand, or Dasein with as its kind of being. Since fear is always related to some entity within the world, this particular mood does not and cannot disclose the world as such to Dasein. Heidegger is interested in identifying an affective disposition that has more disclosive power, a mood that lights up for Dasein its being in the world as such, or, put another way, its radically night openness as such. That mood is Angst. In section, he draws the contrast between the affective dispositions of fear and Angst. But RST, a serious difficulty presents itself for English readers. How shall we translate this word Angst? We know that Heidegger's discussion of Angst was deeply indebted to Kierkegaard's own analysis of this phenomenon der Begriff der Angst. Generally speaking, the word Angst as Kierkegaard used it has been translated into English as dread, and several translators of Heidegger's work have followed suit in preferring this word. In fact, in a recently published new and elegant translation of Heidegger's lecture What is Metaphysics? Thomas Sheehan also makes the case for dread. Yet, as I hope to make clear shortly, I think there are more compelling reasons to translate angst if we must translate it at all as anxiety. To be sure, translating angst as anxiety has its own difficulties, but the word dread ultimately proves to be more problematical. In section, he restates that fear always comes from entities within the world, but in marked contrast, that in the face of which one has anxiety is not an entity within the world. Anxiety is not anxious before this or that or anything. What Dasein is anxious about is nothing and nowhere within the world. Dasein's anxiety is not related to any particular entity or entities within the world, rather, it relates to being in the world as such. If heated, anxiety leads Dasein past its involvements with beings in the world and lights up the world as world, but it also discloses to Dasein its peculiar predicament, its thrownness, facticity, fallenness, and mortality being towards death. In short, anxiety reveals to Dasein its radically night and negative existence. In anxiety, Dasein experiences itself as exiled from beings and from the world. It feels estranged, uneasy, unsettled, uncanny, all possible translations of Heidegger's word unheimlich. Even so, it is precisely anxiety that brings Dasein face to face with its being free for, propensio in, the authenticity of its being, and for this authenticity as a possibility that it always already is. Authentic existing requires that Dasein resolutely take up the angst constitutive of its radically night existence. This much about Heidegger's analysis is clear, but several clarifications remain to be made. First, it would seem that his phenomenological analysis of anxiety is not completely drawn. Towards the end of section, he makes an important observation that he does not work out with much precision. He notes that insofar as Dasein is under sway of falling in publicness, authentic angst eigentliche Angst is rare. Nonetheless, everyday Dasein often experiences anxiety in the form of physiological symptoms. He adds this fact, in its facticity, is a problem ontologically, not merely with regard to its ontocausation and course of development. Only because Dasein is anxious at the core of its being, does it become possible for anxiety to be manifested physiologically. In effect, Heidegger is saying that in analyzing the phenomenon of angst, we need to make a crucial distinction between the ontic and ontological dimensions, but he does not draw this out precisely or state it explicitly. Consequently, though there is no explicit textual warrant for this, I believe that such observations justify our making an important and useful distinction between what I will call ontic anxiousness, the ontic dimension of angst, and ontological anxiety, the ontological dimension of angst. On the basis of Heidegger's textual clue, I use the term ontic anxiousness to refer to average, everyday anxiousness, or to the kind of neurotic anxiousness that is burdensome to human beings and that manifests itself in a wide variety of psychic confusions and physiological symptoms such as rapid heartbeat, palpitations, aching and twitching muscles, excessive sweating, stomach aches, and headaches. This ontic anxiousness can be bearable or crippling and, depending upon its severity, is what leads people to seek out psychoanalysis or psychotherapy for help, or, as is regrettably becoming more and more common, to simply secure one of a host of new medications to treat such disorders. It is apparent that such ontic anxiousness is not what Heidegger has in mind when he speaks about Dasein resolutely taking up the authentic angst of its radically night existence. Yet in section and in being and time generally, he is not as clear about this as he might have been, and the result is that the difference between the ontic and ontological dimensions of the phenomenon of angst becomes blurred or uncertain. Unfortunately, this uncertainty in the text has given rise over the years to a variety of misunderstandings about the significance of his emphasis on the mood of angst. For example, for some, the neurotic anxiousness of the Woody Allen serves as a model of Heideggerian anxious resoluteness. However, a more serious and perhaps even tragic misunderstanding is that for others, neurotic anxiousness is mistaken for or misdiagnosed as ontological anxiety, authentic angst, with the consequence that debilitating anguish is endured unnecessarily in the name of authenticity. This lack of clarity or precision in the text is related to another limitation in his analysis. His sharp contrast between the dispositions of angst and fear seems too neat. Consider that phenomenologically, ontic anxiousness may manifest the features of both angst and fear as he discusses these. That is, neurotic anxiousness resembling authentic angst is often about nothing. One who is gripped by such generalized anxiousness cannot say exactly what he or she is anxious about. Yet, as Freud helped us understand, such neurotic anxiety is nonetheless an anxiousness resembling fear before some night entity within the world, but an entity that has not yet been brought into view. In other words, Dasein may be suffering from a diffuse, generalized anxiousness that stems from a repressed trauma, and though there is a see entity in the face of which Dasein is anxious fearful, Dasein has not yet brought this entity into word, and therefore, within the world. By bringing the repressed entity into word and world, Dasein also brings itself relief from such debilitating anxiousness. Of course, as Heidegger obliquely observes in section, ontic anxiousness, to use my terms, is related to ontological anxiety, authentic angst, precisely because ontic anxiousness ultimately discloses to Dasein the fundamental unsettledness, Unheimlichkeit, that is constitutive of being in the world. Thus, because ontic anxiousness and ontological anxiety are related phenomenologically, it is preferable to translate angst again, if we must translate it at all, as anxiety. I suggest that this word better captures and preserves the relatedness and tension between the ontic and ontological dimensions of the phenomenon that Heidegger is describing than does the word dread. In addition, dread introduces some other difficulties. First, dread, like fear, is most often used in English in a way that emphasizes the see object or term, as in expressions in the general form of I dread that. Second, dread connotes a much more see powerful and arresting effect than does anxiety. Third, dread misses altogether the peculiar calm that Heidegger associates with the affective disposition of authentic angst. But that leads us to the next important text. 2. What is metaphysics? On July, Heidegger, newly installed as the chair of philosophy at the University of Freiburg, delivered his inaugural lecture, titled What is Metaphysics? Published later the same year, Hereafter W.M. Some years later, he appended a postscript, and his remarks reveal that he was apparently stung by the public criticism in the intervening years of his emphasis on the importance of the mood of angst in W.M. He restates in his own words the complaints that he had isolated one mood, the morbid mood of angst, and elevated it to the fundamental mood Grundstimmung. According to his critics, he notes, his line of thinking amounted to a negative and paralyzing philosophy of anxiety. Heidegger insisted in the postscript that such criticism missed the mark, and he was right, but it is also true that it did not miss the mark altogether. In Being and Time, though his meaning was apparent that the angst that is constitutive of Dasein as night openness is not the same as the morbidity of neurotic anxiousness, he was not sufficiently explicit in distinguishing between the ontic and ontological dimensions of angst. Moreover, his phenomenological analysis of angst, especially in Being and Time, did betray an excessively negative tenor. As we have noted, his focus was on how, in anxiety, Dasein experiences itself as primordially unheimlich, unsettled, and unheimisch, not at home, and he made a point of derisively dismissing all at home, tranquilized, and familiar ways of being in the world as inauthentic and as belonging to the fallen publicness of the day. In his lecture What is Metaphysics? Heidegger focuses again on the uniquely disclosive mood of angst. Yet even though his phenomenological description of angst in W.M. is similar to his earlier description in Being and Time, there is a subtle but significant difference that I hope to make clear. In W.M., he is interested in how angst brings Dasein face to face with das Nichts, the nothing that allows all forms of beings to appear. He emphasizes that by the nothing he does not mean the simple negation of all beings, rather, the nothing is another name for being itself, if only we are mindful that being itself is what allows all beings to shine forth, to appear, to be. Whereas other moods bring Dasein in relation to other beings or even to the totality of beings, it is principally the mood of angst that brings Dasein face to face with the nothing itself being itself. As in Being and Time, Heidegger distinguishes between the affective dispositions of fear and angst, emphasizing that whereas fear is always fear of something, anxiety is anxiety before nothing. Accordingly, anxiety reveals the nothing. He also warns that we must not confuse angst with the quite common anxiousness Ängstlichkeit, ultimately reducible to fearfulness, which all too readily comes over us, and this remark provides additional textual support for my suggestion that we make an explicit distinction between ontic anxiousness and ontological anxiety. In describing the affective disposition of angst, he returns to the ground he covered in Being and Time. In anxiety, Dasein feels unsettled, unheimlich. Beings, including Dasein itself, sink into indifference, and the receding of beings as a whole that closes in on us in anxiety oppresses us. Dasein is struck dumb as it becomes aware of itself as radically night openness to the nothing. In this quiet, Dasein has the opportunity to take up resolutely the Grundstimmung of angst and what it reveals. More typically, however, Dasein tries to shatter the empty stillness with mindless chatter. The subtle but significant difference in this essay comes in his making greater note of the distinctive calm of the affective disposition of angst. More clearly than in section of Being and Time, he frees the mood of angst from the turbulence of ontic anxiousness. He insists that no kind of buzzing confusion is a feature of angst. On the contrary, he observes, angst is suffused with a peculiar kind of calm Ruhe. Soon after, He adds in Angst there is a drawing back from, which is surely not it, but rather a stunned calm Gebet Ruhe. And later, he makes this revealing statement: Angst born of risk is not the opposite of joy, or even of quiet activity and calm enjoyment. It transcends such oppositions and lives in secret communion with the serene and gentle yearnings of creativity. His emphasis, then, is that the mood of Angst is one of serene beholding and creative calm. In this phenomenological account, authentic Angst bears less resemblance to ontic anxiousness. If they remain related, the thread linking them has become thinner. This subtle difference suggests a subtle but important shift in Heidegger's thinking. As in Being and Time, in W.M. he identifies Angst as the ning mood of Dasein as being Entworld, and he continues to characterize the mood in terms of unsettledness, Unheimlichkeit. Even so, in W.M. he offers a more meditative and serene version of this unsettledness. In Being and Time he pressed the point arguably too hard that Dasein is constitutively unsettled because it is so unremittingly night is limited, lacking, and incomplete, the absolute impossibility of Dasein and the null basis of its null projection. In W.M., however, he seems more interested in making the point that Dasein is constitutively unsettled because it NDS itself as the night between of being the nothing and beings. Dasein alone among beings has this essence of going beyond beings to the nothing being or of being held out into the nothing, and therefore Dasein alone can experience itself as unsettled precisely as this going beyond. Characterized in this way, Dasein's Angst is a somewhat different phenomenon, and Dasein's unsettledness seems far less unsettling. In Heidegger's description, the mood of Angst is one of quiet and calm, not at all opposed to joy, as he says, which at the end of the lecture he even characterizes as Wunderverwunderung. Yet it is fair to ask, is this affective disposition so described still Angst? His account in W.M. suggests that how we nd ourselves ontologically in Angst calm is markedly different from how we nd ourselves as ontically anxious trembling. The relatedness of the two may remain, but it is certainly more difficult to identify. In this lecture, he seems to be stretching the meaning of the term Angst to its limit. The word seems overburdened and barely able to capture his additional concerns in characterizing the ning affective disposition of Dasein's existence. As Heidegger's focus shifts in W.M. towards liberating Dasein for the nothing being, his discussion of Angst presents us with an important clue that he was perhaps already thinking beyond the phenomenon of Angst in seeking to name the mood that fundamentally nest Dasein's authentic existence. We should not be at all surprised, I think, that after the publication of W.M. he never again accorded to the mood of Angst such a unique and privileged status. This observation is not meant to diminish the importance and value for both philosophy and psychology of Heidegger's analysis of Angst in Being and Time and in W.M. Rather, it simply raises the question of whether his focus on the phenomenon of Angst was ever his own most matter for thought in the RST place, especially when we consider that he marginalized the theme after. We may reasonably propose that in his early thinking he inherited the theme of Angst principally from Kierkegaard, but also more generally from a tradition of German thinking that included a romanticism imbued with anti-bourgeois sentiment and a Nietzschean emphasis on the heroic and tragic. Heidegger's own analysis of the phenomenon of Angst is both original and compelling. Nevertheless, his focus on this mood in his early thinking seems to have been largely determined by these multiple influences. This would help explain why even in the essay, we nd him subtly metamorphosing the affective disposition of Angst into something else, a Grundstimmung not quite yet named but more in keeping with his own unfolding understanding of Dasein's correlation with being. 3. Hölderlin elucidations postscript to what is metaphysics? During the S and early S, one of Heidegger's major preoccupations was with Hölderlin's poetry. He composed beautiful elucidations on the poems Homecoming to Kindred Ones and Remembrance. In these two essays, Heidegger emphasizes how being hails or greets Dasein, and using the language of the poems, he offers a host of positive words to characterize being, including such names as the gladsome, the most joyous, the source, the origin, and the holy. Since it is being that attunes or effectively disposes Dasein, it follows from these bright and positive characterizations of being that Dasein is fundamentally disposed in hale and wholesome ways as well. Throughout these commentaries, he names a number of positive moods, such as serenity, gaiety, love, and especially joy, as constitutive of the poet's Dasein's authentic correspondence with being. The major theme of his readings is Dasein's being at home, Heimat, zu Hause, and nearness to being. Human beings are primordially at home, and nearness to being is the source of all beings, yet in the beginning, we are not aware of this as such. Only after valiantly forgetting the homeland and wandering abroad is the poet in particular called by being to make the long journey home. Homecoming Heimkunft is the occasion for great joy, But there remains the task of learning to abide and dwell in nearness to being in its mysterious revealing concealing. The poet, for one, sustains such dwelling and nearness to the origin through the poetic word, through remembrance on Denken. Certainly, we must, RSD of all take note of how Heidegger's principal motif of Dasein's homecoming and dwelling at home is strikingly different from his basic view in being and time that all at-home modes of being belong to the they and are steeped in inauthenticity. Though the Hölderlin commentaries are not strictly philosophical analyses, it is scientifically clear that Heidegger's fundamental position in these essays is that Dasein's being at home and nearness to being is ontological or primordial ursprünglich. This position is in sharp contrast with his earlier insistence in being and time that from an existential ontological point of view, the notatum must be conceived as the more primordial phenomenon Heidegger's italics. These contrasting positions represent an intriguing aspect of his thinking that I have addressed in the previous chapter, yet in view of our present concern, it is enough to make the observation that as he unfolds this theme of Dasein's being primordially at home, he also brings into view and highlights Dasein's primordially positive moods. In these two commentaries on Hölderlin, Heidegger illuminates a manifold of bright moods that are constitutive of Dasein's correspondence with being. He is not unmindful of darker moods, but these are not the moods principally thematized. There is, however, one mood that he identifies that appears to be neither positive nor negative, though it is closely related to the profound joy of homecoming. In the commentary on the poem Remembrance, Heidegger speaks of Auditio and suggests that this mood may be most native of the poets and the thinkers Dasein's authentic comportment to being. As he describes it, awe is the fundamental mood Grundstimmung of the holidays for the slow paths, and it determines that one go to the origin. It is the fundamental mood of Dasein's remembering that all beings both bright and dark unfold in being, and that all moods both bright and dark are attunements to beings as they unfold in being. As Dasein steps back from its involvement with beings, returns home, and remembers being itself as the originating of all beings, Dasein, and the S itself in awe. In Heidegger's words, as this primordially rm holding oneself back and such halten before what is awesome, awe has at the same time the most intimate affection for it. Awe is that reserved, patient, astonished remembrance of that which abides near in a nearness that consists solely in keeping what is distant in its fullness distant, and thereby keeping it ready for its welling up emergence from its source. This essential awe wesen half joy is the mood of a thinking, which has come home, of the origin. He brings this mood of awe to the forefront again in the postscript also written into his What is Metaphysics? In the two Hölderlin essays, Heidegger gave no attention to the mood of Angst, yet in the postscript he returns to a discussion of this mood and reframes its significance. Responding to his critics, he insists that Angst must not be confused with the ontic concern with subjective feelings. Angst is a distinctive affective disposition understood ontologically because it makes a claim on the human being in his essence so that he learns to experience being in the nothing. Moreover, it requires courage on Dasein's part to respond to the negativity of this disposition and risk opening itself to the experience of being. The mood of Angst is a speechless experience of stunned quiet in which Dasein comes to hear the voice of being. In this description recalls his emphasis on the calm of the mood of Angst in W.M. However, in the postscript he no longer privileges Angst as he had done in the lecture. The mood of Aschoi, the same mood that he had highlighted in the commentary on Remembrance, appears to have become for Heidegger the more name for the disposition most constitutive of Dasein's holding itself open to being in all its richness and ambiguity. In a key line in the postscript, he states, for close by essential ontological anxiety, in the terror of the abyss, there dwells awe. Awe clears and embraces that place of being essentially human within which one abides at home in the abiding. As William J. Richardson noted, Heidegger's phrase abides at home in the abiding heimest bleibt im bleibend and sets the entire passage in the context of the Hölderlin analyses. Richardson also took note that once we learn to experience being for itself, as the Hölderlin interpretations tried to do, the fundamental disposition in their being Dasein becomes less anxiety than awe. In fact, we need to take this observation one step further and say that once we learn from Heidegger that Dasein is primordially at home in nearness to being, we understand more clearly why, for Heidegger, Angst is no longer the preeminent and privileged mood. His heartfelt and reassuring words in the postscript that being bestows grace and favor upon Dasein and calls Dasein to assume the guardianship watershaft of being make it apparent that the fundamental mood of Dasein's correlation with being is no longer Angst. We learn from the postscript that in the mood of awe Dasein is poised to listen and respond to being in inward calm, in speechless reserve, in quiet thankfulness, in patient and gracious awaiting. 4. Introduction to What is Metaphysics? Heidegger added an introduction to his What is Metaphysics? This introduction bears its own title, The Way Back into the Ground of Metaphysics. Of interest to us is his treatment of the mood of angst. Not surprisingly, this theme that had been so prominent in the lecture has all but disappeared in. His reference to angst is brief and cryptic, but Dreyfus and Rubin appear to be right in observing that angst is now read by Heidegger as the experience of the oblivion of being uniquely characteristic of the modern age. As they see it, he now interprets anxiety as a see response to the rootlessness of the contemporary technological world. According to Heidegger, it is the modern age in particular that is determined by the oblivion of being, or, perhaps better, the forgottenness of being, die Seinsvergessenheit. To be sure, metaphysical thinking, which only thinks beings, is forgetful of being, but he also detects that in the modern age the human being is more and more abandoned to beings. This leaves Dasein more and more forsaken, cut off from its ground, and deprived of the nourishing relation Bezug to being itself. His observation would be clear enough if it were not for his enigmatic claim that it is being itself that has withdrawn and hidden itself from Dasein, and the philosophical difficulties with this language can be taken up another time. The important point for our present concern is that he links the mood of angst especially to the modern preoccupation with beings and the accompanying estrangement from being, the emerging appearing of all beings. His interest appears to be in identifying angst, not as the mood constitutive of Dasein, but rather as the mood constitutive of the modern age, which is marked so decisively by this estrangement from being. Thus he asks, what more can thinking do than to endure in anxiety this dispensation Geschick of being, so as RSD of all to face up to the forgottenness of being? He adds rhetorically, what does such anxiety, as a dispensation of being, have to do with psychology or psychoanalysis? His meaning appears to be that this anxiety is not simply ontic and addressable and redressable by psychology and psychoanalysis. Rather, angst is a principal attunement of the modern age. Nevertheless, we must take careful notice that he does not say, as he once had, that angst is the ning affective disposition of Dasein's existence. Quite to the contrary, his pointed suggestion here is that the angst constitutive of the modern age must be resolutely confronted by Dasein precisely in order for Dasein to lessen its sting and perhaps even to overcome it by ning the way back to an originary thinking that recalls Dasein Denken and restores the relationship of being and human being. And precisely this possibility of a transformed Sojournaufenthalt of human beings in the present age engaged Heidegger's thinking more and more into the S&S and right up to his death in v. What is that philosophy? One of Heidegger's more elegant and overlooked lectures is Was ist das die Philosophie? Published in as the text of the lecture he gave in at Cerisy-la-Salle, Normandy, France. Since it is an important statement for our purposes, it is worth considering at some length. He considers that the Greek word philosophos was likely coined by Heraclitus. What does Heraclitus mean by loving philein the sophon, the wise itself? As Heidegger understands Heraclitus' own words, the sophon means hen panta or, as he translates this, one is all einus ist alles. Panta, the many all, is to be understood as all beings. Hen, one, means the one, the unique, the illuminating, and is therefore the name for being. Hen being is panta beings in the sense that being lets be and gathers together beings. Being is this gathering together, being is the primordial logos. According to Heidegger, Heraclitus' words were in originary correspondence homologein with being logos. This correspondence or accordance is a harmony, and this harmonia is the distinctive feature of philein, of loving in the Heraclitean sense. The philosophos, then, is one who in harmony with being says the words one is all, which means all beings in being. Moreover, this utterance is accompanied by a fundamental mood or attunement Gestimtheit, and Heidegger identity this ning affective disposition of the one who is in authentic correspondence with being is astonishment das Erstaunen. In his words, and yet, just this, that beings are gathered together in being, that in the shining of being, beings shine forth, this astonished the Greeks and RSD astonished them and them alone. Beings in being scenes im Sein, this became the most astonishing thing for the Greeks. The affective disposition named das Erstaunen had been discussed by Heidegger in other contexts before, but among his published works, it is in this lecture, in the later years, that he thematizes this mood with particular attention and emphasis. Das Erstaunen could be translated as wonder, and this translation has the advantage of hearkening directly back to Plato's and Aristotle's word thomazein, which has been traditionally translated as wonder. Yet despite this advantage, the word wonder may fail to convey the mood that Heidegger wishes to emphasize. Kluback and Wilde translated das Erstaunen as astonishment, which seems to be a good choice. The Greeks who loved the sophon did not just wonder in the pale intellectual sense that we might use this word today, their thoughtful correspondence was ned by astonishment. This word suggests the deep and abiding joy that comes with profound discovery, and this sense, too, seems in keeping with Heidegger's intention. Indulging in a bit of myth-making perhaps, he maintains that Parmenides and Heraclitus did not yet need to yearn for the sophon because they were in fundamental harmony with the sophon, namely, the emerging of beings in being. The need to rescue and preserve and protect this most astonishing thing that one is all from the superficiality of sophistical thinking that is what gave rise to the striving for being, namely philosophia, and this was accomplished by Socrates and Plato. But despite falling away to some degree from the more originary thinking of Parmenides and Heraclitus, this philosophia of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle remained near the origin and, therefore, remained tuned as astonishment. Heidegger draws attention to how both Plato and Aristotle name the ning pathos of the philosopher Thomasine astonishment. He reads Plato Theaetetus to say this is indeed the pathos of a philosopher, astonishment erston and translating to Thomasine, for there is no other determining origin of philosophy than this. And he reads Aristotle's well-known words metaphysics a, b to mean. Through astonishment human beings have reached in the present time, as well as at the beginning, the determining path of philosophizing that from which philosophizing proceeds and that which altogether determines the path of philosophizing. As Heidegger sees it, the Greek philosophers understood the pathos of astonishment wonder to be the arch-beginning of philosophy not in the superficial sense of an science that simply sets philosophizing into motion. Rather, astonishment is arch because it altogether governs thinking and is never left behind. In other words, philosophia begins and ends in astonishment. He also reminds us that the Greek word pathos is related to passion, to suffer, endure, undergo, carry out, to be borne along by, to be determined by. Consequently, the Greek understanding of pathos is far removed from the modern psychological understanding of inward subjective feelings and emotions. Pathos is more originarily understood as the way in which the human being is attuned or disposed by being, and the pathos of astonishment is the disposition in which and for which the being of beings unfolds. Astonishment is the tuning stimmung within which the Greek philosophers were granted the correspondence to the being of beings. In keeping with his understanding of the devolution of thinking from the Greeks to the present, Heidegger admits that the tuning of thinking after the Greeks and into the modern period was different and not principally the mood of astonishment that led the dawn of Western thinking. He also laments that especially in the present age we appear to be at the mercy of various and random moods such as doubt and despair and fear and anxiety angst, mixed with hope and confidence. Note that he gives no special status to angst, it is simply one tuning among others in the present age, all of which reveal that we are profoundly out of tune with being, yet he proposes that this may be precisely how being itself has attuned the contemporary world. Nevertheless, despite his talk about our being effectively disposed by being in different ways in different epochs, we gather from the tenor of his discussion that he deems and esteems the originary Greek correspondence with being, with its accompanying effective disposition of astonishment, to be the more essential, ning, and authentic relation of the human being and being. Also, at the end of the lecture, he speaks of poetry and pointedly refuses to allow the discussion to be artificially limited to the question concerning philosophy. In fact, he goes further and concludes that our discussion does not set itself the task of unfolding a crossed program, but it would like to endeavor to prepare all people who are participating in the discussion for a gathering in which we are addressed by that which we call the being of beings. So, following Heidegger's hints, we may say that not only the philosopher, but also the poet and indeed every human being who in whatever way beholds the simple truth and seeks to dwell in the simple truth of being as the emerging appearing disappearing of beings all indeed themselves in astonishment wonder. Furthermore, what is especially noteworthy is that his phenomenological description of the mood of astonishment is virtually identical to his description of Audai Shoy, which we highlighted earlier in his commentary on Hölderlin's poem Remembrance from. In particular, in both descriptions he employs the word ansichhalten, a holding oneself back, a stepping back, a comportment that he also famously thematized as Gelassenheit in another address in the very same year as W.P. In W.P., he puts it this way. In astonishment, we hold ourselves back etc. We step back, as it were, from beings, astonished that they are rather than are not. And astonishment is not exhausted in this stepping back before the being of beings, but as this stepping back and holding oneself back hensichhalten, it is at the same time enraptured by and, as it were, held fast by that from which it steps back. Thus, we discover that Heidegger's phenomenological descriptions of awe and astonishment and even Gelassenheit are essentially the same, and we may even recognize in these descriptions the Stuntkam of Angst that goes all the way back to W.M. Finally, then, To bring all of these observations together, we may characterize Dasein's situation in this way: in calm and thoughtful reserve, we take account of our fragile night openness and joyful nearness to the astonishing unfolding of all beings including ourselves in being, and we graciously accept and courageously take up the risk of holding ourselves open unto the open. And by virtue of this gentle resolve, we think, we dwell, we create authentically. In sum, astonishment, awe, marveling, wonder, any one of these words seems able to capture what the later Heidegger often suggests and hints is the ning mood of our authentic correspondence with being. Of course, it is true, as he never fails to remind us in his later work, that the contemporary preoccupation with calculative and instrumental modes of thinking and existing has made this authentic correspondence with being more difficult to achieve. Difficult, yes, but not impossible. Authentic thinking and dwelling in astonishment is always a possibility for Dasein. Conclusion. From angst to astonishment. In a phrase, this is one way of describing the development of Heidegger's thinking about the ning mood of authentic existence. His early emphasis on angst was decisively marked by Kierkegaard's discussion of the theme, but also by Nietzsche's heroic romanticism and by other romantic, anti-bourgeois perspectives. But even if the problematic of angst was more found than founded by Heidegger, he nonetheless worked out a distinctive and compelling account of the phenomenon of angst that remains of value for philosophy and for psychology. As he moved past these early nuances and gradually unfolded his own most matter for thought, his focus shifted away from angst towards other moods, and the moods of Audition and astonishment, das Erstaunen in particular. For the later Heidegger, we might say that Dasein's authentic correspondence with being is effectively tuned principally as astonishment, awe, marveling, wonder. Despite the formidable obstacles presented to us in our time and age dominated by calculation and commodity, Kata and das Gestell, authentic existing always remains a possibility and a choice. Admittedly, the existential importance of choosing is often veiled in the later Heidegger's vigorous polemic against our willful modern age, yet surely his own life's work continues to give eloquent testimony to the freedom that is always a possibility for human beings. The choice to release ontic thinking, to recall in astonishment that all beings including ourselves unfold in being. The gentle resolve to think and dwell in wonder, the wonder spoken of long ago by the ancient Greeks in nearness to the source. Or in Heidegger's own poetic words, in nearness to everything that shimmers and blooms in the sky and thus under the sky and on the earth, everything that sounds and is fragrant, rises and comes, but also everything that goes and stumbles, moans and falls silent, pales and darkens. Nevertheless, all doubts are unable to touch the illuminating power of images, their originary and unavoidable presence. On the question of being, Heidegger's notion of the clearing Die Lichtung is rich in philosophical and existential possibilities, so it is not surprising that it has been an appealing idea to many different kinds of readers, including those who have sought to build a bridge of understanding to Chinese and Japanese thinking and meditative practice. Indeed, towards the end of his life, Heidegger himself explicitly invited such an effort, stating in a foreword that an understanding of the proper character of what he called the clearing would perhaps make it possible to bring a transformed European thinking into a fruitful engagement with East Asian thinking. He also did not shy away from suggesting the profound existential implications of his notion of the clearing and of such a dialogue with the East, adding that it could be of help in the effort to save the Essenswesen of the human being from the threat posed by an extremely technical reckoning and manipulating of human Dasein. For Heidegger, nothing less than a fundamentally transformed sojourn in the world for human beings lay in the of naming, thinking, and experiencing Die Lichtung. This existentially transforming possibility inherent in the phenomenon of the clearing is an important dimension of Heidegger's later discussion and is certainly worthy of further re-action, but I think that we need greater clarity about the notion itself. Heidegger noted in the same foreword that this phenomenon was named in being in time and since then thought through ever anew. But this only hints at the interesting story of the development of his thinking about Die Lichtung. There are several aspects of the story that need clarifying, but for the present, I would like to focus on one fundamental but overlooked issue: the development in his thinking from early to late regarding the primary metaphor conveyed by the word itself. The textual analysis I propose takes us from being in time, hereafter bt, through several representative texts of the middle period to the key statements of the namely, two related texts, the end of philosophy and the task for thinking, hereafter eptt, and little known but equally signi Kant on the question concerning the determination of the matter for thinking, hereafter qdmt. Also important are his comments from the Zolikon seminars, hereafter zs, and from the Heraclitus seminar, hereafter hs, with Eugene Fink. What we ND is that in the early and middle years Heidegger elucidated Die Lichtung in terms of the metaphor of lighting, which, however, he ultimately decisively abandoned in the later work of the S with interesting implications. I appropriating the traditional metaphor of light. It may be surprising to some that the notion of Die Lichtung does not emerge as a leading theme in Heidegger's thinking until quite late. Specky? Kali, he became intensely concerned with thematizing Die Lichtung in the period of a few years, roughly from 2. He accorded the notion prominence in his lecture The End of Philosophy and the Task for Thinking, composed sometime in and RSD published in a French translation by Jean Beaufort and François Fidier in. He also highlighted this phenomenon for the seminar participants in a Silicon seminar dated July. A little over a year later, he gave another major address, similar in many respects to EPTT, in which he again featured the matter of Die Lichtung. Titled Das Ende des Denkens in der Gestalt der Philosophie, The End of Thinking in the Form of Philosophy, this talk was given on October in Am Rizal on the occasion of a celebration for the Swiss psychiatrist Ludwig Binswanger. In a somewhat expanded form, the address was RST published in Japan, translated into Japanese in December with a new title Zur Frage nach der Bestimmung der Sache des Denkens, on the question concerning the determination of the matter for thinking. The German text, with this same title, was not published until, and a complete English translation by Richard Capobianco and Marie Goebel has recently been published. For the Japanese edition Heidegger added a brief foreword, which I have previously cited. In the winter semester of, about a year after his talk at Am Rizal, he joined with Eugene Fink at the University of Freiburg to conduct a series of seminars on the fragments of Heraclitus, and especially in the closing session, Heidegger once more gave special attention to the notion of Die Lichtung, stressing its importance for thinking. It appears, then, that in this year period, he was especially occupied with the task of working out and presenting his mature position on the meaning and significance of Die Lichtung. One of the fundamental features of his mature position of the account familiar to most readers of Heidegger is that Die Lichtung, thought metaphorically as a spatial clearing in the wood or forest, is emphatically not to be net in terms of lux, that is, light in the sense of luminosity or brightness. But what has been largely overlooked is that this is not how Heidegger thought about the matter early on in Being and Time. Let us turn to the crucial passage in BT. Because the meaning of several key words is at issue, I will give it in both the German and English. Die Untischbildliche Rede vom Lumen Natural im Menschen meint nichts anderes als die existenzialentologische Struktur dieses Sehenden, das es ist in der Weise, Sehende zu sein. Es ist erleuchtet, besagt in einem selbst als in der Welt Angelichkeit, nicht der Schein anderes Sehens, sondern so, dass es selbst die Lichtung ist. Nur einem existenziell so Gelichtaten Sehenden wird vorhanden es im Licht zugänglich, im Dunkel verborgen. Das Dasein bringt Sehende von Haus aus mit, seine Entbehrung ist es nicht nur faktisch nicht, sondern überhaupt nicht das Sehen dieses Wesens. Das Dasein ist seine Erschlossenheit. Theoretically, Gerative talk about the lumen natural in the human being means nothing other than the existential ontological structure of this being, that it is in such a way as to be its there. It is illuminated means that it is lighted in it itself as being entworld, not by another being, but in such a way that it itself is the lighting. Only for a being that is lighted in this way existentially does that which is presented hand become accessible in the light, hidden in the dark. The Dasein brings its there along with it, and lacking this there, it is not only not factically what it essentially is, but simply not the being of this essence at all. Dasein is its disclosedness. My translation. This one passage is important for a number of different reasons, but let us focus on Heidegger's use of the metaphor of light in elucidating the proper character of Dasein. He begins with a reference to the traditional metaphysical understanding of the human intellect as a natural light lumen natural. There is a long history to this metaphor in Western philosophical thinking, going back ultimately to Plato's image of the sun in the metaphor of the cave in Book 7 of the Republic. But the specky? See Latin expression Heidegger uses here belongs especially to the Romanized Christian tradition of thinking extending from the early Church Fathers, especially Augustine, to Aquinas and into the later schools and even to Descartes. Aquinas, following Aristotle, maintained that the activity of the human intellect was like a light that shines upon things and renders them actually viewable, that is, actually intelligible. This natural light was created by the divine or uncreated light but distinct from it and autonomous in its operation, a position that met with stiff opposition from the more Augustinian-minded Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages. Heidegger was no doubt familiar with the rich intellectual history bound up with this term, but what matters most for us at present is that he specky. Kali invokes this particular metaphor of the lumen natural in speaking of Dasein. The decisive observation is that Heidegger does not reject this metaphor of light in elucidating Dasein's activity of disclosing beings and world, quite to the contrary, he takes it up as his own. His complaint is not that the older metaphysical, figurative characterization of the human intellect as the lumen is inaccurate or inappropriate, but only that it is ontic. In other words, in the metaphysical tradition, the logos or ratio of the human being had been understood as the principal characteristic of a self-scient, timeless, spaceless, worldless soul substance ancient, medieval or subject modern that has the power to know things or objects that are merely present at hand. In Heidegger's view, the metaphor of the natural light had been inextricably linked to this metaphysical understanding of the human being. Yet his point is that this is not a necessary connection, for it is possible to understand the metaphor in terms of the existential ontological structure of Dasein, that is, in terms of the constitutive disclosing activity of Dasein as the existent, temporally ecstatic there. Dasein primordially is this disclosing activity, he emphasizes, and not as something that has this faculty, power, or property of disclosedness. Therefore, in fundamental ontological terms, Dasein simply is die Lichtung. Figuratively, this lighting and not the Antikre? Ed light spoken of in the metaphysical tradition. It is apparent, then, that Heidegger's concern in this passage is not to refuse or reject the metaphysical metaphor of light in speaking of Dasein, but rather to take it up in existential ontological terms. He appropriates the trope of the lumen naturale in his own way, and the sense of the passage compels us to translate die Lichtung as the lighting and not as the spatial clearing as other translations have it, including the standard one by Macquarie and Robinson and Joan Stambos as well. It is not just Ed, I think, to read back into this passage Heidegger's much later position that die Lichtung must not be understood in terms of lux, light, no matter how explicit and insistent he became in his statements in the S. In Being and Time, it is evident that his understanding of die Lichtung was indeed in terms of the metaphor of luminosity. Dasein is the lumen in the ontological sense that it is illuminated erleuchtet in itself as being entworld and, therefore, is itself, in its very being as disclosing, the lighting die Lichtung. If there is any cause for doubt here, it would be his use of the past participle gelichtet and the related adjectival form gelichtaten. These words are derived from the verb lichten, which can mean to brighten or to thin out and clear, see appendix, and it is the latter sense that he emphatically favored in the work of the S. Nevertheless, in the context of this passage, it is apparent that he is using these words strictly in terms of licht, light in the sense of luminosity. In fact, we have additional textual evidence that I think RMS this reading. Gesamtausgabe hereafter GA includes selected marginal notes that Heidegger made in his copy of Sein und Zeit over the years and impossible to date precisely. The note that he appended directly next to the word gelichtet reads Alethioffenheit Lichtung, Licht, Leuchten. This is arguably the decisive clue that Heidegger understood Lichtung in this passage in terms of lux, for he relates Lichtung to Licht, light, and Leuchten, lightning, brightening, illuminating. In other words, the note makes transparent that his understanding of the relation of the words is decidedly in terms of luminosity gelichtet Lichtung, Licht, Leuchten. In Being and Time, die Lichtung is the lightening in the sense of brightening, or, more simply, the lighting. Why is this important? By clarifying the primary, figurative sense of die Lichtung in Being and Time, we establish that there was indeed an important shift in his reading of the word Lichtung from the early work to the later statements of the S. It also tells us that we cannot read his later account of Lichtung back into the early and middle work and uniformly translate die Lichtung as the spatial clearing. To do so would be to overlook and even cover over this development in his thought. Thus, as I have argued, the translation of die Lichtung in Being and Time is the lighting. This issue of the word's proper translation comes into play in other texts as well. For example, consider the matter in one of Heidegger's most significant statements from the Middle Period, Letter on Humanism. He makes several references to die Lichtung, this time principally in the form of die Lichtung des Seins, and he makes no qualifying remarks that would lead us to conclude that he is using Lichtung in a metaphorical sense different from the one he had used in BT. For this reason, it is perfectly understandable that Frank Capuzzi in collaboration with J. Glenn Gray and David Farrell Krell translated die Lichtung des Seins as the lighting of being in his translation of LH for the RST edition of Basic Writings. Indeed, there is a clue in the text of LH that would seem to RM this. Heidegger states that every departure from beings and every return to them already stands in the light of being and Licht des Seins. His very next sentence reads, but metaphysics recognizes the Lichtung of being either as the view of what is present in appearance idea or critically as what is seen as a result of categorical representation on the part of subjectivity. In this context, What else could Die Lichtung mean but the lighting? Capuzzi's choice seems right on target. Yet curiously, this translation was changed throughout LH for the revised edition of Basic Writings. The editor David Farrell Krell simply notes in his preface that clearing is now used for Lichtung in the entire collection of writings, but no reason is given for this. The unstated assumption seems to be that this revision is necessitated by Heidegger's later statements on Lichtung, and perhaps that is not unreasonable, yet it does not take into account the evidence that his reading of the word evolved over time from the visual metaphor of lighting to the spatial metaphor of the expanse or clearing in the wood or forest. In LH, the translation "the lighting" makes perfect sense, especially in view of being and time, so it is unclear why it was edited out of the text without further comment in Basic Writings, which then became the text of record in Pathmarks. A similar issue arises regarding Heidegger's introduction to What is Metaphysics IWM, which also bears the title The Way Back into the Ground of Metaphysics. In this essay, published 2 years after LH, he employed the metaphor of light in elucidating his understanding of being itself, das Sein selbst. Metaphysics thinks beings as beings. Wherever the question is asked what beings are, beings as such are in sight. Metaphysical representation owes this sight to the light of being, dem Licht des Seins. The light, das Licht, i.e., that which such thinking experiences as light, no longer comes within the range of metaphysical thinking, for metaphysics always represents beings only as beings. Within this perspective, metaphysical thinking does, of course, inquire about the being that is the source and originator of this light. But the light itself is considered sciently illuminated through its granting the transparency for every perspective upon beings. Metaphysics thinks beings in their beingness, and it owes this sight to being itself understood as the light, das Licht, which is itself not another being but rather the enabling of all beings. We are reminded here of his effort in Plato's doctrine of truth, and even in much earlier elucidations of Plato, to read the image of the sun in the Republic, Book 7, in terms of being itself as the primordial light that enables or allows all beings to shine forth but that is not itself a being. Of special interest in this passage from IWM is a marginal note that Heidegger added, date undetermined, in his own copy of the RST edition of Wegmarken. Directly next to the word Licht in the phrase dem Licht des Seins, he wrote the word Lichtung. But it is entirely uncertain what exactly he intended by this word. Did he make this note with being and time in mind, in which case Lichtung would have the gurative sense of lighting? Or did he add the note with his much later perspective in mind, in which case he was rethinking and restating Licht in terms of Lichtung thematized as the spatial clearing altogether apart from light? We cannot know for sure, though I am inclined to think that he had lighting in mind here. In any case, in the edited English translation in Pathmarks the matter appears to be settled too easily. Lichtung is simply translated as clearing. Maybe. But maybe not. What this shows, and this is my point, is that the translation of Lichtung in LH and in other early and middle texts requires more attention. Still, in certain middle period texts there can be no debate. The translation of Lichtung as lighting in terms of luminosity is perfectly evident in Heidegger's Discursus on Heraclitus Aletheia, which was a Festschrift contribution published in Bit.Re. Active of a line of thinking that went back to his lecture courses on Heraclitus and the essay is framed by his clever wordplay on how Heraclitus, the dark one der Dunkel, is the thinker who thinks questioningly into the lighting die Lichtung, that is, into the fundamental matter for thought, which Heidegger brings poetically to language as the unique light or lighting that in a night manner allows to shine forth all beings in their beingness. Heidegger is explicit from the outset that he understands the word Licht in terms of luminosity. The word light, Licht, means illuminating, beaming, brightening. Lighting, das Licht, and grants the shining, frees up what shines for an appearance. This is the sense and the metaphorical play that he sustains throughout the re-action, leaving us with no doubt that Lichtung in this text conveys the core gurative image of lighting, but the golden gleam of the unapparent shining of the lighting Lichtung cannot be grasped because it is not itself something grasping, rather, it is the pure appropriating. In some texts of the LS the precise gurative sense of the word is perhaps not as clear. So, for example, in his important lecture course The Principle of Reason Pr, given at Freiburg Inn, he uses the term several times in Lecture 11, but he does not thematize the word itself. As a result, we are left uncertain about whether he is continuing the imagery of lighting or whether he is now playing more on the sense of the spatial clearing. For instance, in the following sentence, we simply cannot tell we are the ones bestowed by and with the Lichtung of being in the dispensation of being, and accordingly the same ones that being touches in and by its withdrawal, the same ones to whom being, as such a dispensation, refuses the Lichtung of its originating of essence. This uncertainty in the text is perfectly re-acted in the published translation by Reginald Lilly, who, understandably, chooses not to choose. In the previous passage, and in each instance elsewhere in the text, he translates die Lichtung as the clearing and lighting. 2. Stepping back from the light and into the clearing. In the end, we cannot avoid citing Heidegger's own contribution to this difficulty of translation in the scholarship. In the early S, he made his way to his mature understanding and thematization of the word die Lichtung in terms of the spatial metaphor of the clearing or opening in a wood or forest distinct from light or brightness, but it is precisely his way to this position that he did not clarify in his reactions. What we nd in his statements of the S is that he explicitly asserts that Lichtung can not and must not be understood from lighting, but without any mention that he himself had adopted the figurative sense of lumen, light, in being and time and elsewhere in his earlier work. Without overstating the case, I think that this development in his thinking is both striking and largely overlooked. Thus, in EPTT, Heidegger works out the metaphor of the forest clearing and explicitly rejects the metaphor of light as luminosity. The substantive Lichtung goes back to the verb lichten. The adjective licht is the same word as light liked. To lighten something means to render it light, free and open, for example, to make the forest free of trees at one place. The free space thus originating is the clearing die Lichtung. The lightening in the sense of being free and open has nothing in common, neither linguistically nor materially, with the adjective light, which means bright. My italics. He states the matter in a similar way in the Zolikon seminar dated July. By the way, when the light is turned off, how is it then with the clearing Lichtung? Clearing means to be open. There is clearing also in darkness. Clearing has nothing to do with light licht but comes from light liked. Light licht has to do with perception. One can still bump into something in the dark. This does not require light, but a clearing. Light bright, clearing Lichtung comes from light liked, to render free. A year later in his talk QDMT, he again rules out light as illumination in thinking about die Lichtung. A forest clearing is what it is, not because of brightness and light, which can shine within it during the day. At night, too, the clearing Lichtung remains. The clearing means at this place, the forest is passable. The lightening in the sense of brightness and the lightening of the clearing are different not only regarding the matter, but regarding the word as well. To lighten lichten means to render free, to free up, to let free. To lighten belongs to light liked. To render something light, to lighten something means to clear away obstacles to it, to bring it into the unobstructed, into the free. To raise lichten the anchor says as much to free it from the encompassing ocean? Or and lift it into the free of water and air. Our translation. And in the seminar on Heraclitus conducted with Eugene Fink, Heidegger reiterates this position again, without a reconsideration of his earlier reading of the word or of his earlier appropriation of the metaphor of lighting in elucidating his core concern. Do clearing Lichtung and light licht have anything at all to do with each other? Evidently not. Clearing means to thin out, to raise anchor, to clear out. That does not mean that where the clearing clears, there is brightness. What is cleared das Geluktate is the free, the open, and, at the same time, what is cleared is what conceals itself. We may not understand the clearing Lichtung from out of light licht, rather, we must understand it from the Greeks. All of these texts attest to Heidegger's compelling mature elucidation of die Lichtung as a matter for thinking, even though we must make note that his oft-repeated claim in these statements of the S that the words Lichtung and licht have nothing in common linguistically is most dubious. See the appendix for a discussion of this point. Yet what is even more puzzling about these statements is that he does not address that he himself had once rendered die Lichtung in terms of lux, light. He does not acknowledge, let alone re-act upon, this interesting development in his own thinking, and consequently, we are left without an account from him regarding the path of thinking that took him from elucidating Lichtung in terms of lumen and being and time to his outright rejection of such imagery in the work of the S. In other words, we are left to consider his Denkweg for ourselves. What is it about die Sache des Denkens, the fundamental matter for thought, that led Heidegger to abandon the metaphor of light, and emphatically so? One answer, I think, has to do with his deepening meditation over the years on what he understood to be the Greek experience of aletheia. Over time, he seems to have arrived at the conclusion that the metaphor of luminosity was simply too entangled with the long-standing Western non-theological understanding of truth as veritas, the correct correspondence of knower and known, subject and object, for it to serve as Sache. More to the point, it seems that it was not until the early S that he decisively determined for himself that the metaphor of lighting was ultimately inadequate precisely because it could not make manifest the negative modes of presencing concealment, absence, lack, withdrawal, refusal, distortion, errancy that are intrinsic to aletheia. That is, in the light of metaphysics, going all the way back to Plato, What principally appears are beings das sind in their beingness die Seinheit, and what stubbornly remains out of view is the negative dimension of the presencing of beings, that is, the lethe dimension of aletheia. It is this consideration that appears to go to the heart of his ultimately decisive rejection, but not until the S of the metaphor of light. In the ruling metaphor of the Western ontotheological tradition, light dispels the darkness, but Heidegger's concern was to make manifest both light and darkness, presence and absence, truth and untruth. It seems, then, that over time he found his way to thematizing a Grund metaphor that could convey this in the spatial forest clearing as discussed by the later Heidegger. Both light and dark are present to us, the full experience of aletheia. In the Heraclitus seminar, he comes close to revealing something about his path of thinking regarding Die Lichtung. He notes that his thinking had struggled to get free of the dominant metaphysical theme of truth and its corresponding image of light, yet disappointingly, he does not go so far as to acknowledge that his rendering of Die Lichtung had apparently accordingly evolved over time from the lighting to the clearing, a clearing that must not be understood from Licht. Aletheia thought as aletheia has nothing to do with truth, rather, it means unconcealment. What I said at the time in Being and Time about aletheia already goes in this direction. Aletheia as unconcealment had already occupied me, but in the meantime truth shoved itself in between. Aletheia as unconcealment heads into the direction of that which is the clearing. We may not understand the clearing from out of light Licht, rather, we must understand it from the Greeks. Light and Rekan, RST, and their place in the clearing. In the lecture, on the essence of truth, where I speak of freedom, I had the clearing in view, except that here also truth always walked behind. The dark is surely without light, but cleared. For us, it is a matter of experiencing unconcealment as clearing. He intimates that he was only on the way to his mature understanding of Die Lichtung in the lecture on the essence of truth, but that he had not yet arrived. Indeed, if we return to that text, we can better understand his meaning. In the RSD edition, Heidegger spoke repeatedly about the open Das Offene, but he did not thematize Die Lichtung in relation to the open. What is instructive comes in the RSD paragraph of section on Merking Note, which he added for the second OND edition. In this added paragraph, Heidegger Calli drew attention to Die Lichtung in thinking about aletheia, but it is evident from the text that he was still thinking of Lichtung primarily in terms of the traditional trope of lighting. He states because luminous sheltering Lichtensbergen belongs to it, Bing shines forth originarily in the light im Licht of concealing withdrawal. And he immediately adds der Name dieser Lichtung ist aletheia. Given the context, this line is most plausibly translated as the name of this lighting is aletheia. As we have noted before, his thinking about Die Lichtung in these middle years even with respect to aletheia was still largely informed by the metaphor of light. He was still some years away from working out his null position of the S, which radically and emphatically divorces the sense of light as luminosity from Lichtung. And I am suggesting that this development was compelled, at least in part, by the exigency he found in the experience of aletheia itself. In the lecture EPTT, we indeed that here, too, his mature understanding of Die Lichtung as the spatial clearing is intimately related to his ongoing meditation on aletheia. Returning to Parmenides' words, Heidegger elucidates the phenomenon of the clearing in terms of aletheia. The experience of the well-rounded Euclideos clearing aletheia is the experience of both the positive and negative modes of presencing. As he puts this in terms of Die Lichtung, presence as lingering in the open always remains dependent upon the already prevailing clearing. What is absent, too, cannot be as such unless it is as presencing and was and in the free of the clearing. Consequently, clearing aletheia must be considered the primordial phenomenon and the primordial matter because it is more fundamental than metaphysical truth veritas, which can see in its light only the positive mode of presencing, that is, beings in their beingness seitos, idea, essentia, essence. And he concludes that aletheia, unconcealment in the sense of the clearing, may not be equated with truth. Rather, aletheia, unconcealment thought as clearing, RSD grants the possibility of truth. This mature unfolding of the theme of Die Lichtung strictly in terms of the spatial metaphor of the clearing is original and evocative. Even so, there is also one easily overlooked passage in EPTT that brings us back to the issue of his relation to his own earlier reading of Die Lichtung as the lighting in Being and Time. At one point, he singles out for criticism the metaphor of the lumen naturale of the metaphysical tradition without any mention that he himself had taken up and taken over this very metaphor in Being and Time. He comments, "But philosophy knows nothing of the clearing. Philosophy certainly does speak about the light of reason, but does not attend to the clearing of being. The lumen naturale, the light of reason, only brightens the open. It does indeed concern the clearing, but so little does it form it that it needs it in order to be able to illuminate what is present in the clearing. This is true not only of philosophy's method, but also and primarily of its matter, that is, of the presence of what is present Anwesenheit des Anwesenden. As he sees it, the metaphor of lux, lumen, light, inherited from the ontotheological tradition, is limited to illuminating beings in their beingness, i.e., what is present in its presence, and, thus, ultimately fails to bring into view the fundamental matter for thought, namely, aletheia. Implicit here is that the failure or at least inadequacy of this traditional metaphor of light is one of the features of the end of philosophy as metaphysics. The task for thinking moving forward is to think aletheia as aletheia, which even the Greeks could not quite do, and for this task, a fundamentally different metaphor, not a visual but a spatial metaphor, is needed: the clearing in the wood or forest. His unfolding of the matter is a tour de force, no doubt, but it represents his most mature view. He does not speak to the issue that in his earlier thinking, and Kali and being and time, he had worked out Lichtung precisely in the figurative terms of lighting. In effect, then, in this very passage, he was revisiting and revising his own earlier view without explicitly saying so, for it was surely not by chance that he inserted a mention of the lumen naturale in this text, a text composed almost 40 years after being and time. Conclusion. What we have discovered is that there is more to the story of Heidegger's thinking about Die Lichtung than is apparent from his own statements in a phrase. The story reads from the lighting to the clearing. This development in his thinking concerning the core metaphor at work in this word is signi? Can't, I have argued, because it re-ex his deepening appreciation over time of the implications of his insight into what the Greeks named aletheia. In Being and Time, he attempted to retrieve the traditional metaphor of the lumen naturale, natural light, in existential ontological terms, and in subsequent works after the turn Die Kehre in his thinking, he continued to employ the metaphor of lighting in elucidating his understanding of being itself, das Sein selbst. But in his statements of the SW, a distinct and decided shift in perspective, albeit unacknowledged by Heidegger as such. It appears that by the he had come to the conclusion that the link between the metaphor of lighting and the ontotheological understanding of truth veritas could not be sufficiently undone for this metaphor to be of continued service for the task of thinking in the present age. Earlier in his thinking he had attempted a grounding of the traditional metaphor of light, but by the he had opted instead for a decisive step back from this metaphor, and in stepping back from the light, he found in Die Lichtung only the open space of the forest clearing, which he then founded as a grund metaphor for his thinking. At the end of philosophy in the form of ontotheology, the task of thinking may be guided by the metaphor of the clearing, in which appears both light and dark, both what shines brightly in the day and what is covered and hidden in the darkness of night. In other words, the spatial image of the forest clearing and no longer the traditional imagery of light and lighting is more proper to the task of thinking insofar as it is mindful of the appearing of both presence and absence, truth and untruth, which properly characterizes aletheia itself, being itself in both its positive and negative modes of manifestation. It appears that by the time Heidegger added a few words on Die Lichtung in his foreword to the Japanese publication of QDMT, he had reached an impasse with the Western ontotheological tradition, including the biblical tradition which had been so decisively shaped by the metaphor of light. We might crystallize the difference this way: Thomas Aquinas, citing the Bible Ephesians, AF, for the tradition that all that is made manifest truth veritas is light, whereas Heidegger's lifelong meditation on aletheia led him to maintain ever more radically and insistently that all that is made manifest aletheia is not just light, but both light and darkness in the clearing. In the guiding visual metaphor of the tradition, light conquers darkness. In Heidegger's spatial metaphor of the clearing, light and darkness are let be. But at the same time, he recognized the essential relatedness of his notion of the clearing with East Asian thinking and meditative practice, and he increasingly welcomed a fruitful engagement and dialogue. He intimated that along this way, by turning to the East, his fundamental insight into aletheia clearing, which perhaps could never be accommodated by the dominant Western philosophical, religious, and spiritual traditions, could possibly be clary and amply ed. He was hopeful but always somewhat cautious about such a project, but about the matter itself, die Sache selbst, whether this was brought to language in the West or the East, he was much more decisive. Our thinking and, moreover, our experiencing the phenomenon that he named the clearing has the power to transform us and liberate us for an authentic sojourn on the earth, under the sky, with others, between birth and death. Elucidating more fully how precisely this is so is one task that I will take up in the next chapter. Appendix. A note on the word Die Lichtung. There is no doubting the originality and resonance of Heidegger's mature elucidation of Die Lichtung as a matter for thinking, but his repeated claim in his statements of the SC within the chapter that the substantive Die Lichtung has nothing in common linguistically with the word das Licht is problematical and deserves further attention by linguists. Several observations bear this out. In German, there is the verb lichten, related to das Licht, which means to brighten and to clear, and there is also the verb lichten, which is derived from leichten, meaning to unburden, to ease, or to lift, as we and in the common German expression den Anker lichten, to raise the anchor. In his statements of the S, which are in sharp contrast to his actions in his earlier work, Heidegger thematizes the verb lichten liegt and insists on deriving Lichtung from lichten liegt exclusively, but it is dubious that Lichtung has no relation to lichten and das Licht in the sense of brightness and luminosity, as he claims. As evidence of this, we and in Grimm's Deutsches Wörterbuch Leipziges Herzl, volume, that there are two entries for Die Lichtung at. The second entry derives Die Lichtung from lichten liegt, as Heidegger maintains in the S, and has the sense of a lifting or raising, as of an anchor. Nevertheless, the RSD entry states that Die Lichtung is related to one sense of das Licht to, at, an opening in a house or door that lets light in, and to the verb lichten, which is related to licht, sense, at to thin out a forest so that the light may stream in, a lightening and brightening. It certainly seems that his featured rendering of the word as the clearing is indeed related linguistically to licht and not to lichten liegt. What is more, we also and in volume at the antiquated feminine form Die Licht, which according to the entry conveys both the sense of brightness and the sense of clearing or opening as in a wood or forest. Of course, I defer to linguists to decide the matter about the derivation of the word. But given the attention that Heidegger lavished upon words and their histories, it is likely that he was familiar with the Grimm's entries on Die Lichtung. Why, then, was he so insistent on separating Licht from Lichtung in his series of statements in the S? As I see it, he overstated the linguistic claim because of his polemical interest in decisively rejecting the traditional metaphysical metaphor of light linked to veritas in favor of his metaphor of the forest clearing linked to aletheia. What is more, his overstatement probably reveals something of the unstated development in his own thinking, namely, that he was thereby emphatically separating himself from his own earlier view of the matter. We might refer to this as Heidegger's own clearing regarding the proper metaphor to be thought. Plato's light and the phenomenon of the clearing. Plato's allegory speaks of the sun as the image for the idea of the good. Plato's doctrine of truth. In the previous chapter, I examined how Heidegger ultimately abandoned the traditional philosophical image of lighting Licht, Leuchten, Lux, Lumen in thinking about his notion of Die Lichtung, which in recent scholarship is most commonly translated as the clearing. Presently, I want to come back to this subtle but important development in his thinking by carefully considering his several elucidations, from 2, of Plato's image of the sun in Book 7 of the Republic. I also want to shed some light on 2 other key issues, Speci, Kali, the relation of his notion of Die Lichtung to the much-discussed term Die Kara in his thinking, and the basic features and existential signi? Kants of the phenomenon of the clearing and the question of a correspondence with what Heidegger called East Asian traditions of thinking. I Plato's light and Die Lichtung. As I argued previously, the primary, curative sense that Heidegger gives to his notion of Die Lichtung and being and time is lighting, so there is no need to restate the case here. What remains important to investigate, however, is the background in his thinking at the time that informs this sense of lighting, and this leads us to his efforts to elucidate and appropriate Plato's light of the sun Helios in Book 7 of the Republic. Most readers of Heidegger are familiar with his elucidation of Plato's allegory of the cave in his essay Plato's Doctrine of Truth. But many may not be aware that this line of thinking goes much further back. As early as, Heidegger was sketching a reading of the allegory, which he would return to several times in later years. Speci, Kali, to put these key elucidations in chronological perspective. Lecture course, summer semester, at the University of Marburg, The Basic Concepts of Ancient Philosophy. Lecture course, summer semester, at the University of Marburg, The Basic Problems of Phenomenology. Lecture course, winter semester, at the University of Freiburg, on the Essence of Truth on Plato's Cave Allegory and Theaetetus, not to be confused with the lecture on the Essence of Truth, published in Lecture course, winter semester, at the University of Freiburg, on the Essence of Truth related to the earlier lecture course and not to the lecture. Essay Plato's Doctrine of Truth published in. The broad lines of his reading of Plato's allegory are generally well known, so what I wish to focus on is his understanding of the character and role of light. Already in his lecture course, Heidegger roughly establishes his basic reading. Plato glimpses in his thinking that the idea of the good is beyond epikeina beings and even beingness, in the sense that it enables or makes possible all beings in their beingness, their full appearance or look, what Plato called the eidos or idea, and what later came to be understood as the enduring presence or essence of a thing, the core concern of metaphysics. For Heidegger, Plato's idea of the good is no it at all, no something, no essence or value. Rather, the idea of the good is to be understood as the temporal enabling ermagleichend of all beings in their beingness. As he excitedly expresses his insight in the lecture course, the idea of the good is the most originary possibility, originarily enabling everything. With respect to the imagery of the allegory, he correlates the idea of the good with the light itself, the illumination that makes possible anything at all to be seen. This purely enabling light, which he identifies as the sun according to Hermann Morschen's student lecture notes, is not the light belonging to illumined entities, but rather the source of all light. This light, the light source itself, makes possible all lighted beings. A year later in his summer lecture course, he returned to a reading of the allegory in the context of a further unfolding of the themes of Sein und Zeit published in. Here again he observes that what we are in search of is the epikeina tes ousias. What is beyond beingness is the idea of the good that makes possible or is the condition of the possibility for all knowledge and truth about beings and their beingness. This time around, he more explicitly works out the correspondence of the idea of the good with the image of the sun, which he identifies as the light source for all visible light, the light source that is seen only indirectly. For seeing with the eyes there is required not only eyes and not only the being that is seen, but a third thing, namely, phos, the light, or, more precisely, the sun, helios. Thus, as he had a year earlier, Heidegger appropriates Plato's metaphor of light in order to unfold his own most concern and the fundamental matter for thought, namely, the temporal, night and negative enabling letting giving of beings and their ontic truth. As he expresses this, the basic condition for the knowledge of beings as well as for the understanding of beingness is standing in an illuminating light. And further, the understanding of beingness already moves in a horizon that is everywhere illuminated, giving brightness his emphasis. These texts from the lecture course provide the key to a more complete understanding of his notion of Die Lichtung in being and time. As Heidegger observed many years later, it was in being and time that he, RST, introduced the term Die Lichtung, and I have discussed his effort in section 2 rethink and recast the early Christian and medieval metaphysical metaphor of the human lumen natural natural light in fundamental ontological terms as Dasein's always already disclosing activity legend as hermeneuein that enables all beings to be meaningfully in language. Ontologically, Dasein is this lighting itself, he maintains, and not, in the RST place, an ontic entity that possesses the natural light of reason. This much is clear from a careful reading of the text in section, yet it is to section that we need to turn in order to make a armor connection with Heidegger's reading of Plato's allegory. In the opening part of section, he restates the characterization of Dasein's ontologically disclosive character more explicitly in terms of temporality, observing with emphasis that ecstatic temporality lights Lichtet there primordially. In other words, it is Dasein's temporally disclosive existence itself that makes possible all ontic truth about beings. Figuratively, he refers to this ontological structure of Dasein as a special kind of light that is, as the light that is the source for all that is seen in the light. The light das Licht that constitutes this lightedness Gelichtet of Dasein is not something ontically present at hand as a power or source for a radiant brightness occurring in this being on occasion. This lightedness, RST, makes possible all illuminating or illumining, every perception, seeing, or having of something. We understand the light das Licht of this lightedness only if we are not seeking some power implanted in us and present at hand. My emphasis. Though he does not mention Plato's allegory explicitly in this passage, it is clearly in the background of his thinking. The light that he speaks of that metaphorically characterizes Dasein's always already temporally disclosive character logos is perfectly parallel to the sun of the allegory, the light source, that enables or makes possible all that is lighted and directly visible to the eye. Consequently, this part of section of being and time really cannot be fully understood until we refer it to Heidegger's reading of the role of light in his Plato elucidations of and. In these texts, we nd him appropriating Plato's metaphor of light in order to articulate his primary concern with that which enables the truth of all beings and their beingness, the enabling, which, on his reading, Plato had glimpsed as beyond beingness. Heidegger, RST, fully developed and unfolded his reading of the allegory in his winter lecture course on the essence of truth. This lecture course is not to be confused with the widely known lecture of the same title that he, RST, delivered in and later published in, nor with the lecture course, again of the same title, from the winter semester of which was largely a restatement of the themes of the earlier lecture course. His lengthy and painstakingly careful elucidation of the allegory takes up all of Part 1 of the lecture course. There are many remarkable insights and observations along the way, but let us keep our focus on his reading of the role of light, which, in fact, is central to the entire reading. Early on, he makes this important distinction. Already here, and for the understanding of the whole allegory of all following stages, it is necessary to make note of the difference between pure, the light source Lichtquelle, and phos, brightness, to which there corresponds in the Latin lux, and, though he does not remain perfectly consistent in employing these terms in precisely this way as he proceeds, he nonetheless maintains this fundamental distinction throughout. And it is a distinction with which we are already familiar. On his reading, when thinking about light in Plato's allegory, we must distinguish between the light of visible things and the light source, die Lichtquelle, which makes possible in the RST place all that is lighted. It is the light source, the question mark re in this passage, but ultimately the sun, that is of most interest to Heidegger. One interesting note about these lines is his passing claim that corresponding to the important distinction that he is making is the pair of Latin words lux and lumen. He makes a similar observation in a comparable place in his later lecture course of, only to add shortly thereafter that a reference to lumen belongs to the history of Christian speculation. Since Heidegger says nothing more in these places about the intellectual history of these Latin words, we cannot say precisely what he has in mind, but I think we can reasonably assume that he was referring to the distinction between lux and lumen that had been made in the long Christian tradition of thinking about light. This tradition culminated in the medieval metaphysics of light, best represented by the small treatise on light deluce by the English bishop and theologian Robert Grosseteste. In his treatise, Grosseteste employs the two Latin words lux and lumen to make a distinction regarding the substance of light, the RST corporeal form, which suffuses the entire created order. In the manner of more ancient Christian authors, he appears to reserve lux to designate light in its source, the primordial light substance, whereas lumen is used to refer to light as it is re-ected or radiated. That Heidegger would be interested in such a distinction is immediately apparent, for it nicely corresponds to his reading of Plato's imagery of light. In other words, both of these traditional accounts of light are useful to him in making manifest his own primary interest in distinguishing between what is lighted beings and their beingness, the ontic truth of beings, and the light source, that is, that which temporally enables let's give us currents beings and their beingness. What is clear at this point in our discussion and worth emphasizing is how Heidegger, in his early work, was in and indeed even inspired by the traditional philosophical and theological discussions of light, and how he made every effort to appropriate the metaphor of light to elucidate his own most matter for thinking. But let us return to the text of the lecture course. In due course, Heidegger passes from a consideration of the question mark re in the cave to the sun, or as he refers to it, the primordial light dem Ursprünglichen Licht. The central importance of the theme of light in his thinking is evident in his extended meditation on the meaning of light in sections, and what he offers is a quite beautiful and subtle, perhaps overly subtle, existential phenomenology of brightness and light. The fundamental point he wishes to make is that, properly understood, both light and brightness have the character of letting through Durchlassen. According to Heidegger, brightness and bright hell originally derive from the German word hallen, to echo or resound, and thus originally belong to the realm of sound, a bright sound, and not to the visible. Even so, the meaning of brightness was eventually carried over to refer to the visible as well, a bright and sunny day. This came to pass because the two phenomena, brightness and light, are essentially related and have in common the basic characteristic of penetrating, going through, spreading out, letting through. He sums it up this way. Brightness is the through which we see. More precisely, light is not only that which penetrates, but is itself the throughness that which lets through, namely, seeing and the view. Light is the transparent Durchsichtigkeit, that is, the spreading out, opening, letting through. The essence of light and brightness is being transparent. His emphasis. For Heidegger, light and brightness, properly understood, is a transparency that permits or makes possible all that may be seen in both the day and the night, such as the stars. Light frees up everything, and consequently, for us to comport ourselves and bind ourselves to this primordial light, this light source, is for us to achieve authentic freedom. Comportment to the giving free to the light is itself a becoming free. Authentic becoming free is a projective binding of oneself einentwerfen des sich binden to that light in which everything is always already made free. Thus, light, as it lights up, most fundamentally frees up and makes free everything that appears in both the day and the night. Light is a making free in the same way that the forest clearing, die Waldlichtung, is a free and open space that gives passage through. Of particular importance for our study is to note that here Heidegger elucidates the forest clearing in terms of the proper character of light which, as we shall see shortly, he later rejected in his work of DS. But here in this lecture course, and in his early and middle work generally, his thinking is that Lichtung and Licht must be thought together, that Die Waldlichtung must be understood in terms of das Licht as that primor. Die phenomenon that gives grants lets through opens up frees up everything. Die Lichtung is a lighting in this fundamental sense. Returning to Plato's text, Heidegger observes that it is not surprising that Plato correlated the ideas to light because just as light is a letting through, the ideas are a kind of letting through, namely, a letting something be known as what it is in its full locatos, presence, whatness, beingness. This aspect of Plato's thinking ultimately served as the foundation for the Western ontotheological tradition with its focus on the timeless and immutable essences of particular things, the distinctively metaphysical rendering of the being of beings. Yet as Heidegger reads it, the allegory reveals to us that Plato's thinking did not come to rest at this point, no matter how powerfully compelling the ideas were for him. In sections 2, he comes back to Plato's insight into the beyond of beingness, the idea of the good and its symbols inbuilt the sun. For Plato, as for the ancient Greeks more generally, the good agathon did not have in the RSD instance a moral signi? Kant's, rather, good meant sound, suitable, effective. What is good, understood in its proper character, enables and empowers something to be what it is, and the idea of the good, as the highest idea, must be understood as the enabling Diarmachlichung and the empowering Diarmachtagung of all the other ideas, indeed of all beingness and truth. The idea of the good is the Yok das Yok as he understands Plato's Zug on that. RSD enables, empowers and grants, gives, frees up subject and object, subjectivity and objectivity, all ontic knowledge and truth about beings and their beingness. And how is this expressed metaphorically in the allegory? It is the sun Helios that enables and empowers both seeing and being seen. What is enabling must be one and the same, must be the ground for both, or, as Plato expresses it, the ability to see and the ability to be seen must both be harnessed together under one yoke zugan. This yoke, which makes possible the reciprocal connectedness of each to the other, is phos, brightness die hell, light das Licht. His emphasis. There can be no question that he chooses to elucidate his own fundamental concern, what enables the truth of beings and beingness in terms of the metaphor of light that he appropriates from Plato. And we should make special note that in this passage he employs all three terms for luminosity interchangeably and without quali. Cation phos, brightness, light. It is evident, then, that his guiding metaphor for thinking about the fundamental matter for thought is the light that enables, lets through, opens up, frees up all beings and all truth about beings. As a consequence, I must take issue with commentators who, reading only Heidegger's statements from the S, maintain that he never understood Lichtung from Licht. The textual evidence makes apparent that the metaphor of light played a central role in Heidegger's thinking in the early and middle periods. This conclusion is certainly confirmed by his additional reading of Plato's allegory in the lecture course on the essence of truth, which is largely a repetition and restatement of the extensive reading he presented in the lecture course. Since he unfolds the same themes in much the same way and as he had in, I will forego here a lengthy textual reading of the later lecture course. Nevertheless, a few lines are worth highlighting. So, for example, in correlating the idea of the good with the sun, he states that the sun itself is the ground of all beingness. And, as he had in the earlier lecture course, he identifies the sun as the enabling light, to visibility belongs the enabling power, brightness, light, and therefore the sun. Furthermore, the sun's light is the yoke that holds together seeing and what is seen, and this primordial light is the light source equals the sun phos, Helios. He uses a diagram, one more complete than in the earlier lecture course, to summarize his understanding of the correlation of the sun with the idea of the good Ga. This same reading of Plato's sun is carried through one more time in his well-known essay Plato's Doctrine of Truth, published in, albeit in a much less detailed manner. Here, the idea of the good is that which enables or grants all things in their thingness, and as before, he maintains that this is metaphorically expressed by the sun and its unique light. By its shining the sun bestows brightness upon everything that appears, and along with that brightness visibility and thus unhiddenness. But not just that. At the same time its shining radiates warmth, and by this glowing enables everything that comes to be to go forth into the visibility of its stable duration. B. The textual case has been made, then, so at this point, let us move on. What remains to be discussed is the striking change in Heidegger's statements in the S concerning this metaphor of light. This development in his thinking I have addressed in detail in the previous chapter. Suf? Say it to say that in roughly the Period, he moved the notion of Die Lichtung to the forefront of his thinking and thematized the word in several texts and lectures. What is so striking is that in each case he was determined to strip away any suggestion of Licht from Lichtung. For the present effort, I want to focus on just one representative text, a text that will also serve us well in the next section of the present essay, his address on the question concerning the determination of the matter for thinking hereafter, QDMT, complete translation by Capobianco and Goebel. Let us begin by observing that over the course of his lifetime of thinking, Heidegger brought forth a number of ways of naming Die Sache selbst, the fundamental matter for thought, which in the context of our present discussion we might state pre. Why in this way the temporal? Night and negatived, enabling, giving, granting, letting, freeing up, opening up of beings in their beingness. This is the phenomenon that he named Dasein selbst, being itself right to the very end of his life, but that he also named Ereignis, es gibt, and Lichtung. As we have discussed, in his readings of Plato's allegory of the cave, Heidegger appropriated the metaphor of light in order to elucidate his primary concern, and these readings of light inform the sense of Die Lichtung in Being and Time and in other early and middle texts. Yet when he returns to the phenomenon of Die Lichtung in the S, we, and D, that he decidedly turns away from the light as a guiding metaphor. Here is the relevant text from QDMT. What this word Die Lichtung gives us to think about may be made clear by an example, assuming that we consider it sciently. A forest clearing is what it is, not because of brightness and light, der Hell und des Lichtes, which can shine within it during the day. At night, too, the clearing Die Lichtung remains. The clearing means at this place, the forest is passable. The lightening in the sense of brightness and the lightening of the clearing are different not only regarding the matter, but regarding the word as well. To lighten lichten means to render free, to free up freigeben, to let free. To lighten belongs to light liked. To render something light, to lighten something means to clear away obstacles to it, to bring it into the unobstructed, into the free. To raise lichten, the anchor says, as much to free it from the encompassing ocean, or and lift it into the free of water and air. Our translation. What Heidegger is emphasizing, that which opens up, frees up, lets free, he had elucidated in terms of light and brightness in his Plato readings. Yet here, as in other statements from the S, he altogether rejects reading Lichtung in terms of Licht, a striking development in his thinking that he does not directly acknowledge or discuss anywhere in later work as far as I can tell. Indeed, his resolve to divorce Licht from Lichtung is so complete that he claims here and elsewhere that the word Lichtung has no linguistic relation at all to Licht, a claim that, as I have discussed previously, is highly dubious. It seems that at some point in his thinking, late S or early S perhaps, he became aware of the linguistic relation between Lichtung and Licht, light in the sense of easy, effortless, unburdened, free. After this point, he adopted this derivation and this sense of Lichtung to the complete exclusion and outright rejection of the word's other linguistic connection to Licht, a connection which he had always previously maintained. Presumably, Heidegger could have embraced both linguistic derivations and both families of meaning in elucidating the phenomenon of Die Lichtung in his statements of the S, but he did not. He opted instead to reject entirely any linguistic relation to light as luminosity. Why? The answer is no doubt subtle and complex, and in the previous chapter, I framed a response in terms of his deepening meditation on aletheia. But put more concisely, it appears that by the S he had concluded that the metaphor of light was simply too much a part of the Western, ontotheological tradition of thinking for it to be successfully appropriated to serve Die Sache selbst in what he had come to call another thinking. Apparently, in the end, this visual metaphor of light, that so essentially belonged to the Greeks, the people of the eye above all others, had to be abandoned in favor of a different metaphor for a different kind of thinking, a spatial metaphor, the open, the region, the expanse, the clearing. In other words, we might say that by the S Heidegger had decided to step back and step away altogether from the brilliance of Plato's light. 2. Die Lichtung and Die Kehre. Much too much, probably has been written on the matter of whether there was a Signi? Kant turned Die Kehre in Heidegger's thinking in the S, and whether, if in fact there was, it is properly named Die Kehre. The debate has engaged many a commentator ever since William J. Richardson introduced the heuristic Heidegger I and Heidegger II in his masterful book In. I do not wish to enter into this long-standing debate as such, a debate that has seen some superb scholarship come to light, yet I cannot help but note that as late as Heidegger himself referred to Die Kehre in a manner that corresponded very closely to how Richardson had carefully laid it out in his study. According to the protocol of the seminar in Lathor on September, Heidegger commented, "The thinking that proceeds from being in time, in that it gives up the word meaning of being in favor of truth of being, henceforth emphasizes the openness of being itself, rather than the openness of Dasein in regard to this openness of being. that Signy? The turn dikera, in which thinking always more decidedly turns to being as being. Texts such as this one will certainly keep the debate spirited, but my concern at present is the more limited one of identifying precisely this kind of kara in his thinking regarding the phenomenon of Die Lichtung. According to Thomas Sheehan, whose carefully constructed new paradigm for Heidegger research has been both provocative and influential, Heidegger never wavered in maintaining that Dasein is the clearing as such. The most extraordinary thing about all of Heidegger's thought, both early and late, is his unwavering insistence that human being is that open and thus is the thing itself die Sache selbst. From the beginning to the end of his career, he never got beyond that point. Sheehan's emphasis. Few commentators read Heidegger as insightfully as Sheehan, but this position, at least as articulated here, seems especially dubious. We certainly can agree with him that the early Heidegger understood Die Lichtung principally in terms of Dasein's ecstatic projective disclosive character. The key text for this is section of Being in Time, where he states that Dasein is itself Die Lichtung. In other words, it is entirely reasonable to maintain that the early Heidegger understood the opening enabling giving of beings the lighting in terms of Dasein as throne projection. But surely this is not Heidegger's later view as well. In his letter on humanism, he returned to this matter of Lichtung and emphasized that the primary and proper locus of the enabling giving is Dasein as throne projection. In fact, the shift in his emphasis from Dasein as projective to Dasein as throne was so pronounced that he even reversed without explicitly saying so his earlier articulation of the proper character of Lichtung. In the letter he states unequivocally, "But Die Lichtung itself is being my emphasis." Yet even if such texts are still not enough to indicate a Signy? Can't turn in Heidegger's thinking regarding Die Lichtung after Being in Time, the case is surely strengthened by his own words on the matter. Rarely did Heidegger explicitly acknowledge changes or developments in his thinking, but on this issue of the proper understanding of Die Lichtung, he did indeed offer something like an Augustinian retraction. The lines are to be found in the address QDMT, which I cited in the last section, and here I provide the full context for consideration and now translate Die Lichtung as the spatial clearing in accordance with the development in his thinking regarding the word. Thus, it may be appropriate at this time to indicate, at least broadly, the clearing Die Lichtung as the distinctive matter for another thinking. This is called for because 4 decades ago the hermeneutic analytic of Dasein spoke about the clearing with the aim of unfolding the question of being in time. Later, Dasein's analysis, which aimed at a clarification of the foundations of psychiatry, entered into a dialogue with the analytic of Dasein and its positioning. Yet it required a decades-long walk along those forest paths that lead only so far Halswege to realize that the sentence in Being in Time the Dasein of the human being is itself the clearing section, perhaps surmised the matter for thinking but in no way considered the matter adequately, that is, in no way posed the matter as a question that arrived at the matter. The Dasein is the clearing for presence as such, and yet Dasein is, at the same time, certainly not the clearing insofar as the clearing is Dasein. In the RST place, that is, insofar as the clearing grants Dasein as such. The analytic of Dasein does not yet attain to what is proper to the clearing, and by no means attains to the region to which the clearing, in turn, belongs. Our translation. This passage is remarkable because it is one of the few places in Heidegger's corpus where he revises a specie line from an earlier work. He attests to a fundamental development in his thinking which is fully in accordance with the term kara as he employed it at Lathorand concerning what is proper to the clearing. Specie? Kali, he observes that what Being in Time could not say is that, in the RST place, the clearing grants Dasein as such. From his later perspective, Dasein is indeed the clearing in one sense, but it is not the clearing properly speaking, not the clearing as such. Here, I think, we have the most compelling textual evidence that counters Sheehan's claim that from the beginning to the end of his career Heidegger maintained that the human being is Die Lichtung itself, and thus the thing itself Die Sache selbst for thought. Thus, Dasein is by no means the whole of the clearing, rather, it belongs to the clearing. This much may be settled, but there is another intriguing issue raised by the text. Heidegger suggests that the clearing itself belongs to the region Bereich. How exactly does he understand this relation between the clearing and this region? There is no obvious answer provided by the address as a whole, so to attempt to answer this question would take us down another path of thinking that is better left for another time. Nevertheless, I will offer a suggestion in the next section. 3. Basic features and existential signi? Kants of the phenomenon of the clearing. As we have noted, by the Heidegger had fully purged his understanding of Die Lichtung of any relation to Licht, so the translation of Lichtung as clearing in his statements of the is much more in line with his explicit intentions. Even so, We should keep in mind that the German word Lichtung in the sense of clearing does have a linguistic relation to Lichtlichten in the sense of lighting and brightening, so Heidegger's featured rendering of Lichtung as the clearing in a wood or forest still retained a connection to Licht despite his repeated disavowals. Strictly speaking, exclusively deriving Lichtung from Licht and Licht would limit the sense to easing, freeing up, lifting, or raising. As in the common German expression, den Anker liften, raising the anchor. Be this as it may, I do not wish to belabor the point. Instead, let us turn our attention more closely to the phenomenon of the clearing. As we have discussed, for the later Heidegger, Lichtung names the phenomenon that includes Dasein but is by no means limited to Dasein. What we have not yet fully investigated is how he considered the experience of the clearing as radically existentially transforming. His view on this is perhaps most succinctly stated in a foreword he wrote in on the occasion of the publication in Japan of his address QDMT translated into Japanese by Katsuji Mura. Since the foreword is brief, I provide the full text. We ask what is, and what is the determination of, the matter for thinking in the present age. The matter this means that by which thinking is claimed. Through this claim, thinking, for its part, is RSD at all attuned to what it has to think. When we try to experience this determination, that is, to listen to the voice of this claim, we will catch sight of something that I call the clearing. This phenomenon was RST named in being in time and since then thought through ever anew. Through the thinking of the clearing and through its scient characterization, we arrive at a region Bereich that perhaps makes it possible to bring a transformed European thinking into a fruitful engagement with East Asian thinking. It could help in the effort to save the Essensinvasion of the human being from the threat posed by an extremely technical calculating and manipulating of human Dasein. My translation. First, here again we ND a reference to the clearing in relation to region. The same basic question presents itself that we posed at the end of the last section: how precisely does Heidegger understand this relation? Are these both names for the same phenomenon? Or does the clearing belong to the region, which is an even more fundamental phenomenon than the clearing? A complete answer would require that we examine other texts, and in particular, investigate more fully what he has to say about regioning digegnate in the dialogue conversation on a country path concerning thinking, but again, this would take us too far eld in the present discussion. Still, we may recall that in his lecture The End of Philosophy and the Task for Thinking, which is a close companion text of QDMT, Heidegger calls the clearing the primordial matter Ursache and, using a word from Goethe, the primordial phenomenon Urphänomen. This is a strong indication that Heidegger employs both Lichtung and Bereich in this passage to characterize the one, simple, and fundamental phenomenon that he also names elsewhere Ereignis and es gibt and, of course, Sein selbst being itself, namely the temporal, nicht and negative, giving or letting of beings in their beingness. Indeed, let us not forget his important remark in the seminar in Lethor: it is a matter here of understanding that the deepest meaning of being is letting. Therefore, we may provisionally conclude that it is reasonable to understand Heidegger to mean in this foreword that clearing and region both name the one fundamental phenomenon. In other words, by stepping back from calculative reckoning, thinking is able to arrive at the region that he has called the clearing. If there is a difference in identity here, it appears to be that Heidegger tends to reserve the name Lichtung for the distinctive correlation of Dasein and being itself. Another issue that the foreword raises concerns the precise relation of his notion of the clearing to East Asian ideas and practices. Heidegger clearly thought that there was some fundamental nitty to be explored, and he pointedly invited further discussion. He himself always remained rather cautious about making any see connections between his own thinking and Eastern traditions of thinking, but an abundance of scholarship, both in the East and in the West, has attempted to draw out more complete correspondences. Reinhard May, in his influential study, linked the notion of the clearing with the Chinese written character for nothing, Wu, and its signi. Kant's and Zen teachers and scholars have related it to the Buddhist notion of emptiness. All such efforts are valuable and important, but I think that before we can make any meaningful assessments about these proposed connections, we need to bring into sharper relief the basic features of the phenomenon of the clearing as we can discern them in Heidegger's work. So far, in an effort to bring together his multiple indications regarding the proper character of the clearing, I have employed an extended phrase, which I would extrapolate in this way: the temporal spatial, nicht and negative, enabling, giving, granting, letting, opening, freeing of beings, including Dasein, who correspondingly lets beings be in language. Let us consider each of these aspects in Heidegger's own words. The clearing is a temporal phenomenon. Time temporalizes. It liberates unto the free of the onefold of the ecstatic, of having beingness, future, and present. In the temporalizing of time, clearing plays The clearing is a spatial phenomenon. Space spatializes. It makes room. Space frees up, namely, nearness and farness, narrowness and width, places and distances. In the spatializing of space, clearing plays. The clearing is a night and negative phenomenon. The native thinking rests not solely and not primarily in the limitation of human ability, but rather in the native the matter for thinking. To experience this nitude is much more difficult than hastily positing an absolute. Furthermore, we must consider that how the clearing clears must be thought in terms of aletheia. What is unhidden, remains also hidden; what is opened up, remains also closed off; what is freed, remains also bound; what is granted, remains also withheld; what is given, remains also withdrawn. So, as Heidegger states, this clearing is never mere clearing, but is always the clearing of concealment. In the proper sense, the clearing of concealment means that the inaccessible shows and manifests itself as such as the inaccessible. What manifests itself as the inaccessible is the mystery Geheimnis. The clearing grants Dasein in the RST place, but Dasein clears the clearing in language. This clearing, this free dimension, is not the creation of the human being, it is not the human being. On the contrary, it is that which is assigned to him; since it is addressed to him, it is that which is dispensed to him. And in another place, the human being is the guardian of the clearing, of Ereignis. He is not the clearing himself, not the entire clearing, nor is he identical with the whole of the clearing as such. But as the one ecstatically standing out into the clearing, he himself is essentially cleared, and thus cleared himself in a distinguished way. Therefore, he is related to, belongs to, and is appropriated by the clearing. Dasein's being needed as the shepherd of the clearing through language is a distinguished manner of belonging to the clearing. Gathering together and thinking through these basic features of the clearing is an important task in itself, but in doing so, we also realize that there are as many challenges as there are possibilities in any attempt to relate the clearing to key ideas in the East Asian traditions. If Heidegger's position is that the clearing is an irreducibly temporal spatial phenomenon, can a proper correspondence be drawn with traditional notions in the Chinese and Japanese philosophical and spiritual traditions? Also, does Heidegger's insistence on the night and negative character of the clearing pose a signi? Cantif? Culti? Even Koichi Tsujimura, perhaps the foremost proponent of relating Heidegger's thinking to Zen, admitted that while Zen Buddhism has not yet arrived at clarifying in a thinking way the eld of truth, or more precisely, of untruth with respect to its essential features, Heidegger's thinking unceasingly attempts to bring to light the essential features of aletheia and concealment. Furthermore, if, in accordance with Heidegger's fundamental phenomenological approach, Dasein must be considered an irreducible component of the clearing, albeit certainly not the whole of the clearing, can this view be accommodated by the major East Asian traditions? This matter is further complicated by the consideration that Dasein is structurally an ontic-ontological unity, and therefore Dasein's ontic features are constitutive whether authentic or inauthentic and cannot be entirely disengaged, released, or stepped back from. Is this position reconcilable with Eastern perspectives? The answers to all of these questions are not immediately apparent, and much more careful and patient thinking is required. Given such difficult questions, it is perfectly understandable that though Heidegger welcomed a dialogue with East Asian thinking, he was, for his own part, quite careful not to say or claim too much. There is more thinking to be done along this promising path. Finally, let us re-act on his words in the foreword, echoed in many places in his later work, that our getting in view the phenomenon of the clearing is decisive in the effort to save the essencing of the human being. Dasein's attunement or step back or releasement glass in height to the clearing grants a measure of freedom from technicity, the calculating and commodifying and framing gestalt that dominates our contemporary world. This much is abundantly evident from Heidegger's own writings, but the existential implications of such releasement to the clearing are surely more far-reaching, even if he addressed some of these possibilities only indirectly, or perhaps not at all, in his own thinking. It remains for us to continue to think through these implications and to draw out understandings that touch upon every aspect of our human sojourn. So, in this spirit, and with a glance towards the East, we may also consider that releasement to the clearing, lets be and accepts the arriving and departing of all beings upon the earth and beneath the sky including ourselves. Lets be and accepts the arriving and departing of the divinities. Undoes the binding power of thoughts, images, fantasies, feelings, emotions, and desires and frees up their loosens the hold of egoistic demand, insistence, control, and mastery. Tempers the ought, the must, the should. dissipates anger and enables acceptance of what comes to pass, slows down and unclutters the time-spaced sight realm of our existence, enabling us to dwell and also give leeway Spielraum to all beings, reveals the co-abiding and co-belonging of all Daseins and of all beings within the open, brings forth compassion and humility and gentleness before the multiple forms and degrees of absencing and distortion intrinsic to presencing, glimpses what has been refused and repressed by ideologies and dogmatisms, and thereby sets it free, frees and opens us for the Ereignis event as advent of new social and cultural forms, opens the way for us to see past prevailing economic and political systems of all kinds and to put into question their implicit or explicit claims to permanence, makes room for the becoming of art, is attuned by a calm and quiet wonder before the unceasing ebb and flow of all that is. Concluding thought. In the null session of his lecture course The Principle of Reason in Heidegger, acting on Heraclitus fragment, liken being to a child's play spiel. Being, understood originarily and fundamentally, is simply the play of presencing, of emerging, a play without why. It remains simply play, he observes, but this simply is everything, the one, the only. Similarly, we may say that being is the clearing that simply clears. We are cleared in the clearing. And in releasing ourselves to the clearing, we see through to the utter simplicity of our existence. Building centering, decentering, recentering. Human beings dwell when they are able to concretize the world in buildings and things. Christian Norberg Schultz, Genius Loci. Heidegger's remarks on building are few, but they have been exceptionally influential. Over the decades, a whole new phenomenology of architecture has emerged based largely upon the central notions of his seminal statement Building Dwelling Thinking. In a series of remarkable books, including Meaning in Western Architecture, Genius Loci, and The Concept of Dwelling, the Norwegian architectural scholar Christian Norberg Schultz worked out a detailed and comprehensive phenomenological approach to architecture. In addition, many others have elaborated Heidegger's insights and extended them to discuss a wide variety of architectural, landscape, environmental, and design issues. These authors have been principally inspired by the Heidegger of building dwelling thinking, who speaks of dwelling das Wohnen as the basic feature of Dasein's being. Human beings dwell upon the earth and beneath the sky as mortals in the presence of the divinities. As these authors have developed this theme, their thinking about architecture and design has emphasized gathering, presence, and centering as the most fundamental existential meanings. Architecture enables us to end our place or regain our lost place in the world, to gain or regain an existential foothold. As Norberg Schultz puts it, human identity presupposes the identity of place. The basic act of architecture is therefore to understand the vocation of the place. On the other hand, another group of authors have found in Heidegger's thinking suggestions for a very different understanding of the nature and role of architecture. Jacques Derrida and architects such as Bernard Tschumi and Peter Eisenman were more inspired by the Heidegger who, in Being and Time, Identity, and Angst as the fundamental affective disposition Die Grundbefindlichkeit that leads Dasein beyond the tranquilizing modes of existence of the they-self towards an authentic confrontation with our radically negative attitude. This is also the Heidegger who reminds us in several different places of our Notadhemnis das Unzuwas, of our unsettledness die Unheimlichkeit, of the irreducibility of the lethe concealment dimension of aletheia unconcealment, of die Irre, errancy, that is, the multiple knottedness of being itself. For these authors, this thread in Heidegger's work leads to an understanding of architecture as decentering. Building is conceived as a deconstructive, decentering activity that not only reminds us of our uncertain, unfounded place, indeed our very placelessness, but also actively criticizes and refuses the tranquilizing architectural forms that are generally accepted and expected. To this end, Derrida and others use Heidegger against Heidegger. That is, the displacing, decentering, absenting themes in Heidegger's work trump the language of conserving, protecting, sheltering, sparing, gathering, guarding, and so forth, which he puts into play in Building Dwelling Thinking and elsewhere, especially in his later work. In this generally postmodern view, then, architecture is a dislocating, unsettling activity. Jeffrey Kipnis, a champion of the deconstructivist approach, summarizes it this way. The concerns of deconstruction are twofold. RST, to destabilize the meaning of apparently stable works and, secondly, to produce self-destabilizing works. Such works resist, defer, and destabilize meaning by lending themselves to many frames while not allowing any particular frame to gain a foothold from which to narrow and neither work to one particular meaning. Thus, Heidegger's thinking has been the source, whether directly or indirectly, for two very different theoretical approaches to building. Let us, however, return to each view and complicate things somewhat. Building centering, decentering, recentering. I gathering the fourfold. Stonehill College is in Northeaston, Massachusetts, and Northeaston is the home of the H. Richardson Buildings, which together constitute the H. Richardson National Historic Landmark District. One of these remarkable Richardson buildings is the Gate Lodge, built in the S. on the northern part of a large estate called the Langwater Estate. F. L. Olmsted collaborated with Richardson on the landscaping of the Gate Lodge, and Olmsted did additional landscaping on the grounds. Another Richardson building nearby is the dramatic Oaks Ames Memorial Hall, which was landscaped by Olmsted in an equally dramatic manner. In Building Dwelling Thinking, Heidegger speaks about the simple oneness of the presencing of earth, sky, mortals, and divinities, which he calls das Gewirrt, the fourfold. For those working in the phenomenology of architecture in the spirit of Heidegger's essay, Richardson's Gate Lodge and Memorial Hall are perfect examples of building as dwelling as gathering the fourfold. To use Norberg Schultz's language, we may put it this way: both Richardson and Olmsted were deeply attuned to the genius loci or the spirit of the place of Northeaston in New England. The place, the landscape, is essentially romantic. As Norberg Schultz describes this, the earth is rarely continuous, but is subdivided and has a varied relief. Rocks and depressions, groves and glades, bushes and tufts create a rich microstructure on the ground. The sky is not experienced as a total hemisphere, but is narrowed in between the contours of trees and rocks, and is continuously motivated by clouds. The sun is relatively low and creates a varied play of spots of light and shadow, with clouds and vegetation acting as enriching question mark filters. Water is ever present as a dynamic element, both as running streams and quiet, reacting ponds. The atmosphere is constantly changing. In sum, a romantic landscape, according to Norberg Schultz, is neither one homogeneous place like the desert, which he calls a cosmic landscape, nor a harmony of places like the gently rolling hills of Virginia, which he calls a classical landscape. Rather, a romantic landscape, such as the densely wooded areas of New England, is Ned by Nond? Night multitude of individual places. Therefore, for us to dwell, to gain an existential foothold in such a romantic place, our activity of building needs to be in tune with the spirit of the place. Understood in its proper character, building is a gathering of the fourfold of earth, sky, mortals, and divinities that corresponds to the way these emerge, appear, unfold in physis, which, for Heidegger, is an ancient Greek name for being itself. In this case, Richardson's buildings and Olmsted's landscaping gather and concretize the meanings of this place in New England and root us mortals and center us in this place in a powerful and enduring way. If we consider the Gate Lodge and Memorial Hall, we can appreciate the correspondence. For instance, we may take note of how the eye is forced to move dynamically from part to part of each building and does not come to rest on a view of the whole. This dynamic massing of the buildings responds to the romantic natural place where individual places dominate and no view of the whole can be attained. Similarly, the intricacy of the facades and the multiple stony textures and colors gather the rich variety of features of the romantic earth and sky. The deeply recessed windows and openings recall the deep and mysterious protective places of the woods. The powerful horizontality of the Gate Lodge and the dramatic verticality of Memorial Hall call forth the distinctive relationship of mortals to the expressive earth and sky. The numerous stone carvings and reliefs of Aura and fauna let shine forth the multitude of divinity sprites, dryads, nymphs, fairies, gnomes, and so forth who appear in the romantic landscape and who enchant and bedevil the mortals who dwell. 2. Recentering. In this phenomenological view, Richardson's architecture centers us and grants us an existential foothold. Nevertheless, the kind of centering understood here needs to be clearly said. Modernist architecture with its aspiration to create universal, clean, pure, ordered, and rational forms and spaces represents a centering, too, but of a very different sort. The typical modernist building may be said to represent the triumph of the scientistic technological self and, thus, to AFRM the mastering conscious subject as center. Of course, this kind of centering, that is, the centrality of conscious mastering, is precisely what Heidegger so strenuously objected to and criticized, as have those who have followed him in elaborating an architectural and environmental phenomenology. Building centering, decentering, recentering. Consequently, dwelling and building as spoken of by Heidegger and Norberg Schultz and others is certainly not a centering of the modernist sort, but rather what we might call a decentered centering or recentering. That is, Dasein becomes capable of dwelling only insofar as it is able to step back from the illusion of the mastery of the conscious subject, decentering, and sustain a relation and openness, recentering to being as physis as dynamic and powerful, emerging, appearing. It is in the space of this openness to being that Dasein is recentered and dwells and becomes capable of the kind of building that creates buildings like Richardson's Gate Lodge. From this perspective, decentering is also recentering, and the recentered self dwells as gathering and keeping the fourfold in things, such as buildings. And certainly this recentered self has as little to do with the centered self of scientific technological discourse as Richardson's Gate Lodge has to do with the modernist glass and steel box. Indeed, the observations of Norberg Schultz and of others in the Eld invite us to re-act more thoughtfully on dwelling and building. Nonetheless, there is also a problematical aspect of their phenomenological studies. These authors generally have not taken seriously enough the implications of Heidegger's understanding of mortals in his elaboration of the fourfold. 3. Mortals. In building dwelling thinking, Heidegger observes that human beings are called mortals because they can die. To die means to be capable of death as death. Only human beings die, and indeed ever so, as long as they remain on earth, under the sky, before the divinities. The force of these words may not be immediately apparent. Dasein dwells as openness to being as the emerging abiding passing away of beings, therefore, dwelling is also dying. Dwelling is night, dwelling is throne, dwelling is risky, dwelling is courageously accepting radical nitude. It is this dimension of dwelling that is often neglected by many authors committed to the phenomenological approach. Their reactions on dwelling gravitate towards the religious and mystical, their studies of place tend to emphasize access to healing and wholeness. Their message is a consoling and reassuring one that the contingency, brokenness, and privations of existence may be ultimately transcended in our being in the world. Yet Heidegger's point appears to be precisely that there is no overcoming our radically negative nitude. Dwelling is always at risk. And authentic thinking and building should attest to this. For example, H. Richardson's architecture puts us in our place, to be sure, but this place is not simply safe, secure, and assured. It is the place that corresponds to Dasein's resolute, dynamic, risky, mortal openness to being as powerful emerging appearing. This is the insight that seems to be lost in many of the phenomenological and anthropological studies in the Eld. These authors use the language bequeathed by Heidegger but tend to overlook this aspect of his thinking. Consequently, they infuse the notion of dwelling with an overly mythical and mystical significance. They suggest that the recentered self who dwells gains access to the night, to plenitude, to abiding peace. What is missing in their thinking is a fuller recognition and understanding of what it means to say that mortals dwell. 4. Resisting place. On the other hand, radicalizing what Heidegger means by mortals is the hallmark of Derrida's thinking and of deconstructivist or postmodern thinking generally. Dasein decentered becomes Dasein set adrift in an night sea of meanings. Dasein decentered is not recentered, but rather dispersed into the ux of signi, ers. Dasein has no identity, no place to dwell, and therefore, architecture is called on to be a radically displacing activity, reminding us always that we have no existential foothold. Such displacement is transparent in the work of architects such as Peter Eisenman, Bernard Tschumi, Zaha Hadid, and Coop Himmelblau. For example, David Goldblatt highlights Eisenman's Guardiola House and Wexner Center at Ohio State University as superior examples of deconstructivist non-architecture. Goldblatt admits that these buildings appear fragmented, if not tortured and shaky and fractured and looking incomplete, yet in his view they nevertheless successfully displace or dislocate the traditional architectural self, which apparently includes the self that dwells in the Heideggerian sense. In the deconstructivist view generally, Heidegger's notion of building as dwelling as gathering the fourfold still harbors and perpetuates the illusion of identity, meaning, presence, centered on and architecture, no less than the other arts, is called upon to shatter this illusion. As Derrida himself put this in an interview, for this point of view deconstruction, I think that the architectural experience, let's call it that, rather than talking about buildings as such, what they offer is precisely the chance of experiencing the possibility. Building centering, decentering, recentering. Of these inventions of a different architecture, one that wouldn't be, so to speak, Heideggerian. Deconstructivist architecture is very explicit about radically displacing and dispersing the self, but in a more implicit way, much of postmodern architecture, as it evolved as a particular style, accomplished the same goal. One hallmark of the postmodern style, the self-conscious, ironic, and playful use of past architectural iconic elements, serves to remind us that our place is unfounded, that identity slips into other identities, and that meanings are gathered arbitrarily or merely as formal exercises in contextualism. A good illustration is Robert Venturi's Sainsbury wing of the National Gallery in London. The wing makes ample references to the place but refuses to make a commitment to the place. Though sedate in appearance, the facade of Venturi's addition carries over the architectural elements of the original building in such a self-consciously clever way that it appears almost to mock the noble old building on Trafalgar Square. Such postmodern buildings resist, in their own quieter way, what Heidegger calls dwelling. Oddly enough, then, both deconstructivist and postmodern architecture end up sharing with modernist architecture something in common, namely, an avoidance of the richness of place. Modernist architecture leaps beyond place with its mathematizing and universalizing ideal, and deconstructivist architecture in particular energetically resists place as illusory and inauthentic. In effect, for all of the differences in theory and style, modernist buildings and deconstructivist buildings such as Eisenman's Wexner Center, Himmelblau's Vienna rooftop of, say, Tschumi's Lerner Hall at Columbia University, and Koolhaas's Seattle Public Library all may be said to share a placelessness. They are structures of any place and, therefore, of no place. Concluding re-action. A strong and even vehement resistance to identity, meaning, and place still holds sway in contemporary postmodern thinking about building and design. The often articulated claim of these approaches is that such resistance holds open the space for us to rm the sheer super-unity of life and of meaning, or to confront and recognize the fragility, brokenness, and pain of mortal being. Ironically, though, when we consider many recent works of architecture and design inspired by such postmodern theories, we are often left with the impression that life has been attoned and faded and the travail of mortals trivialized. Unlike a building such as Richardson's Gate Lodge, many of these postmodern built forms have no presence and power, they do not speak of either life or death. Contemporary postmodern thinking about architecture and about literature and the arts more generally remains dominated by the metaphor of the dispersion of meaning over an night surface and very much opposed to Heidegger's metaphor of the inexhaustible gathering of meaning in a dead place. The contemporary determination to keep meaning and identity, fluid and undecidable, is championed as a liberating and empowering exercise, but by refusing to break the surface of meanings, the result is oftentimes simply superficial. Is it possible that the richest and most profound questions about meaning and identity can be framed only once meaning and identity have been gathered, forged, put into place? Might Heidegger be right in saying that only if we have the courage to dwell can we truly build? If so, then it is worth hearing and considering once again his words that we must ever learn to dwell, to think for the sake of dwelling, and to build from out of the experience of dwelling. For evil, as the Pythagoreans say, is a form of the in-night, and good a form of the finite. Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics, Book 2, Phi. Let us pick up a thread from the discussion in chapter and develop another line of thinking regarding Heidegger's early reading of Antigone and Introduction to Metaphysics. Both Heidegger and the celebrated French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, each in his own distinctive way, offered readings of Sophocles' Antigone that compel us to come to terms with our nitude, a familiar theme in existential philosophy and psychology, and one that was originally sounded in ancient Greek and Roman thinking. Of interest, though, is that both of their interpretations are uneasy with a traditional understanding that the ancient Greek notion for limit and measure, sophrosin, is at the core of the message about human existence. In fact, Heidegger in his early reading and Lacan are almost contemptful of this perspective and favor a much more heroic rendering of Antigone's tragic situation. For both thinkers, the important theme in Antigone is not that prudential wisdom is the best of all of our wealth, as Tiresias declaims, but that heroism is required to sunder convention in order to create authentically or pursue to the bitter end one's desire or life's project. If in a more classical reading of Antigone, it is an abiding respect for limit and measure, sophrosin, that makes possible something like a happy human life, then for Heidegger and Lacan it is precisely the transgression of conventional limits in the name of one's project that appears to be the condition of the possibility of living an authentic or heroic if not happy life. Yet, again, it is not quite as neat as this because a more fundamental notion of limit is central to the work of both thinkers. Both Heidegger and Lacan are, broadly speaking, philosophers of nitude. For Heidegger, the existential condition of the possibility of authenticity is the resolute acceptance of the multiple dimensions of our radically negative nitude. For Lacan, the structural condition of the possibility of becoming a subject of desire is the mediation of the in-night jouissance of the imaginary by the nitude of the symbolic order. Thus, from this perspective, both thinkers rem an ancient Greek emphasis on limit in their rejection of all philosophies, psychologies, and theologies that propose to transcend or overcome nitude and to permit access to the fullness, completeness, and plenitude of being. Even so, It remains that their readings of Antigone share an enthusiasm for the transgression of convention and custom as a necessary condition of authentic selfhood and creativity. Yet while their emphasis on transgression certainly puts a more modern romantic twist on the ancient Greek message about nitude, the message itself is not fundamentally altered. Both Heidegger's ethics of authenticity and Lacan's ethics of desire reject any ethics of conformity and pose a serious challenge to a certain strain of Greek thinking represented particularly by Aristotle's ethics of the phronimos. Nevertheless, neither Heidegger nor Lacan intends by the transgression of limit an overcoming of our nitude. Introduction to Metaphysics is a profoundly original and seminal philosophical work, but we should not overlook how the early Heidegger's way of characterizing Dasein and the relationship between Dasein and being was influenced by German Romantic thinking, and Nietzsche may be ably included in this tradition of thinking. The Heidegger of the S, in his own way, carries forward Nietzsche's ethics of the Übermensch and his disdain for the ancient Greek tradition of Sophrosyne, a contempt that we encounter in several of his writings and especially in The Birth of Tragedy. From our perspective today, Heidegger's early rendering of Dasein's engagement with being in Introduction to Metaphysics is unmistakably colored by the romance of the hero, and that is nowhere more apparent than in his reading of Sophocles' Antigone. Commenting on the well-known choral lines too, Heidegger understands Sophocles to be naming the human being Dasein as the strangest or uncanniest or most unsettled being of all das Unheimlichst, as he reads Sophocles' word denoted and who is estranged from all that is familiar. Sein, being, is the overpowering das Überwältigend, and Dasein is enjoined to stand out into the polemos, into the raging of Sein, which compels awe and terror. Solitary and disoriented, Dasein must contend with the overpowering with its own power and even violence in order to create and stand out. The violent one, he solemnly declares, knows no kindness and conciliation in the usual sense, he cannot be mollified or appeased by success or prestige. In all of this the violent, creative one sees only the semblance of fool, lament, and this he despises. To this end, Dasein's contending with the overpowering may very well result in disaster. Dasein is always faced with the possibility of ruin der Verderb, and this does not occur only at the end, when a single act of power fails, when the violent one makes a false move. No, this ruin is fundamental, it governs and waits in the conflict between violence and the overpowering. Even so, the essential or inherent disaster of Dasein's daring departure into being only RMS Dasein's greatness. For Heidegger, very much in a Nietzschean vein, Dasein must depart from its customary, familiar limits and transgress the limit of the familiar Die Grenze des heimischen Überschreitheit in order to exist authentically. Dasein's authentic selfhood and the originality and power of its creations depend on a heroic transgression of the customary and conventional and on the resolute acceptance of the extreme consequences. In a typical passage, the violent one, the creative one, who sets forth into the unsaid, who breaks into the unthought, compels the unhappen to happen and makes the unseen appear. This violent one stands at all times in daring Tolma, line. In daring to master being, he must risk the assault of unbeings, Michaelon, he must risk dispersion, instability, disorder, mischief. The higher the summit of historical Dasein, the deeper will be the abyss, the more abrupt the fall into the unhistorical, which merely thrashes around in issueless and placeless confusion. In authenticity, Dasein must contend with the overpowering with power and violence in order to manifest being in the work as a being. Dasein is structured by a need or want or even a fiction not compelled by being itself, which drives him beyond himself to venture forth toward being, and even though this not creates the possible idea of downfall and ruin, it is at the same time the source of Dasein's originality, creativity, and authenticity, indeed, the condition of the possibility of true historical greatness, as was achieved by the ancient Greeks. Consequently, for Heidegger, Sophocles' words and the Gur of Antigone call our attention to the tragic greatness of being human. Antigone exempli? S authentic Dasein, she is one who, as the strangest of all, refuses the usual bustle and activity, breaks through and breaks up the customary and familiar, stands out and stands alone, and, Nally, is rejected by the city for her awesome heroic strangeness. In keeping with his heroic reading of the drama, it is altogether that Heidegger understands the chorus's anxiety about such estrangement from the community of men and women Apollos, line not as a thoughtful warning against recklessness or overreaching Tolma, line, but as a direct and complete confirmation of the strangeness and uncanniness of human being. This early Heidegger, like Nietzsche, is suspicious and even disdainful of the ancient Greek ethos of Sophrosyne and Phronesis and reads the Greek tragedy to work out an ethics of the hero that is at odds with an ethics of the phronimos. In his commentary on the Antigone text, Heidegger conspicuously passes over the passages which would suggest that not just Creon, but Antigone, too, is awed by excess and lacks the measure, balance, and perspective, the life wisdom that is ingredient to living a complete or happy life. For example, he overlooks Haemon's words to his father, important words that appear to apply as much to Antigone's unassailable certainty and unrelenting insistence as to Creon's intransigence. The kind of man who always thinks that he is right, that his opinions, his pronouncements, are the null word, is usually exposed as hollow as they come. But a wise man is exable, has much to learn without a loss of dignity. See the trees in Ood time, how they bend along the torrent's course, and how their twigs and branches do not snap, but stubborn trees are torn up, roots and all. In sailing, too, when fresh weather blows, a skipper who will not slacken sail, turns turtle. Nishes his voyage be amends up. And lost, too, in his commentary are the incisive and perhaps decisive words of Tiresias to Creon. Tiresias Creon. Creon. Is no one left who takes to heart that? Creon, come, let's have the platitude. Tiresias, that wise deliberation Eubulia is the best of all our wealth. Heidegger, like Nietzsche, does not consider that Sophocles' ultimate word may be that both Creon and Antigone are marked by an excess that precipitates the tragedy. Creon's and Antigone's awful insistence, their inexability, their blindness to proper measure in things human, their arrogant venturing past the fearful eight, is what invites tragedy and perhaps nest tragedy. Especially since Nietzsche, we are accustomed to reading the Greek tragedies against the philosophers. Yet from another perspective in need of being recalled, the message of the tragedies is very much in harmony with the message of the ancient Greek philosophical tradition: measure, wisdom, sophrosyn, phronesis is the best of all our wealth. As the chorus intones at the end of Antigone. Where wisdom to phronane is, their happiness eudaimonias will crown. Heidegger's reading of Antigone in M favors an ethics of heroic transgression over an ethics of wise measure and moderation. Even so, his thinking rejoins a particular ancient Greek tradition of thinking in AF, remembering that there is one limit that cannot be transgressed. Nitude. Sein and its Dasein are radically night, and Dasein's authentic existence depends on resolutely accepting this. For Heidegger, Dasein has no access to the plenitude of night being or to the fullness of untrammeled meaning. Dasein cannot overcome its radically negatived nitude. There are multiple dimensions to Dasein's nitude and multiple places in Heidegger's work that make this clear. In Introduction to Metaphysics, he puts it in these stark terms. All violence shatters against one thing. That is death. It is an end beyond all consummation, a limit beyond all limits. Here there is no breaking out or breaking through, no capture or subjugation. But this strange and alien thing that banishes us once and for all from everything in which we are at home is no particular event that must be named among others because it, too, ultimately happens. It is not only when it comes to die, but always and essentially that the human being is subject to death. Insofar as human beings are, they stand in relation to the inevitability of death. 2. Lacan, like Freud, had a penchant for irony, skepticism, and suspicion. So it is fair to say that Lacan did not share the same kind of enthusiasm for heroic striving that appears in Heidegger's thinking of the S. Nevertheless, if we consider his commentary on Antigone and his series of seminars in The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, we find a striking similarity with both Nietzsche's and Heidegger's readings of the Greek tragedies. As Lacan reads the unfolding drama, Antigone fascinates. She is the image of beauty, shining radiance, and unbearable splendor, all because she, unlike most, is heroic in remaining true to her desire to the bitter, tragic end. Antigone, he declares, reveals to us the line of sight that nest desire. Like Heidegger's ethics of authenticity, Lacan's ethics of desire has many of the features of an ethics of heroic transgression. In his Null seminar for the year dated July, Lacan states, with typical rhetorical relish, that what Freud and psychoanalysis has uncovered is the centrality of desire. And it is because we know better than those who went before how to recognize the nature of desire, which is at the heart of this experience of human action, that a reconsideration of ethics is possible, that a form of ethical judgment is possible, of a kind that gives this question the force of a last judgment: have you acted in conformity with the desire that is in you? From Lacan's psychoanalytical point of view, then, the only thing of which one can be guilty, is to have compromised one's desire. As he sees it, some experience of betrayal is usually at the heart of an individual's abandoning his or her desire. Such betrayals will inevitably happen, but what matters for Lacan is the response. The response of the common man, he warns us, is to retreat to the common path, to the service of goods, by which he appears to mean that the average man or woman in response to betrayal, resistance, or rejection renounces his or her own desired projects and compromises by conforming to servicing the ideal, generalized, sanctioned, and sanitized goods established and sustained by society and culture. As he puts it, it is as if the common man says, in effect, well, if that's how things are, we should abandon our position, neither of us is worth that much, and especially me, so we should just return to the common path. Nevertheless, there is a high price to be paid for such conformity. No matter how respected and admired the common individual may be, he or she may inevitably feel guilty, for in the last analysis what a subject really feels guilty about when he manifests guilt always has to do with the extent to which he has compromised his desire. For the common man or woman who is sacri, set his or her root desire, there remains, despite whatever success and acclaim in the order of the city, an emptiness, an aridity, and an accompanying sense of loss and guilt. But to pursue one's desire despite betrayal and the tumult of life is the response of the hero, according to Lacan. The hero is betrayed with impunity and follows the risky path of unconditionally refusing to turn away from his or her own desire. Antigone is a hero of this ethics of desire. She refuses to compromise her desire for anyone and certainly not for any such Aristotelian common good. In Lacan's strong words, she trembles before nothing, and especially not before the good of the other. Opposed to this heroic ethics of desire are those traditional philosophical ethical perspectives that are founded on order of powers and that legitimize the tidied-up, ideal hierarchy of goods established by society. Aristotle's ethics, in particular, comes in for sharp criticism from Lacan for cleaning up desire so that the service of the cultural, social, economic, political, and religious goods of the city, the goods of the master, can be carried out. Aristotle wants nothing to do with the array and disarray of desire. Instead, he offers a middle way that is the way of the common individual along the common path. In Lacan's overstated criticism of Aristotle's ethical thinking, the phronimos appears to be none other than the common man whose desire has been deadened by conformity to the prevailing order of goods. Like Nietzsche and Heidegger, then, Lacan is mostly dismissive of the ancient Greek ethos informed by Sophron and Phronesis. In his view, this is an ethos of compromise, and the Aristotelian promise of eudaimonia can only be had at the price of abandoning or conforming one's own desire. For Lacan, Aristotelian happiness and the modern bourgeois dream share a common failing: both deny the tragic dimension of existence as well as the tragic heroism required to claim one's desire and live boldly and authentically, or, like Antigone, with splendor. And this returns us to Lacan's reading of Antigone. He, too, offers a commentary on the choral lines beginning at, and while his reading is different from Heidegger's in certain particulars, it shares with Heidegger's early reading a disdain for what Lacan calls a humanist perspective. As for us today, he states, we consider ourselves to be at the end of the vein of humanist thought. Like Heidegger, he understands the chorus's words to attest to the essential tragic strangeness of being human and to the common man's fascination with and ultimate rejection of the individual, such as Antigone, who heroically violates the limits of hate through her desire. As with Nietzsche and Heidegger, he gleans from Greek tragedy an ethics of heroic transgression of the limits of the customary and conventional. For Lacan, Antigone heroically pursues her desire beyond the limit established by the law of the polis and stands splendidly and beautifully alone in doing so. Charles Shepherdson, commenting on Lacan's reading, puts it this way. The crucial feature of her action lies in the supreme indifference she displays, her disregard for any consequences in the world of the living, a hardness she reveals in the opening lines of the play, as though her choice had already been made in advance. It is this supreme waywardness and detachment that cuts the hero off from the community, leading her to act in haughty solitude and indifference, but at the same time in a manner that turns out to have incalculable effects, so that her act still reaches the world of the living, to whom it was not addressed. Lacan's reading is remarkably in sync with Heidegger's high praise in Introduction to Metaphysics for all creators, like Antigone, who through their striving become apolis, without city and place, lonely, strange, and alien, without statute and limit, without structure and order, because they themselves as creators must create all of this. For Lacan, Antigone's transgression of the law of the land, her crossing over the fearful boundary that the ancient Greeks marked with the word hate, makes her a hero of desire in much the same way that, for Heidegger, Antigone's breaking up and breaking through the prevailing order makes her a herald of authentic selfhood and creativity. 3. Heidegger and Lacan, each in his own way, extract from Sophocles' Antigone an ethics of heroic overcoming that is much in keeping with Nietzsche's reading of the Greek tragedies. Nevertheless, these readings, as compelling as they may be, seem difficult called to reconcile with the overriding ancient Greek concerns with society and friendship, measure and proportion, balance and harmony, prudential judgment and wisdom. No doubt these readings do illumine the tragedy in interesting and valuable ways, but they also conceal and cover over a core message of the ancient Greeks, long known, long honored, and long valued, a message not of heroic striving, solitude, and impassioned agony, but of wise discernment and judgment in the midst of a vibrant and often tumultuous communal life. Not Faust and Zarathustra, but Odysseus and Tiresias. Even so, we must keep in mind that in another respect both Heidegger and Lacan remain very close to the classical legacy in insisting on nitude. The ethics of authenticity and the ethics of desire may celebrate an ethics of transgression, but in the end, this is not a transgression of nitude, not a transcendence of our radically night existence. Central to both Lacan's and Heidegger's thinking is the emphasis on limitque nitude. For Lacan, as he reads Freud on the dynamics of the Oedipal complex, the imaginary fusion of the child with the mother with its accompanying jouissance of plenitude is ruptured by the no of the father. The no of the father, the name of the father, the prohibition against incest differentiates the child from the mother and leaves the child structured by a lack or want tobe, which ness human desire. For Lacan, the incest taboo is not just any law but the law of laws that represents the structural condition of the possibility of being a subject of desire. In effect, the law against incest institutes the being of the self. In Lacanian terms, the subject of desire that emerges is subject to the law or symbolically castrated. That is, the subject is structurally barred from the attainment of the other as in night jouissance and consigned to channel its want tobe or desire through projects governed by the symbolic order or the law of language. Thus, symbolic castration is the measure of our nitude. The human being is structured by the limit of limits, which denies access to night being and its jouissance das Ding. There is no overcoming this limit without loss of the self. No overcoming this tragic fact of existence, as he prefers to call it in the ethics of psychoanalysis. Herein, in Lacan's view, lies Antigone's nobility. She chooses and embraces this death, this radical nitude, and sees with the utmost clarity that life can only be approached, can only be lived or thought about, from the place of that limit where her life is already lost, but from that place she can see it and live it in the form of something already lost. For Lacan, then, as for Nietzsche and Heidegger, the very condition of the possibility of living authentically is resolutely accepting and taking up this limit net as our nitude. For this reason, Lacan, following Freud, sharply criticized all philosophies, psychologies, and theologies, all popular cultural and religious ideals and practices, which compromise our nitude by holding out the promise of overcoming the lack of being and recovering the lost imaginary plenitude. His often archaic opposition to religion turned on just this issue, for in his view, at the very core of religion is the promise whether to be fooled in this world or in the next to recuperate the pound of that must be sacri, set in symbolic castration and in facing up to the brokenness of existence, the real. For Lacan, religion cannot bear our nitude without inching. 4. In summary, both the early Heidegger and Lacan cultivate an ethics of heroic transgression in their readings of Sophocles' Antigone, but in a more fundamental sense, they propound a philosophy psychology of limit. Their reactions on the human condition net by radical nitude link them not only to the major gurus of existentialist thinking, but also to classical authors such as Homer, Epicurus, and Lucretius. In fact, not surprisingly, Homer may be our RSD and best teacher on such existential matters. In Book of the Iliad, we ND a striking image attesting to the necessity, attendant anxiety, and even terror of what Lacan, following Freud, called symbolic castration, the mark of our nitude. In the same breath, shining Hector reached down for his son, but the boy recoiled, cringing against his nurse's full breast, screaming out at the sight of his own father, Terry, ed by the ashing bronze, the horsehair crest, the great ridge of the helmet nodding, bristling terror so it struck his eyes. Yet in the very following lines, Homer keeps us in touch with another dimension, the tender and loving and joyful dimension of the work of the name of Father and of our mortal existence. And his loving father laughed, his mother laughed as well, and glorious Hector, quickly lifting the helmet from his head, set it down on the ground, airy in the sunlight, and raising his son he kissed him and tossed him in his arms. Homer ever reminds us that our proper home, our proper dwelling, lies between tragedy and bliss, and that we can face up to our strange and exasperating predicament with both heroism and prudence, strength and sweetness, resoluteness and gentleness, resistance and acceptance. As Heidegger observed more than once, if we attend more carefully to the expression to bring to language, then we realize that it has the deeper meaning of to raise what was formerly unspoken, what was never before said, into word for the rst time, and through saying, to let appear what until now has been concealed. If we thoughtfully consider the character of saying in this regard, this becomes evident. Language shelters within itself the treasure of everything that is essential. The founding early Greek thinker Parmenides uttered the word to eon, being, and thereby brought to language what is most essential. In uttering again that ancient word, Heidegger, as he understood it, was bringing to language the very same as Parmenides, but also what was liminal and left unsaid as such in this originary word of Western thinking. And thus, for Heidegger, to eon, being, names the unitary and unifying hen, Dasein, temporal spatial Ereignis, Lichtung, Gegenwart, night and negative aletheia, appearing, emerging, arising physis of beings and their beingness. This is the simple Daseinfaka which nonetheless required of Heidegger a lifetime of thinking and saying, so that only now, after Heidegger, may we marvel with appreciation how wondrously simple indeed. The simple being itself is the temporal spatial, of all beings, the coming and going, appearing and disappearing, arriving and departing of beings, the emerging and lingering and passing away of all that is. And we Dasein are carried along this, temporally stretched out in our own peculiar way between birth and death. Being itself is Phanisthai, the temporal shining forth of beings. Is this not Heidegger's great thought? And our being, we see more clearly, is not in time, but is temporal. Even our stillness is a moving stillness. But among the beings who abide upon the earth and beneath the sky, it appears that only we, who have the word, are able to bring this fundamental phenomenon of the temporal, of all beings into language and into thought. We are the beings who are mindful of our mortality. And there's the existential rub. For the early Heidegger, this knowing indelibly marks our existence with angst, but as his thinking unfolds, angst gives way in importance to awe, to quiet astonishment, to the calm of releasement Gelassenheit. To release ourselves to the inexhaustibly rich and ultimately mysterious temporal spatial presencing of beings is to nd ourselves not primarily anxious, though ontological anxiety remains, but, moreover, to nd ourselves astonished and joyful and thankful that we exist at all. This is, in Heidegger's later actions, thinking as thanking and dwelling as the humble ones. In other words, for the very shining forth of our own existence and of all beings that accompany us on our sojourn, simply for this, we are thankful and humbly.